What is good, family? I see some of y'all in the chat already. Shout out Miguel. Shout out Tally. Shout out Ronan. Shout out Clips. Y'all already know the deal. Y'all know why we're here. Let me go ahead and put my phone on silent. Here on D&D. I haven't heard from my friend all day. Now I'm thinking about it. All right. Let's get comfortable. We're gonna be here a little minute. Let's get comfortable. Wonder what we doing today. Did you not read the title? All right, so on my monitor I got, what's up Shinigami? Oh, what's good? Ainsley, W name. I got let me show y'all. Right on the monitor, we got it open up. We're gonna get to reading. But on the side, I got y'all see the title, season review script. Look, I already got plenty points. I've been ready for this. I've been ready. Okay? But this is where I'm gonna put my stream notes at. So anything you guys or I note while we reread, I'm gonna put it here. I have it dotted. I don't know when I'm gonna stop, like what episode I'm gonna stop on. That's why this part is a question mark. You probably can't see that because it's really small. But I'm gonna keep this to the side. Y'all. So if I know anything, a lot of stuff from from like the earlier parts are kind of already here and clear in my notes that I already have. But let me go ahead and reread it and make sure I note everything. Because I don't want to just highlight bad stuff. I want to highlight good stuff too. And actually, we're going to talk about one of the things I actually like about this episode specifically. There's quite a few things I like about just this episode. This episode starts the season out very good, right? I might even make that a note. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to make that a note. Yeah, I'm gonna say 113 is for sure the best season opening. I think it's the best like start to the season we've got. For the season we've got. You say you've been snowed in since Friday night and I don't have work tomorrow. Same? Well, actually not same, but I don't have work tomorrow. Was good, Silver. What is your profile pic? I can't see that. It seems like it's fire. You said you're an Ordeal fan, we don't read. That's hilarious. This episode gave me a Ro Cash clone. I was very pleased. I guess you could interpret him like that. Random tidbit. I do feel like the future Shay we see in episode 1 takes place after this fight with Tevin, hypothetically, or after his fight with Tevin. Honestly, you can't really take that. You can't really say that for sure, because episode 1 Shay is in a place we can't identify, whereas we know for a fact he's in Trinidad when we see him take a shot at Tevin. I don't even think him and Tevin fight. I think him and Tevin it almost feels like him and them are meeting up, whether it be accidentally or intentionally, and Shay doesn't want to see him, or they are clearly at odds. So Shay just kind of tries to boom him, but Tevin's been ready for that since season 1, so it's not affecting him, right? Let me put some Carmex on real quick. All right, here's what I think we'll do. We're gonna reread the episode straight through for enjoyment, and then we're gonna read through it again but from a more analytical standpoint. However, there may come a point where I note something that I feel needs to be jotted down, so I'll do that on the side, but we're just gonna read it for funsies. I do gotta say, Leo's armor is by far my favorite out of all the war states. Technically, that's not war state. You should just say states instead. You can honestly just say armors, because even Migdal L grants Ian armor, but it's not a state. But let's get to it. Episode 113, labeled Disciple. See, I didn't really notice the title when I first did the reviews, so that's the reason it just says premiere instead of the title. Like, he said it as if War State never existed before. Wait, I still don't like the fact he had on the armor, because it def feels like Mahalo live when he said no mortal has seen or witnessed this. I disagree. It's more so War State is clearly the highest, or his pinnacle, his actual pinnacle, whereas every user before him hasn't achieved what his actual pinnacle is. You could say that. Especially since Leo technically shouldn't have had 100% of Ilios, since Andrea was probably maybe 5. We don't really know. But the armor, or the War State armor, it's just a natural byproduct of, the armor is a natural byproduct of advancing in his state. But War State specifically, the only problem is that there's no differentiation. There's no differentiation between War State and combat mode, outside of how it looks. It doesn't really show off anything overly different, except for higher amp and a hotter flames, and just overall stat buff, right? That's the only real thing that's the only real difference, which is not horrible, since if we use Naruto as an example, the chakra modes kind of do something similar, but there's still a difference between the QB chakra, the regular cloak, and the actual sort of golden orange cloak that Naruto uses, which people refer to as KCM1 or KCM2, right? But the actual red chakra cloak that he uses when he goes berserk, there are semi-clear differences in those forms. You said, no, wait, is it not? It's not a state. I thought it was a perfected version of it, like Goku mastered Super Saiyan 1 before going into 2. No, it's a state. It's just not War State specifically. It's not War State. It's more like, actually, you're using a good analogy. It's just not War State. It would essentially just be either a grade 4 sort of combat mode, or just a higher state, but it's not distinctly War State, right? Specifically, Leo with the blue wings still goes hard. I agree. All right, let's get into it. I remember that time, and this is obviously right after. This is Tevin talking about the events of season 2, of course. I remember that time when we left home. Do you? One thing I will note, as I kind of scroll and read, I always like the sort of flashback openings that we got in season 2 and season 1. Just a real quick look. Just a real quick look. Should be way back here. I do like the sort of. That's too far. I'm great at guessing. I do like the sort of flashback looks and kind of recaps that we get as openings in these seasons, right? This is obviously Tevin again, but it's the events of season 1 sort of retold from Tevin's perspective, right? And then we get the same thing here, but the events of season 2 now leading into season 3, right? Okay, what was it like for you? You spent some time on your own back then. Do you remember good things, joy, growth, family? This is actually the best Andrea has looked. I'm not gonna lie, this is peak Andrea design right here. No, he has a spear. I think Ilio said that when giving Shay the shield. No, that's not true. W Google Chrome background? Yeah. Leo uses a sword? Yeah, he does. Twice, actually. He uses a sword when he's a kid, and he uses actually 3 times. He uses a sword when he's a kid. He uses a sword against, what's his name? Against Kane, and he uses one against Veil, not Rakesh. Against Veil. So, Leo's weapon is a sword. The spear, we see, was only given to Achilles. Yeah, Manger, I'd say you're making a very fair point in my opinion. Again, this is the best Andrea has looked. I'm not gonna if only she mastered using like Iliostate and her what does she call this? Scale? Full scale at the same time? Oh my gosh, peak Andrea. For me, the memory is like the pain of a shoulder out of joint, throbbing and seemingly unending. W couple. That pain has little to do with me. It was the time you learned things about yourself no stable growing mind should be able to handle. This was a peak reveal. I know niggas never saw this coming. But we do know Leo never achieved War State. Yeah. This was a peak reveal. Season 2, this was peak reveal right here. Leading into the Sabito and Mei flashbacks. Oh my gosh. I know niggas never saw this coming. I saw my brother gasping for air at his wit's end, yet he wouldn't make a sound. This is true. I'll probably come back to this. Actually, I might come back to this in a this would have been a really good point to add in my Who is Shay Hart video. It pains me because I couldn't stop any of it. It seems every light that came into your life was only there for one moment and faded into oblivion the next. This semi explains how Brent writes and uses characters. Well, we'll talk about this when we look at Kofi later on. So somebody make sure I come back to this. But this kind of sums up how Brent writes certain characters. He'll give us some time with them and then he'll kill them. And then we obviously have Bjorn as a good example. I think Bjorn is in like 9, maybe 10 total episodes before he dies, I think. Sometimes I wonder if he truly knew what he was creating by teaching you. One thing is certain, you still carry his spark today. I don't know about now. This honestly feels like this feels like a lie. Except for like the chi scent. This might have been chi scent foreshadowing. What you lost back then should have slowed you down, but somehow that stubborn hard head of yours is maybe too stupid to comprehend taking your time. You deserved him and he deserved you. He was lucky to see what it was like to have a son. W interaction. Man, season 2 is so great. The short time has lasted. The burning memories is so fire. I wonder if there will be a deeper theme to that. My heart breaks for you, brother. I can't imagine losing a father twice. You hid your anger pretty well at the beginning until... Oh, this must be when Lewis died, actually. I should have came back to this low-key. This must have been when Lewis died. How can one not see your actions as justified? What you've seen, what you felt. He can't be talking about killing everybody. He can't be. This feels like more time skip related actions. But this definitely feels like when Lewis died. I'm so glad I was right about this. Them niggas thought we were really gonna see Shay interacting with his evil self again. I told y'all we wasn't. All this to stop one man. It's been years. I heard of the path you were given. I just hope you're right. For all that's cost us, this better work. And again, this feels like Tevin is aware, and this definitely relates back to the episode. I think it's actually I don't know the number, but it's in season 1 where Shay and Tevin talk that we were discussing earlier. This definitely relates to that, right? Regardless of the conversation, like the grander or like the smaller, minute details, Shay and Tevin for sure had a conversation about how to like end him, right? How to end him. This season kind of somewhat thwarts this though. It feels way more off now than it did before. Alright, W flashback. Alright, 60 years earlier, year 1960, location, code outpost number 37. Low-key, I need to use more locations like this in my story. I'm gonna come back to this. It took over it took over 100 years for something like this to finally happen. My grandfather warned me. I thought him foolish, but here we stand, comrades. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first incident. How we handle it is imperative. I don't think I actually noticed that this was the first time a god tier sort of went against code. And it's only happened 60 years ago, so this basically wasn't common. This is literally the first time something like this is happening. Brent failed to use these guys. This picture is so tough. Out of everybody here, I think I like him the most. I think somebody in the Discord brought up Azura's talent being whatever her talent is right here. She's kind of bad though. I think I like her second. What y'all saying? They did share Illa's power with 200 individuals. Yeah, the reveal of Shay being the Thanatos vessel was Death peak writing on Brent's part. The way I see it is having the flames and the weapons is like Super Saiyan 1, and getting the armor is like mastering Super Saiyan 1 without going into war state. You say he got that shit on? These niggas is clean, bro. Like everybody here has a sophisticated fit. I don't know why Brent drew her showing cleavage like this, even though she got like it's like that old timey like sports bra kind of vibes. But he drew her nice and covered up. He said, you know what, let me give him some skin. Why is she the only, I'm not even gonna question it, but shout out to the old man. And he's smoking, bro. Look at the way the smoke. Hey, if you really notice, Brent know how to draw smoke, but then you also notice how he draws smoke differently when it comes to Minamoto. Okay, this is my nigga Russell Henry, 7th head. Ain't no way this really happened after all we've done. He's for sure American. We got Helena Afelosa. What a name. Our actions should have prevented this, but yet here we stand. Fate, you are cruel. We got Gabriel Torreson. I know he clean as hell. Our infant son Galliard is twice the man you are, Mato. W connections to past and present characters with this one. This was clean. Himmel the Giant. This makes me think he has size manipulation, now that I'm thinking about it. Adam Ross. This event shall go down in history as a stain on what your family has built. Can you bear it? Aye, Himmel. On how the mighty have fallen. Oh, this is O. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. I'm dyslexic, relax. First head chairman, Adam Ross. This is Aldrich's dad. Third head. I'm assuming he's Korean if I'm reading this name right. Jun Seok. He should be Korean. You will pay for what you have done, Mato. If your quarrel was with code, there were other ways to make it known. This nigga is pissed. He's the most angry. Oh wait, are they both smoking? These niggas both smoke cigarettes. I know they're best friends. I love how she says nothing. Also, why has she got a muzzle? This feel, I don't know. Then we got 5th head Matilda Torsen. Matilda, definitely a nice name for her. It fits. One thing about this location, the gates, with the little like portal right here, I don't know if this is a talent related ability or if this is a location related thing. This could actually be, nah, because he doesn't have his tattoos on. I was gonna say this could be a seal, but this might be a location related thing. Okay, we got Mato. Peak design. Wrong, Young June. Oh, he might be the youngest, low key. He might also be the youngest. There's only one way to get what I desire. 8th Lord of the God tier, Mato Hagen. And killing your hand was that way. Wait, and killing your hand was that the way? Oh, see, this is where his tattoos show up. That'd be fake out. Look, bro, y'all can look back on Brent's IG from like a year, 2 years ago, maybe. I thought this dude was gonna be a gawky hand, some sort of antagonist, just for him to get drawn and bodied when the season starts. Crazy. My nigga is crying, bro. He never would have expected such betrayal. I think Brent might reuse him though. I'm not gonna lie. I think Brent might reuse him. If not reuse him, he's gonna reuse his talent for sure. If not, I feel like it's a waste. I feel like it's a waste. Hand of the Eighth, Timothy Sayota. This nigga don't give a... He don't care. You know, honestly, it would have made more sense if he would have tried to convert him instead of killing him, because everybody else with him was fodder. You fool. Timothy was far too weak for his position. I did the young man a favor. I wonder how young he was. Definitely like late 20s. Got rid of him before he saw what this world is truly capable of. Low key, he should have just converted him. That would have been so much smarter. You should thank me. The naive are often crushed when faced with the reality of Kimyo and mankind's desires. Hope created the problem by thinking there can be peace between the kinds. I simply saved the young man from an unattainable delusion. I'm not gonna say Hagen's character was a waste, because I think how he's portrayed in this episode is good enough. But we for sure need more characters like him. And I'm not sure if Hanjiro would be like a character that could help sort of showcase even like part of these ideals, but we definitely need another character like him. Hopefully that's kind of what the Gaki end up embodying. Silence, you insolent disgrace of a god tier. We all know your power. You only killed Sayota to take hold of his talent and use his weapon. I think this proves that talents can come with sort of talent weapons. Like, I guess. Because obviously Ilios can grant his spear or his shield, and you could almost consider those talent weapons, almost, right? But I wonder what his talent looks like outside of the weapon, if I'm being honest. One of your skills allows you to temporarily possess the talent of anyone you kill. Timothy Sayota, the 8th hand, had the rare ability to neutralize elemental talents. What a crazy ability. You added to your arsenal a trump card against any of the Great Four. You plan to take things as far as they will go with your wickedness motto. I'm not saying his full name. They do say the Roth family cannot be outwitted. They always win in the end. If you're smart enough to figure all this out, you must know sending codes strongest against me is futile. They will die. Are you prepared to use your seal against me, Ross? You have no right to speak before me, Mato. This is funny. This is actually hilarious. You killed your hand for his talent, yet he weakened you. Wait, isn't he already bleeding? Look, he got bleeding from the head. He got a few scuff marks. As much as I want to kill you with my own hands, if I begin my seal, your army will eliminate us while we're weakened. Ordained Judgment's chi demand is too great. Look at this fake-ass Igris in the background. Mind you, again, he killed his hand. Now I'm thinking about it, based off what he just said, he might have tried to convert him and had to kill him. That low-key makes a little bit more sense. But these niggas are fodder, bro. These fake-ass titans. I don't know what he thought he was going to achieve with them, bro. Like... Yeah, let me just keep reading. So what's your choice, Chairman? Silence. Whether you die by... Whether you die by my hands or another's, you will die all the same. You think yourself worthy to rule over Kimyos? Can you make the selfless decisions I execute daily? Will you die for your brethren? Oh, this was low-key foreshadowing. Hold up. Will you die for your brethren? Huh. He low-key foreshadowed Aldrich's fate right here. He low-key foreshadowed it. Enough. Kimyo kind does not need a compassionate monarch, but a ruthless king. I low-key have a character who almost embodies this, but not really. He's like both sides. I could talk about him later. Your leadership has made us bottom feeders. I will take over and, and instate a new dawn. Bro gets cut off because Leo pulls up. Look at the aura farming. Look at this. How you ever like run up the stairs and like step on the last step? This is how I look when I run up the stairs and I hit that final step and I hit this pose. This is exactly how I look, feeling just all the aura from like landing that step and not falling back down the stairs. Damn it. He really came, huh? I know he was pissed. He looks so annoyed right here. Look at the expression. Leo Thomas, Code's most prized possession. Look at the aura. No matter, I'm not foolish enough to think I can beat you without this. Okay, smart man. With Timothy's talent, your flames are as good as flashing sparks. I wonder what this did. I'm pretty sure his talent is, it's for sure, what is it? Mesoamerican related? Maybe Aztec? Y'all let me know. You called for backup, Ross. You know Leo Thomas cannot kill me. Oh, look at my nigga pull up. Look at my nigga pull up. Look, he hit the same little initial step. I definitely think this location has a teleportation ability. Now I'm wondering where like the other end of the portal actually is. This also could, this low-key could be a different dimension. That would be interesting. Look at the pull-up. You never expected him to be there. Look, don't know what's going on. I expected the Adamos brothers to be sent here. Ross, what is this? I heard the rumors of Code assigning Leo Thomas an unofficial hand after the war. Look at my nigga clean, bro. Just aura in every panel. Look. Too much swag. Could this be him? The rank 11 hand to the First Lord. I expected a greater turnout than this, First Lord. I always appreciate an audience. After all, if I am to rule, Kimyos must see what I am capable of. I don't know why he thought he was really going to be him, but let's keep reading. You say you stand in defense of Kimyo rights, yet you stand before me, your fellow lord, as a challenger? This was kind of tough. Hold up. Am I not right in my assessment if I call you a hypocrite? You have never been our ally, Leo Thomas. Peep how Leo, W water reflection. Peep how Leo doesn't even talk to him. Peep that. I came as you requested. Look, he don't even address bro. I came as you requested, Chairman Ross. Even though he had been vanquished, Kane's poison still spreads. Mind you, he low-key just flexed on Mato by mentioning Kane. Because we all know what happened in season 1 when we saw him being the technical reason Kane is dead. Even though he low-key almost died himself, he is the technical reason Kane died. He low-key just flexed on him. So he didn't address him after he was just called a hypocrite and said he was never their ally. He didn't even acknowledge that he was a challenger, which we'll get into later. Completely disregards everything he just said and subtly flexes on him. Leo Thomas might actually be the GOAT. Greatest of all time. My deepest thanks, Lord Thomas. We are grateful that you have come to be a witness. Witness, look. Mato ain't even peeped this. Mato Hagen's actions have judged him. Look, now he pissed off because nobody's talking to him. Enough. I really do wonder what this bird is. Let me read chat real quick. I know y'all kind of going crazy. What's up, Black Moon? The one with the muzzle is dressed more modestly than her? Yeah. Wait, oh, gravity? Okay, that's fair. The fact we see the Torii Gates, it might be a location in Japan. You know, Brent loved his Japanese heritage. He's not Japanese. I don't know why I said it like that. Since most of the season happens there. I mean, yeah, I'd say a good amount of the season happens there, but everything else happens in Trinidad. What's up, Sandman? How many chapters are you doing? No clue. She got a muzzle because she be biting motherfuckers. What the fuck? Yo, that's crazy. And then Klep's thinking the same thing. I will say that most of the talents can manifest their own weapon. Since Kong is the only talent that wields a talent, is Kong's true staff like a talent weapon? I'd say so. In a manner of speaking, since the shift talent is separate. I just realized Mato is starting a third faction very similar to Shay because he wasn't in line with Thanatos as far as we know. That's a good point too. That last step aura farm technique needs to be studied. Heart state aura farming. Or he ran there. Aura farming isn't aura farming is an initiate skill for the hearts. Reminds me of Jiraiya Toad Sage mode. The bird might be a rock. R-O-C-K, rock. Explain. He really said, hold my juice. Brent's pen's so different, I gotta say the obvious. That man can draw. Ain't no cap. Shout out to Big Body Brent. That boy know how to use color. Let's keep going. Hold on. We're already 32 minutes in. Let me lock in. As I read, well, actually, this stream probably isn't going to be only 3 hours because we're rereading. I might do a little bit longer, since this isn't like it's a scheduled stream, but it's not the same kind of stream. You know, we got a different reason to be here. Okay, as I build my new order, I will restructure code from its roots up. So he's essentially trying to, so he's more so trying to sort of usurp code, starting his own faction, but then usurping code. Whereas Shay is completely separated from code in its entirety. No longer will we aim to serve alongside, but govern by reforming this world for our kin. So who will try to kill me, Code or Leo Thomas himself? That boy ain't know what was happening. Look, he said I will. Aura farming. Look, 2 words. And then, so he answers him, and then he asks, has he been condemned, Chairman? Already ready to pull out his sword with the clean Heart Clan symbol on the hilt. Yes, and all those who side with him will share in his punishment. What will it be? Look, he looked nervous. He ready to fight, but they're both nervous as hell. Very well then. Lord Hart, they are in your hands. Look, this nigga shook. Lord what? What did he say? And then he flexes on him. Look, he pull out his sword, put it to the side. Look, open his eye up, hit the Koku Genma, which means appointed time interval. He got his power ready. Boom. Green field around them boys. And then crash. My nigga has not moved an inch. This the same him. Damn it. Is he a Heart, the bodyguard clan? I thought their champion was the Snow Leopard. By this time, I don't know. I'm trying to do the mental math. I don't think Sabito would be. Would Sabito be born? Would Sabito have been born as of right now? Actually, I shouldn't even say Sabito. I really should say Kaguya, because Kaguya is the older brother. So would Kaguya have been born at this time? I'm asking because I wonder if, since Mato knows of the Snow Leopard moniker, would he also know who currently has the Hisame talent? If Masato is the current head, that should mean his father, aka Sabito and Kaguya's grandfather, should be dead. Look at the slashes. Look at my nigga. Cut up. What is this talent? I did not even perceive its presence, let alone its strength. A power talent? He didn't even move his blade. Where did this flurry of slashes originate? I'm assuming he thinks it's a power talent because of how strong it actually is. Time, but then he says time and doesn't mention the warp type. So this could potentially mean that the Eye of Time is a power type and a warp type, instead of being just warp like we may have originally thought. Did he alter time or my perception of it? I had my guard up at the wrong foes. The executioner's axe was behind me all along. Ross, you activated your talent, making me think you would engage, but you never intended to. I downplayed Hart's arrival, thinking the threat would come from either you or Thomas. Damn it, look, just bodied. I can't die here, and then he's dead. I wonder... Now. There's a possibility that Brent could bring Mato back. I'm just saying. There's a possibility. It'll be very tricky, but you could have Mato sort of attempt to transfer his talent and his own consciousness to whatever this creature is, which is probably a byproduct of his talent. And though it looks like he dies, he and this creature could actually exist in the ether, so that whenever the talent returns, it would be kind of like Ilios in a way, but we would have Mato and this creature being the mental aspects of his talent. Yeah, I think it's possible. A forbidden talent akin to that of the Blood Monarch, a power only a heart can wield. I think I've mentioned that a few times. The only clan permitted to operate independently from Code's law due to the overwhelmingly uneven distribution of power amongst families. Many families are born with power, which is likely just a talent, but the Heart clan was given an abundance of it, which means they were given multiple strong talents. Because of this, several of its members possess diplomatic immunity, which makes sense. Masato Heart, did you aid us for peace or simply to protect your family? This is actually a very good question. Low key, you could even relate this to Shay, but we'll talk about that later. I hope your bloodline never fails and this power of yours lives on to aid our cause. Look at him bleed aura farming. The Eye of Time. And then he's not even the one who says this. Lord Masato Heart, 11th hand. I like the foreshadowing this chapter does also, with this part specifically. I mentioned this in a previous stream, but Brent should have did something similar with Zahara. I mean, he does technically, but Shay doesn't have the Eye of Time this season, so in the same vein, Shay wouldn't keep Zahara this season. But this was good. This answered a lot of questions that people had about him. Now we're moving sections. I'm talking about me and versus Obito. What are we doing? Okay, well, wait. Bro soloed in the same pose 5 panels straight. Spooked the stash off. Oh, but his design is Deaf Aztec, which is like a Mexican and Latin heritage, I believe. Yeah, that is true. The mythological creature, rock, it's a bird, but it's more of an Arab Middle Eastern folklore. Okay. Shay with the Eye of Time has some crazy drawback, because the first thing we see this talent do is kill a god tier level Kimyo and an other unnamed Kimyo. Oh, has to have some crazy drawback. I don't think it will though. I almost think it makes sense for it to not have drawback. Or the only other thing, or like the only form of drawback it would be is like, kind of like how Kakashi, like it's a constant strain on his chi, quote unquote. So like the only way to sort of keep it from not being used is he has to keep it closed, right? Which I think is that's how it's supposed to be interpreted, but that could be wrong. It would make sense if the sword is part of the talent, since it resembles a, I'm not going to try and read that, I'm not going to lie, which is an Aztec weapon. Understandable. But really said, oh, wait, can I talk to you? We can talk this out. Oh, what do y'all think? Oh, who do y'all think will win in a fight, Minato versus Sabito? Um, I think they both have light speed implications, but Sabito has better stamina feats, whereas Minato doesn't. Um, I do think Sabito has a better terrain advantage. Um, Minato has sealing, but we don't know how he'll use it outside of the Reaper Death Seal, uh, and the seal he used on him on Naruto, and I think the seal he used on Kushina. Outside of that, we don't know what his actual seal arsenal looks like. Um, Sabito has a better terrain advantage. Well, I shouldn't say he has a better terrain advantage, but because they both have a similar terrain advantage, but Sabito can directly, I want to say, like, alter what Minato could do with the kunai. So, for example, if Minato throws out, let's just say 10 kunai, once Sabito sort of realizes what Minato is doing with the kunai, you can argue that he'll just be able to break them. Like, he'll use his ice and be able to break them, which could actually disrupt how the seals work, which means there shouldn't be a mark there anymore. We technically haven't seen that happen because Minato directly says that once the mark is placed, it never goes away. So you could say that it's possible that now Minato has a sort of two places to teleport to if the kunai split in half. But I feel like that partially, maybe it's just me. I feel like that's partially a little bit of a stretch, right? You could say it's possible that Sabito would predict where Minato teleports to. You could say that. It's just not guaranteed. I will say the only definitive form of offense that Minato has is his initial body flicker sort of slash kunai attack and the Rasengan, whereas Sabito has definitive more offensive capabilities outside of his own Kenjutsu skills. He also has Hisame, who should likely be a somewhat similar swordsman to him, and if he's not of the same sort of swordsman caliber, he does just have clear ice control since he is the talent controlling his own ice. Um, uh, if it's reanimated Minato, that's a different story, but obviously I'm not going to do that. I could really go 50-50. I might lean towards Sabito 60-40. I'm not sure if there's something I'm not accounting for. One thing about Minato is his reaction time is really good. So even if it'll essentially just be a really big fight of like, will Sabito and Kisame be able to hit Minato? And if he does, how much damage will it actually do, for one? And then for two, Sabito also has his own form of like bait counter with Mabaroshi. So the question becomes in that regard is how many times could Sabito try and, or how long could Sabito try and bait Minato before it's successful? Or would it even work the first time Minato realizes that he just got baited, right? Because I feel like the first time Sabito tries to use Mabaroshi, Minato would simply teleport away and realize like, oh, okay, he has an illusion technique, right? Essentially, he would attribute that technique to the substitution jutsu and know, okay, well, if I'm going to try and fight him this close and land something on him, it has to be immediate. Kind of like what he does against Obito, right? It would just be a really big cat and mouse game, and if it goes to stamina, Sabito should just win outright because Minato doesn't, from my knowledge, have any known stamina feats. Giving Minato a live Edo Tensei feats is disingenuous. Yeah. Minato is strong, but against Sabito, it's insanely close. Y'all don't remember Minato killed the 4,000 shinobi off screen? Yeah, fodder ninja. Yeah. So it's like, but yeah, Sabito 60-40. Minato, Sabito endurance is insane. I just got off work. What's up? What's up, normal? Sabito is a god tier who defeated an entire army of Titan generals. Yeah, which means they have similar. That you could say they have similar numbers. I believe Sabito was actually able to defeat about 8,000, since that should be what replaced what's his name's army. I feel like that's fair. So it's like, no, I didn't eat pizza. I had Wendy's. So if you want to use like numbers, Sabito would have better numbers in that regard as well. But that's speculation. That's not stated. So that's just speculation on my part. We don't know the actual number, but I feel like that number makes more sense. Yeah, it's just a really big. You have to account for a lot for both characters. Fodder Kimyo are better than Fodder Ninja. Maybe. When the slander vid coming out, maybe like a month and a half, maybe. Like, but like these are also ninja who have their own elemental jutsus as well, so you can like taking into account. I'm not really sure if it equates the way. I'm not sure if it equates the way you want to. Like, the levels would still vary between individual, basically. But like, at least the feat of them defeating that many ninjas is still comparable, right? But again, fodder is fodder no matter what. That's funny. I think the aptitude of both characters and what they can do is these ninja have a surprisingly finite supply of chakra though, because those were Jonin. Oh wait, because those were Jonin Manda. Because that's funny. That's also a fair point too. Shinigami. I do think that Kimyos have a higher standard of endurance than Ninja. I saw it in a video. It stated that I think in the manga, Orochimaru and what's his name, the third Hokage fought for like an hour, and that's just not common among ninjas, right? So stamina off rip, I think if Kimyos have a higher stamina aptitude, even at a base level, which we already know they do, even sort of fodder Kimyo of like a Titan general sort of level have more stamina than even a high class Jonin. And like even the Jonin standards differ from village to village. So the Jonin in the Leaf are like top tier Jonin in the world, as opposed to the Jonin in the Cloud Village or the Stone Village, right? He was able to fight with the Raikage, and he's comparable to Lightspeed. Yeah, but so should all the God tier. The God tier should all be Lightspeed, so they would have a relative speed anyway, right? And then Minato would just have teleportation on top of that with good reaction speed, right? But then Sabito would have the same level of speed. He should have similar, I want to say similar reaction time based off how he uses Mabaroshi. Because I feel like you have to like sort of pre-plan Mabaroshi, but I could be wrong about that. So they could have a similar reaction time. But I will say Sabito does show like clear feats of kind of like reacting afterward. So it's like once he sort of knows where Minato is, he will sort of send an ice spike there, right? Definitely an interesting conversation. Maybe one I'll look into as a video, just because like these are two of my favorite characters from I think Sabito beats Minato? I think it's a lot closer than you would expect, because Minato has more stamina. They should have similar speeds, and Minato should have better reaction speed. But Sabito has a better terrain advantage and better defense, right? And he has a partner to fight with him. So it's like, Sabito has more things to kind of say he wins than Minato does. Minato has they have the same speed, teleportation, good reaction speed. He has the Rasengan, which does clash with a sort of fuller Kyuubi chakra avatar Kurama. Hell no, Minato just blitzes Sabito. Disagree. The body flicker move he does is faster than just normal. I love you, Jay, but that's not a good take. It's an accurate take. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. It's accurate. Everything I'm saying is accurate. Regardless if you think it's good or bad, it's accurate, and that's what I care about more than anything else. The body flicker technique, like the initial slash that he does, is faster than his normal speed, normal speed, right? And that's what he would use to speed blitz Minato or Sabito. But we know for a fact that if they're in the same speed tier, Sabito should be able to react to it. And if not, I guarantee you Hisame will be. Are you saying equal stats? I'm more assuming that they have more relative stats than you think, but no, I'm not saying equal stats, because if it's equal stats, they would have the same stamina, but I'm using stamina as a win con. Minato is light speed, it's even said in the Killer Bee fight, and the God tier should be light speed. I already said that. What can Minato do against the Black Ice though? Fair. He doesn't know Black Ice? Yes, he does. We're actually gonna read it in this. Let's just continue reading because that's stated in the episode we're reading. Let's just get there. We'll spit back to this conversation another stream actually. Present day, year 2020, 8 months after the death of the Lord's seventh, Bjorn Grimson. Location. They didn't even give us a location. Why didn't he put a location here? I guess it's because it's supposed to be unknown. Where do y'all think this is? W7. I'm assuming Japan. This panel, you would almost think that Tevin has chi scent, but it's definitely not the same. W visual consistency with the hide underneath the clothing attaching to the skin with the keratin sort of spikes. I see, you chose to hide along my path. The fact that he noticed this is kind of crazy. The obvious location for you to intercept me is further up the trail. Instead, you chose this spot in hopes I would be unprepared. You think like an assassin. A solid tactic. I think this is going to be very important for Yukiko later. A solid tactic, but you neglected one fact. At this altitude, I still can maintain solid footing. You cannot overpower me, so what is your plan? And then she damn near blows up the area. Okay, he activates his hide. He falls. He makes a shield. I like the lightning visual on the shield as well. One thing I think is funny, and Brent will kind of sometimes do this. It's not often, but he has done it before. I'll show an example later, like in another episode we look at. But he'll kind of almost oversize characters' arms and hands. Not always, but this is a good instance of drawing a character's hand bigger than it actually needs to be. Because this size and this size, this nigga hand just got massive. All right, so Tevin's falling. This is Yukiko. This should be her right here, low key. She got her sword. She flexing. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, she was doing shield and spear stance even in the air. Never noticed that. She's doing shield and spear stance even in the air. Clever and unexpected. Your opening blow will be a strike in the air. If that be the case, come. Makes another shield. I really do enjoy this technique. It fits him very well. Yuki no Kata. She just said ice form. No stated technique. This is just a sort of activation of her talent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 large ice pillars. Consistency, yes. All go directly toward Tevin and slam him into the ground. And he's perfectly fine. Right? He's perfectly fine. Why he aura farming? He like mean mugging. She lands. This is actually pretty cool for Yukiko, because she's, hold on, let me scroll up a little bit. She's like, if you scroll up some more, if this is where they are, she's all the way up here and she's not afraid to like basically jump from this height. Low key, her fear is kind of weird because like, but I think it also is a comfortability thing, not a real world experience thing, right? So she not only jumps from that height basically, but she lands perfectly fine as well. This should show her own body's physical capabilities. But let's keep going. She slides and steps into this technique, and then he notices it. That stance, you entered it already. Even having never met him, you adopted your father's technique. Lord Sabito Heart's spear and shield stance, fully prepared to defend or launch an attack at a moment's notice. You brace yourself to withstand my engagement, or have you created a means of gap closing that I am unaware of? Loki, this was foreshadowing for the end part of this interaction. Yuki no Kata. Black ice. Damn, she'd be angry. She'd be hella aggressive. He never seen this before. He don't know what's going on. This was clean. The regular sword into the black blade. Almost like hide coating. Almost like armament coating. With the black flash adjacent lightning effect. Very interesting energy usage. Visually, I mean. And then she creates this big ass slash of ice. And it just flies right towards him. Darkened ice. I've studied everything there is to know about Hisame. Lord Sabito Heart with a black katana rumored to be colder than ice itself. Could it be? We'll come back to this. Something developed by Hisame himself? Question mark. I'm not sure if this part was answered. Nowhere in my readings was an attack like this mentioned. Did she learn a new form? Wonderful. And then he fucking breaks it because she's not strong enough yet. Thunderclap. Y'all remember when Thunderclap was a Lionheart exclusive in season 1? Then he grabs his hammer and he speed blitzes her. Look, y'all see her hand placement? Remember that. Yukiko, how reckless. With 2 days to prepare, this was your plan, to reveal yourself with defenses so vulnerable. Your raw power may be great, young lady, but against an opponent who is stronger, you have no business going toe-to-toe with them. I feel like this will be relevant later, like in later seasons. Maybe. You should have maintained distance while staying light on your feet. There may come a time when you cannot protect, where we cannot protect you. I may be tough on you, but until that day you are stronger than I. My training will not relent. I can't tell you to slow down, but know you are moving too quickly. You are strategizing as though you have years of experience. Very important. Your mind is already brilliant. Allow your body to catch up, my love. Sorry, Sensei. W Sensei. You're absolutely right. You warned me, but I didn't listen. I did all this knowing my plan wouldn't work. Your armor would have saved you before your hammer connected with my face. And he just now notices. Peep how he just now notices this was there. He didn't notice this beforehand when he speed blitzed her. So you could argue that in this very moment, if this was serious, the ice creation is fast enough to actually project into him before he himself can actually make contact. But even still, peep how he doesn't notice that that's there until she mentions it. until she mentions it. You know my means of combat and created an opening for me. Once in melee range, you deployed an assassin's dart. Maybe I'm the one whose guard is down. Pete, Yukiko gonna be something crazy if Brent actually writes her good. But let me not slander. Impressive, Yukiko. This girl is too clever for us, Tevin. Rest in peace. She fights under the pretext of incompetence. She wants us to underestimate her. Aye, Lewis, she got the drop on me. I can admit that. Uncle Lewis, how did I do this time? I'm shocked for sure. You were incredible. With 2 days of preparation, you chose your point of contact wisely. We also need to talk about that flashy new thing you did, which they do. How about we compare notes over bread, huh? I wonder why he chose bread. He didn't say snacks, he said bread specifically. You two must be starving. Besides, we do need to head back. We got visitors. I wonder why he didn't say weave. Must be a Trinidadian thing. Black ice, a cold that burns. I've read about a black blade in books about Sabito Heart, but tell me, Yukiko, throughout your training, I've never witnessed this technique. Did you teach it to yourself? I didn't. Hisame taught it to me. This implies that Hisame, even if for whatever reason you don't think Hisame can use black ice, he's aware of it. He said it's a hidden style that counters his own ice, which means it's directly stronger, or it should be implied to be directly stronger than his own ice. The bitter cold of black ice is so intense, its attributes are similar to burning fire, which is an accurate statement. I think that's what frostbite feels like. I'm not sure though. Somebody correct me. It's a secret my father apparently only shared with my mother. So remember when I said we'll come back to that statement in chat about Sabito not knowing black ice? This directly contradicts this. A secret my father apparently only shared with my mother, which means outside of Yukiko and Hisame, Mei and Sabito are the only ones who knew of black ice. At least up until this point. You could argue previous users of black ice are aware of it, or previous users of Hisame are aware of it, but until, more lore is given, we won't know. We can't say that for sure. But this directly confirms that only 4 people knew about black ice until she just told these 2, which means he's dead, so he doesn't even count anymore. Which means that Tevin, Yukiko, Hisame, Sabito, and Mei, which 2 of them are dead. So only 3 individuals, including the talent's own self, know of black ice. Hisame said, I can show it to you guys, just promise to keep it between us. I think he trusts you. This also clarifies that, this reinforces the aspect that it's a hidden style, which means it's clearly not used often. Which could also further the idea that black ice was known amongst other Hisame users, but it's sort of like a last resort, or you might say it's situational for when they'll actually use it, right? For example, let's just say a Hisame user fought Bjorn with Vinter. If Vinter and Hisame's ice is comparable in any capacity, to definitively get past Vinter, the Hisame user would use black ice, essentially. Look at the excitement. We don't get panels like this no more. Uncle Aldrich, look at this fake ass. He's still my top 5. But look at this fake ass dude right here. Auntie Nico, loving the new look, Chairman. Look, cause he rocking a beard. This almost like Brent complimenting himself and giving Aldrich a different design a little bit. Good morning, everyone. Princess Yukiko, you've been growing wonderfully. You must be 14 by now. We've been watching all your progress, and you, young lady, are as talented as my old friend, which he means Sabito. Hold up, I didn't peep this. He says, are as talented as my old friend. She's starting later, but she definitely has the raw power. This statement is also important. And no small thanks to your uncles. You boys have my sincerest gratitude. Look at these cheerful ass faces. We don't see faces like this anymore. It's too late. You've taken good care of her. I owe you my life. We owe you thanks to... Something about Anton sitting here chilling, speaking, is so funny to me. We owe you thanks as well, Chairman, because the way I imagine this scene is like he's very monotone, nonchalant when he says all of this. With a secure location like this, you've provided us with the time we needed to master our own crafts as well. But something tells me this visit isn't like the previous ones. Ah, yes, Mr. King. Mind you, he's reading a book. And again, Pete, this is the series that Brent showcased on his Instagram with the birds and the bat and the night people, right? Same book. So essentially, whatever that would be called is a book in the Ordeal verse. Let's keep going. Ah, yes, Mr. King. As I was speaking to Anton before you returned, I mentioned there is a greater reason behind my sudden appearance. There's something dire we must discuss. As you are aware, the Thanatos talent has returned and Code is planning our assault. We've met with every head of state already. The god tier weighed in their thoughts by now. Oh wait, thoughts, but now it's time for us to brief all S-rank Kimyos. Code is holding a virtual meeting at headquarters in 2 days. All of you are expected to attend in person. This adds another reason as to why, or as to the confusion as to why Azam and Lewis aren't ranked. When it says when it says they're expected to be there in person, and it says all S rank Kimyos, right? Which means all S rank Kimyos should have been there in person as well. So it's like, I mean, except for like Andrea, but she renounced her rank, so she doesn't count at this moment in time. So it's like, why weren't they ranked? Like, why didn't he give them ranks? Like, he could have basically slapped a number and it would just be fine for the context of what we're told in this episode. Thanatos is smart. He's remained in hiding these last. That's a point I do have in my notes already though. He's remained in hiding these last 8 months, gathering his strength. Our best scouts are unable to detect his location. Oh wait, detect the location of his chi. This So I know we were talking about Minato versus Sabito earlier. I'm pretty sure it's stated somewhere that Minato is a sensory type ninja, which means there are sort of sensory type Kimyos as well. Rather than getting caught with our pants down, this is hilarious. We aim to be prepared. Him using that analogy is hilarious. As for you, Anton King, we have a special request. We hope you will consider. So I'm actually gonna put this here. I'm gonna put this in my notes. I'll put this in my notes. I don't know if I mentioned this already, but I should. Anton should have been made a code head sooner. Do tab before we see him in season. I should say it like this actually. He should have shown up with Aldrich, Nico, and Anjiro. Kaguya has to choose one or the other to attack or defend, teleport that is not the same for Minato. That's true. I'm pretty sure it's kind of like a consistent thing where the way his teleportation works, he can sort of like remove and like maneuver while teleporting. I can even argue that just normal travel speed, he beats Minato in speed. I wouldn't argue that. Within these same instances, he seemingly switched between Mark II. He was able to dodge an attack with an injured person without being caught off guard. So unless his teleportation is diminished, yeah, see, that's like kind of the point I was making. Reaction speed doesn't matter if some is just faster than you, and Minato in base is light speed tele and for travel. Minato can beat Sabito, but Sabito has every other stat. I don't think. I only. If you're saying Minato is definitively Lightspeed, Sabito should be Lightspeed as well. So if we're giving them the same speed, then they're relative in that regard, and reaction is what plays more into account. Which I would argue that Minato has better reaction. I want a Sabito speed feat because Kaguya is faster than Sabito, and Kaguya is faster than Sabito, and we've seen cases of that. Huh? Kaguya gets perception blitzed. What? What? Brother, teleportation isn't speed in the first place. That's true. But yeah, his teleportation is like damn near instantaneous. Kaguya has slightly less reaction time since he was caught by a spear while fleeing. Minato's for sure not one-shotting Sabito. I don't like that rhetoric. That's just, and I'm a Minato fan saying that. Minato's my favorite character in Naruto, and I don't think Minato is actually one-shotting him. He will attempt it, that's in character, but it actually happening is less likely. Like, I would give it to him 2 times out of 10 where it's successful. Shinobi in general don't have the durability to go blow for blow Kimyo in the first place. That's a fair point too. Rasengan isn't mountain level. He can block it with ice. No. Rasengan's attack potency and destructive capacity vary between users. So if he makes a big enough one, you could argue that. Or you could also argue that his Rasengan is just that strong anyway. Or what you could also say is that his Rasengan, at the very least, it has the attack potency of a mountain level attack, right? You could say that. But that's not like definitive. But one thing I will say is that, let's just say Minato is ice. So Casey and Minato is not gonna one-shot Sabito. Why are you using Casey and Minato? Why are you using Casey and Minato? That's a reanimated Minato. Reanimated Minato has infinite stamina, infinite chakra. Slightly weaker since that's stated, but that's a completely different argument. I'm getting the feat mixed up, but Kimyo durability and strength is very similar to ninjas being chakra amped without even using chi. That seems like a fair assessment. Also, Kaguya was fighting an injured and weakened Sabito, and Sabito was still outpacing him. Sabito wasn't weakened by that point either. So this is a fresh Kaguya, or this is a fresh Sabito still, and Sabito speed blitzed him. Like, no, he perception blitzed him. He faked him out with Mabaroshi and was behind him, and then appeared in front of him and then ripped his mask off. That's for sure a speed feat. So you can't say that Kaguya is... So even if you think Kaguya in Black Mask is faster than Sabito, which you shouldn't, Sabito directly shows that he's faster. He just shows that he's faster. He just shows that he's faster. And he has better reaction. Kaguya was not able to teleport in that fight since he was using the Wrath Mask, which is also true. It's not even a fight, this is dumb. I just don't think you're really considering every aspect of each character, which is making it just a disingenuous discussion. Again, I'm a Minato fan. And I gave them a 50-50, 60-40. Wait, but we do know he has Sage Mode, which is a quality and quantitative multiplier. He does. I don't think he would use it. Not just because he claims to be bad at it. There can be arguments to be made that using it while in a reanimated state is just better than using it while alive. So there could be some actual merit to him saying that. But he could, just be kind of self-doubting and actually be really good at it. I don't think he would use it while alive, but it is a potential argument. Val was just watching, was just chilling, watching his men get slaughtered by Kage. Dude ain't no leader. That's funny. Base Minato versus Sabito is way more of an argument. Reanimated Minato is completely different though. Reanimated Minato should be, he has the same aptitude as himself alive, but he also now has two potential ways to amp his attack potency, destructive capacity, and his physical stats. That's the thing. So Reanimated Minato definitely is a more of a one-shot sort of contender, but a live Minato like Hokage Minato, data book isn't a valid source in the first place. I feel like that's not true. I don't think that. I feel like that's inaccurate to say. A lot of like big YouTubers who I would credit as like being really good and knowledgeable about Naruto use interpretations from the data book, the anime, the manga, and the novels. And I feel like if you're accounting for all the sources, some of them have to be consistently true amongst each other. Those same books have Haku as light speed while having Raikage as near light speed. I'm pretty sure that's specifically the technique though. I don't think that's base Haku, because even in depiction that wouldn't be accurate. But the technique actually would. There are also other light speed techniques in the data books. Okay, but we're still not talking about his seals that he has, which could give him a major win con. The problem is that his seals are undeterminable. So you can use them as an argument, but there's no definitive seal that you could say would give him a definitive win that doesn't also kill him, right? Or I should word it as there aren't many seals that you could say that you could list off that give him a definitive win, right? Like we know he has the Reaper Death seal. I think it's not the 8 trigram seal. The tetragram seal? No, not the tetragram seal. The 5 whatever he used on Naruto. But that's not an offensive technique. That's not an offensive technique. There's also a Reaper Death seal. Yeah, see, that's the problem with using his seals. Because there's no full consistency. Like there's no, okay, he can do this, and this. Ordeal versus not strong. I mean, we have a star level character, so that's not true. We have a moon level character. So that's like not true. Oh, but you said, I hear you, Jay. However, those same books are filled with hyperbole and contradictions, which is why I said you also have to look for, the consistency between the medias, because I'm not sure if the novels mention light speed feats, but they do use the term of magnitude, which is a 100-time multiplier and things like that. So hyperbole and contradictions, and that's why interpretations are important, because you can interpret something, or we could read the same thing and interpret it differently, or close to the same. So I would use the data books as not as fact, but as a good source to pull from, right? And if you're smart enough, you can read between the lines, right? They are also official, so there's no way, you can't completely disregard them. They're official books, right? It would be disingenuous to not credit them or not see them as an active source. All right, already wrote that. And for the princess, I believe you are now ready for these. Hopefully y'all couldn't hear me drinking that water. On the last 2 streams, I think y'all could. Our enemy has coveted them greatly, and now that you are able to defend yourself, you may become their new wielder. They were damaged. On that day, we were able to repair what we could. If this is somehow made of black ice, actually, I won't speak on this yet. I didn't expect this though. I assume these blades are my father's. Wait, I assume these blade. Wait, I assume these are my father's blades, huh? The leader of a family I supposedly had, correct? The clan I'm apparently the heir of, if there's any left to call it clan anymore. Sounds like a close-knit bunch. She's so funny for just saying being sad about this. Tell me, Uncle Aldrich, will my brother be at this meeting? He calls me several times a week, but I haven't seen his face in over 8 months. Apparently he can't train near us. Yes, he will. Oh, this also adds to like the strength thing statement or conversation. Yes, he will be. Yesterday we spoke with him. He will be on. Wait, he will be on the panel as the bearer of the Ilios talent and the last power to defeat Thanatos Adamus single-handedly. His training had this. This adds to what was mentioned earlier. His training has been sanctioned by code, hence the secluded location. But I warned you, he is no longer the brother you last saw. And then we go to one day earlier. Location Malcos. Look at his hut with the cross on it. Code secure location number 27. Yo, Nico trash, but she always aura farm with the teleportation. I'll say that. She always aura farm with it. Malcos number 27. The hidden island, huh? So this is where you left him. So this is where you let him hang his hat, Aldrich. A secure spot far away from civilization, shrouded by the eastern fogs. Code paid a hefty price for this island. I always wondered why. What use can a desert lot do for humanity? I wonder. I feel like it's implied that they've had this for a long time, but you could also imply that Leo trained here too. And I think it would have been cool if we got a sort of like Leo sort of callback, like Leo also trained here. It's kind of like after the war. It's like really focus his power, right? Or Leo would consistently train here, you know, coming in and out of this place. Number 27 can hide one of our greatest assets, Hondro, until he is ready to defend us. While the Ilios vessel grows in power, I cannot have our enemies witness it. None must know his progress. He was ordered to train in secret to prepare himself. I saw to it that only Nico and I knew his location. And again, this adds to why Nico couldn't have been the mole, because she knew that Shay was here and they never did anything about it. I haven't visited him in over a month. It appears Thanatos sent scouts to find him. There was a great battle here. We got pump faked by this. Nico versus Hinata. I'm gonna give it to Hinata. I just want to say Shay has a solution to moderate double planetary devastation, sun through moon, and maybe even Tomas. Yeah, you could almost akin Tomas to a Rasen Shuriken. Do y'all think that Ordeal verse is on the same level as the Naruto verse? Yeah. The higher tier should be similar, but even still, like, take a random Jonin, take a random Jonin that's not from the Leaf. That's not even from the Leaf, because those guys are actually like even in a tier of their own in the verse. But like, take a random Jonin and put them up against like Quill, and like, I'm not gonna say they would like lose to Quill, but Quill would do more damage than you would actually expect. Shay is not stronger than Madara. Shay can cut the moon. You don't think he can cut 2 meteors? You don't think he can cut 2 meteors? You don't think he could split the 2 meteors? Yeah, and then it's which version of Madara? All? Even Kid Madara beat Shay? Yeah, now you're trolling. I think I have this in my notes, but I should have seen great battle from 113. Been reading Naruto since 2006. They don't stand a chance. They don't have the durability because most shinobi are glass cannons. What's the difference between a royal and a hand? They're the same. It's the same title. Or it's the same position, I should say. No, he can't. Madara moves are better than Shay splitting the moon. Like what? Outside of like Jubidara, you could honestly. Okay, I'll put it to you like this. Even a Tsunade is seen as one of the weaker Hokages, and she was able to break Madara's blade. I guarantee you, Shay is comparable to Tsunade in almost every stat except for regeneration. If that's the case, Shay, whether it be base or state, whichever one you want to look at it, can definitively break through Madara's armor or Madara's Susanoo. Like, I guarantee it. We saw Yukiko potentially be able to hit a top 100 Kimyo by using her black ice. When it comes to people like Minato, will do things like that, but 10 levels above that? I mean, you're comparing a kid to a vet, though. That's a bad comparison. Shay Sun through Moon used too much chi, if not all. So how is he gonna split two of Madara's meteors? Well, physics for one. If the meteors are, for one, meteors shouldn't be bigger than the moon. We could say that, but if they're the same size, the direction it goes will follow continuously, so they will split. I'm not saying they'll be completely destroyed, but like in this panel right here, they will be split, right? They will be split. Oh, you said battle IQ? I still think that's a bad comparison because you're comparing a child to a vet, unless you're comparing Minato when he was a kid, which is more fair because he does beat Jonin as a kid. So for one, they will split. Like natural physics will just tell you that. Like that's literally, we see the attack go from where Shay is all the way to the moon and keep going. If Shay is present when Madara drops the moons in the actual episode we see it in, they will be split. They will be split. You said Madara's meteors aren't even meteors for real. They're made of Earth. That's true. I think that's the Chewbacca Tensei, right? Would love an updated your top talent video if your mind has changed. You mean like the top 5 characters I did? Are any of you Naruto manga readers? Technically I haven't read the manga, but I watched a lot of videos that have mentioned it, so I'll say like 0.5. Plus, can Truth Seeker orbs really harm Shay, especially War State? Plus, Sun Through Moon was a huge laser from where Shay launches, passing the moon. That's some crazy glaze. Yeah, the Truth Seeker orbs harm the Edo Tensei. They permanently take Minato's arms, which the interpretation amongst the people I've watched say that does soul damage because his arms also don't heal, but his arms don't heal in Edo Tensei, but they also don't show up when his soul leaves that body. So if Shay is hit by a Truth Seeker orb, he'll not only lose his limb, he should lose his limb, but he'll lose a part of his actual soul. Like, and there's nothing Mahalalel or his regeneration or his durability can do about that, right? If you want to equalize the verse, without Sage mode, Shay shouldn't be able to harm the Truth Seeker. Orbs and abilities of that nature, or without what is it called? What is it called? Nature energy. He shouldn't be able to harm whatchamacallit, the Truth Seeker orbs. Now I could be wrong, because if you look at the fight between Guy and Madara, there may be an instance where raw physical might actually is able to damage the Truth Seeker orbs, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah. So, that, in which this is also why I said earlier that Jubidara or Madara, when he has the Jubi inside him, has a bigger chance of winning, and likely has a higher capacity to win than against Shay. We even see decapitating him doesn't kill him. So, would his chi armor technique also not play a part in mitigating the damage? That's a fair assessment, but I again, if we're equalizing versus, by technicality, the Truth Seeker orbs would null the rock armor technique. And we know the characters in Naruto can use chi for reinforcement in that regard. So it should be a similar thing, and then it would also work like that as well. But I'm not the most well versed in Naruto in all things, but it should work very similar. I think Shay is also a good counter to Madara, even he got caught in a genjutsu thanks to Ilios and Kopesh Princess forgot her name. You mean Zahara? Wait, you said even he got caught in a genjutsu? When if you're talking about 161, don't use that as an argument. Don't. There's no other point. There's no other point you could use unless you're talking about Zahara as a sort of genjutsu example, but that wouldn't make sense, because then you could just say like what are they called? Like the wielders of the tailed beast, they can all be broken out of genjutsu by their Kyubis, by their tailed beasts, right? And that should be the same for Ilios. But do not use 161 as an argument for that. Naruto used Sage Mode to... Naruto used Sage Mode to deflect a Truth Seeker orb. Truth Seeker orbs are comparable to... composed of chakra elements, but actual elements are more potent than chakra... Elements are more potent than chakra nature in Naruto. I'm pretty sure this is true. And the reason I would agree with this statement, because hold on, let me remember. Because of what was his name? Kashin Koji does to Ishiki. And what was his human name? Wow, I do not remember that guy. The thing is that Naruto's also able to damage, or not damage. Naruto and Sasuke are able to damage Truth Seeker orbs, but also, yes, Naruto kicks it, but you have to understand why he's able to. It's nature energy. So if you're saying somehow Shay can have nature energy in his attacks, then yes, but he likely can't unless you're using chi as nature energy, which I feel like isn't fair. What's up, Nara? What's up, Naoni? Hey, yo, y'all keep this Naruto debate going. I'm gonna keep reading. There was a great battle here. I just wrote this. I think we should have saw this. I wrote this. Yeah, we should have seen the great battle. Yeah, we should have seen this. Should we be alarmed, sir? Was the location compromised? No, this island cannot be detected. One must stumble upon it. These scouts must have been searching the water for months. I don't think they were ready for what they found. I still need to see like this, because he just basically split the mountain And if this is the dude he used to split the mountain, like, we should have seen this. If they do not return, Thanatos will remain oblivious to number 27's location. Chairman Ross, look. He's been organizing all the rations we sent him. Looks like they're separated by dates and calories. That's pretty meticulous for a bachelor living in a desert. Calling him a bachelor is crazy. I get he's a lord, but that's still crazy. You two haven't seen anything yet. I used to visit him often, so none of this surprises me. He's not a kid. Oh, he's a neat kid. Also, oh, you know what? This adds to why he folded his clothes after he took off the mantle in 146. I've impressed on him the importance of being ready for Thanatos' assault, but as he trains, he must also stay in touch with his very reason for existence. A man given so much power must care about something to keep himself grounded, and the only thing this young wolf cares about is the rest of his pack. A fully functioning, self-sustaining surveillance room, in the desert, might I add. Did he request all these parts? Yes, he built this place himself. Even though he is separated, he keeps an eye on every one of his friends. I see, except for Andrea. I see, can't blame the man. With Thanatos on the loose, I'd watch my family's back too. This nigga's so fake. I suppose, looking at the Bible, I suppose we can use all the help we can get, right, Chairman? That's how you know he not a Christian, low-key. That's how you know he not a Christian. The way he, like, talk about the Bible like that. And then Shay flex, look. Doom, look, the gravity effect. The way he says uncle is so nasty. He almost sounds like a drunk, angry... I don't want to call... I mean, he is Japanese, so... maybe that might be a little racist, though. Don't cancel me. Nico funny for this. Prince Hart. Damn it, I can't move. You were watching us this whole time. You've mastered chi shrouding already. It took Leo years to perfect it, but of course you've done it in months. As to Shay's prodigal nature, the moment you revealed your presence, you could not help but expose its weight. There are only a few Kimyo whose chi is so massive it creates the sensation of physical weight. This is I think I did explain this later, but this is how Jose's talent works. It's kind of interesting that Brent took this concept and then made it a talent. And I know 10 of them to be exact. What are you becoming, Lord Hart? All right. So I was going to go back, but he sounded like his mouth dry. That's funny. Spiritual pressure different. I was going to go back and reread and touch on things, but as I'm reading, there are a couple things I'm noting that I want to make point of in the review. The first I mentioned, I only noted 2 things. Actually, I noted 3 things. I think this season has the best opening to the season, like the best opening episode. I think we should have seen the fight that caused this. I don't think there's anything wrong with giving us an actual showcase for this feat, regardless of what we see later. And I think Anton should have been a code member before this moment right here. Before we actually see him get invited, like get this letter, he should have already been with them. And I think it would have been more interesting if when they show up, Anton is also there. I think that would have been really good. But that's all though. There's nothing else of real relevance that I haven't already, I feel like, touched on in like reviews and like other streams. So we can move on. Could make sense Kofi trained there. I also mentioned Leo training there too. I love to see Andrea with 10% Ilios purple flames standing next to Shay with blue flames. The blue flames wouldn't be necessary. Sage of 6 path energy is why he's kicking it, not even Senjutsu, nature energy. W correction. But what kind of energy would talents have in Naruto, in the Naruto world? If you equate them, chi and chakra would be the same, in my opinion. Sake is able to rip out souls with the passive pain. You're right there. Shay is the embodiment of a natural element, Sunfire. In theory, yes, but no Rinnegan seems to vary per person, so I doubt it. Also, apologies for the frequency of these messages in chat. I love Ordeal. Nah, bro, keep it up. You helping me out. It makes the chat more interesting to reread back when people watch it. Sunfire, it's compatible, but not What does that say? But not what? But not using fire talents. Energy source is the soul, so his chi gives it properties like the sun, not necessarily being the sun in a literal sense, more like a figurative or metaphorically. Thought that split mountain was done by Shay. It was. Um, I don't know why you did. I say something that would confuse that? It sound like his mind's right. That's so funny. Wait, no, they wouldn't. Wait, they wouldn't. They would technically wouldn't. What? What? Do you think Anton increasing his base strength increases the strength of each percentage he uses? Like Goku, yes, and I think this is the case for every Kimyo ever. We even see this be the case for Shay, but he could be considered an outlier. Um, since chakra, you said they wouldn't. Oh, okay, so since chakra is mental and physical energy combined, ordeal is the soul energy being brought forth and converted physically. Okay, that's what you mean. That nigga spam, no they wouldn't without like we'll only have the context. You might as well just do a full chat bubble, gang. Wouldn't that mean chi is stronger than chakra? You might have to explain that because they don't seem to. Oh, I already clicked next. Whoops. They don't seem to operate that far off. Oh, brother. Yeah, see, like this whole like little recap part, really unnecessary. He really did have Shay aura farming in almost every instance we see him. It's been some time, Code. You seem to be doing well, Shay. Forgive me, I should be more formal in the presence of my comrades and refer to you by the title your family granted you. I'm truly glad to see you in good health. You see, he switched up his whole way of speech. I am truly glad to see you in good health, Lord Hart. However, I see the bodies of what I presume to be scouts affiliated with Thanatos. There are many of them. Your location is supposed to be top secret. Why didn't you at least call it in and inform us? Live combat practice chairman. If the scouts he sends do not return, he'll keep deploying stronger generals until one can bring him word of my exact location. I'm actually gonna skip part of this because I want to make a quick point that adds to the feat of the great battle. Okay, so Aldrich tells him here, somewhere around here. I guess I'll get to it when I get to it. But he tells him somewhere around here that the meeting will be in like 3 days. So it would have been kind of nice if we actually saw Shay sort of prepare himself, or if we got like a momentary flashback in relation to the live combat practice. But let me go back up because I didn't need to skip all that just to make that point. Hold on. Let me actually make that. We could have. Oh, hold on. Have been a flashback in 3-day time span between meeting. He said 90% of story is Shay ore farming. Live combat practice was a hard line. I agree. I hope Ordeal doesn't become the next solo leveling with constant ore farming. We're already there, my guy. Okay, wait. I read this part. Read this part too. And then he looks, he says, a Titan General insignia, is he collecting trophies? This marks Shay as being above the Titan Generals. I low-key would have kind of liked for him to be more considered a pillar, or like on the pillar level, with like everybody else being like the top. So his rank being 21 and it being 22, as opposed to him being a clear god tier contender. Or at the very least, somewhat like Jose, whereas like once he's in his state, that's when he's a god tier contender, right? But it was already too late for that in season, or like by the end of season 2, where he already had chi comparable to Veal and Nagaki. But I still think you could have sort of made it like he's like their levels aren't as far off as we think, but that's just me. He's collecting trophies. This is funny though. This is a clean pick actually. Good panel. You're supposed to be hidden here, but what you call live combat practice is causing seismic activity. Okay, crazy feat, by the way. I've had to calm neighboring, and he's probably not doing any of this in his state. He's likely not doing any of this in his state, right? So this is likely based combat training, which makes sense for what he was kind of trained to do by Bjorn. I've had to calm neighboring islands by telling them it's simply a dormant volcano causing the earthquakes. I'm not even sure if he could. I feel like that's actually a disingenuous comparison. What's up with Brent and these circling clouds, man? He loved to circle them clouds. Mind you, Shay has been awake the entire time. This was a cool reference, though. There is no need for alarm, Seventh Head. Those are simply my wind chimes. This version of Shay probably the best. Like this demeanor of Shay is the best version of Shay. Every version of Shay after that is a little subpar. When my enemies locate this place, it draws them to my position. At the sight of it, their screams usually alert me of their numbers. This is also a good way of showcasing his sensory abilities. An enraged Titan General provides a greater test for my training's research. Wait. Yes, okay, that makes sense. I hope it is not pity for them I smell on you, Miss Nico Hart. There was no pity shown to our clan that day. I've read the archives. Women, children, though still in the womb, didn't... Wait, oh. I shouldn't have read it like that. Women, children, though still in the womb. Didn't it cost you the love of your life, as well as an unforgettable scar? And her scar is massive. And then he switches the subject, like... This was kind of clean. Tell me, uncle. Look, pissed off. Where is Senator Gary Ochoy? We've discussed this already, Lord Hart. I cannot disclose the location of persons involved in terrorist attacks. The fact that he was in Patmos is kind of funny. he was at Patmos. I know the attack he is alleged to have masterminded endangered the life of your little sister, Princess Yukiko. Notice how she has 2 Ks right here? Am I tripping? Is that normal? This don't feel right. I don't think that's right. I think that's a typo. I'm pretty sure that's a typo, because if the I wasn't there, I would have thought this was just 3 Ks lined up and hello, cancel him. But he has maintained his innocence and he is allowed a fair trial, so we must wait until the authorities of Trinidad and Tobago have determined their course of action. The Ross family may lord over kingdoms, but I have no authority over matters of national security in any given country, which is a very big point. Very big point. The government of Trinidad and Tobago is handling this matter. I must keep my distance. What I can share is that they claim he attacked Head Chancellor Abel, placing him in critical condition. The Chancellor has been undergoing treatment. No one has seen him since. We hope he pulls through. Now, this actually poses a big point of contention, because if the news feed, it was still there present at 144, 145, they should have seen Abel as Thanatos, right? And I feel like that topic should have been addressed even within their own government, right? Like, Ian should have had a way to feel about it. Gary should have low-key got some lines about it too. But he says nothing the entire time after he says nothing after his speech. Like, a reaction from them would have been better. But I'll think I'll have to mention that later in relation to those actual chapters. Apparently, Gary planned this attack for years. He aimed to overthrow the government for himself. The stadium bombing and killing of Kimyo's head was his offering in allegiance to Thanatos, I assume. But none of that matters. This generation of code aims to silence the Dark One once and for all. This is a good point of mention for the previous episode where we see a previous generation of code, and they are said to have been around for 200 years. So they were alive during they were founded at the last 200 years of the war. But I think it's a good point of time to explore. Your isolation training is complete, Lord Hart. You will return to the general public as a member of Code's first table as a pillar of Code. What a wasted title. What a waste. This shit pissed me off. I know you're not one for pretentious titles, but this one requires you dress accordingly. Here are some clothes for you. Feel free to reject what you are not comfortable with, but all of it can adjust to your heat. Your first order is to sit at that table during Code's upcoming briefing 3 days from now. This is where it was. We will be informing all S ranks of Code's next move. Now, again, wasted title. I don't think a sort of like I think how we see Shay pull up later wasn't bad, but I think if we saw Shay sort of choosing his fit, like, or at least like rejecting certain pieces, it would have been nice. Nigga said Brent needs to have a press conference. That's funny. You gotta stop calling niggas my heart, man. That's pause worthy. That's super pause worthy. Technically, well, damn near the same person. Technically, Brent can close off season 4 and just use close off season 3 and just use season 4 as a continuation. Is it dumb? Yes, but I mean, it's possible. Like, I mean, season 1 to season 2 was only 6 months. Season 2 to season 3 was 8 months. My nigga, it's okay if season 3 to season 4 is nigga a month, 2 months. You know what I mean? Nigga, even a week. Is it stupid? Yes, but it's possible. Like I said, my hero. I do agree with you, but I'm hoping that Brent redoes season 3 once the series is over. No, Brent's not redoing anything with the series once it's over. The only thing Brent will do is he'll add certain things and scenes to the anime that Ordeal can eventually get. But redoing it entirely, that's not happening. Do not bet on that at all. Don't put any money on that, gang. This shit not getting redone. If he ain't redo none of what he did or add to what he did in season 1, don't even think about it. He'll either properly finish this season off by continuing it in a 3.5, or he'll continue it in season 4. And if not, you know the deal. Code has formulated a plan. Part of that plan involves the prophecy, which states Thanatos can only be defeated by his brothers. You aren't just attending as a representative of the Great Four, but you are the plan, Lord Hart. Ooh, hold up. Wait a minute. This was low-key foreshadowing for 145. This low-key foreshadows 145 and kind of how the series will go. But this is a low-key foreshadow. I kind of like this. This is good. He really emphasized it right there. Now, he shouldn't have took that direction fully, but or at least the placement. But this is good. This is good. I like that. I don't think there's anywhere I can put that though. Art, biblical, power system. Yeah, I might have to like look at some of the things I like. Oh, you know what? I didn't mean to do that. What's up, Anthony? Question: is it possible to transfer a talent before the original user passes on? Yes. That's like how it works. That's like how it works. You can't pass a talent on if you die. You just have to know. You just have to be experienced. So, examples of that would be Sabito and Leo. Actively, like we actively see them pass on their talent before they die. I'm still coping if he does a graphic novel, he'll rewrite it somewhat. Yeah, super cope because that shit's not happening either, gang. I promise you, he's not rewriting this shit. He's either gonna. He's simply going to continue and sort of fix certain things he messed up, but he's only gonna continue on. I don't really want a full rewrite though. I don't really want a full rewrite of Ordeal. It's too. It's even if part of it is bad, it's just too early for it. Like we're not at a like it's still fresh. Like we not even give it 20 years. Like that's when a rewrite is okay or a retelling is okay. But now or even anytime by the time it finishes, nah. Yes, they can transfer the talent in full health and immediately die since you separating the contents of your soul unless you split a portion of it like Leo or Rokash. Then you just not at your full potential. Alright, we got code briefing number 11,342. Clearance level S rank or above. Now, I don't know why they say. Oh, you know what? I know why it's S rank because wasn't Andrea SR rank in season 2? Wasn't her ID SR rank? So S rank is, I mean they still should have been ranked anyway, but S rank is like code official, like we recognize your aid, but SR rank is actually 150. I'm pretty sure it's at the end of here too. Let me look. Oh no, they're all SR ranked. See? Yeah, you might as well just put them niggas in the rankings, my guy. There was no reason to not give them ranks. Ordeal is better than RDC World than Corey Kenshin's mangas though? That's funny. That's actually hilarious. And I haven't read either, so I have heard the critique about RDC World's manga being like with the verbiage, like the way they talk, it's too vernacular. Rest in peace to my niggas, bro. Look at them. Look at what he did to them. Look at what he did to them. Look at my niggas, bro. See, like all of these people right here, these are all S rank camels, bro. Like none of these niggas have relevance. Like these niggas. This look like an enemy we seen beforehand. But in my story, I'm gonna use this area for a meeting too, or for a scene too. You went to DreamCon? Respect. SR just meant a rank clearance. L. It's been almost 2 hours. When will this thing even start? What is it about? Anyway, I'm guessing you didn't read the title of the document, Anton. A lot on your mind lately? Why you hold him like that? This nigga antsy. Thanatos' return in a nutshell. The heads have a plan. It's taken them 8 months to come to an agreement on what to do. This summons means they finalized their move, and we're all involved. Like, look at the setup. Oh my gosh, the setup was so beautiful. Why did he stop following the plan? Why did he stop following the plan? Oh, and there go my niggas. There go my niggas. Shout out Alice. Shout out Alice. My nigga Mikhail. On his father Gabriel. Shit, he clean as hell. Humanity may be running out of time, my lord, yet we were asked to be here. Why? And you know what's even crazier? The plot point of Mikhail being an overhead, or like spearheading the like searching for Thanatos doesn't even feel right. I mean, let me mention that as well. Whole room full of S ranks, and we ain't see a single one. Yeah, the way RDC talks is like directly placed into their manga. It's not good for selling. Need more Mikhail in season 4. I agree. Definitely a decision from Brent to make Yukiko S rank after 8 months before the other Cubs. Crazy. Wait, manga is super generic and RDC's manga is boring as hell. Brent should have just shown random ranks with character designs in a panel 1 or 2. In a panel 1 or 2. Yeah. Where is your faith, Alice? Nigga just why he check her like that? Why he check her like that? Focus on the moment we are in. We are to be in the presence of a very special person. I ain't gonna lie, if I was Grimbor, I'd be mad too. Now he was talking crazy, like this is crazy. He's late, his first meeting as a member of the first table, and he keeps us waiting. Is this why his clan went extinct? This is crazy. This is mad disrespectful. Shout out Tander for doing like some like crowd control right here. Cut him some slack, Grimbor. He's far more valuable to code than any of us. This almost justifies their entire death. Which is sad because why did you introduce these niggas in the first place? This is basically what Naoni just said, like showing off like ranks with different characters with different ranks. But like we should have had this somewhat sooner. But the problem with that is that then Brent actually has to use them. Like he's like forced to use them. Because the entire season will be wondering, where is such and such? Where is the rank such and such? What are they doing? And Brent already not really good at showing us all the characters he already has. So, you know, if you're watching Brent, hit my line. I got you. What we should be focusing on is what exactly does Code's new plan entail, and how many lives will it cost? Yours. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you had to die. Fuck. Yours, my nigga. You're gone. My hopes are none, Eric, but with a foe like this, the upcoming battle will be likened to Armageddon. This was such a good word to use here. I don't see him anywhere, Uncle Lewis. Is the 5th seat his? Chairman said he would be here. They say the 4 pillars of Code have been on the front lines since the creation of the table. See, this makes it sound like... This almost makes it sound like... Actually, hold on. Let me rephrase my thought real quick. This is only relevant if we know how long the table has been around, but we don't. Like, we have no time frame for how long these niggas have been a part of the table, bro. Like, if Tandor is the oldest, but like everybody here has been a member of the table since the table began, when the fuck did the table begin for this like feat to be relevant, right? Like, and then what's even crazier is like we see them on the front lines, or wait, it's stated that they've been on the front lines, but they don't fight anybody outside of Thanatos. Like, how can you be on the front lines with diplomatic immunity and not in and out of different countries more than once, like more than once on panel. Just wasted. Like some of the most wasted characters in the series. You can complain about like Rokash or Leo, but these niggas were introduced to give Thanos a power up. The same way Lath was introduced to give Shay a power up, or yeah, basically, or not even a power up, but more of an equipment item, basically. And that's just trash. From the looks of the fifth seat, this briefing cannot commence without your brother. I'm certain he'll be here. I do like that his disappearance was relevant to his fight later on. That was good. That's it. He's kept us waiting long enough. Can we proceed without him? Reprimand him later and move on. And Junie's face is so funny. He's here. Look. I low-key wish Grimborg kind of kept his attitude a little bit longer before apologizing to Shay too, and that would have been better. Yo, oh, I was wondering why that panel in 161 looks so familiar. Yo, I was wondering why it looks so familiar. This nigga drew. Why did he draw them like that? That perspective is so nasty. Look. Why did he draw them like that? This perspective is so nasty. It's like he got a lens to his face. I'm not trying to cook him. That's so funny, bro. Kofi is ass. He died, didn't run out of energy. Actually, it's implied he did. He said he was tired, which implies he's out of energy. That definitely trumps him not being able to last a day. Jim was the greatest waste. He drew that face a couple of times. You might have to show me the panel numbers, but that like this close-up angle is so nasty. Fish eye perspective. You kind of cooked him. Didn't even make it 24 hours. Sabito can beat Kofi. Guaranteed. I guarantee you he can. Let's see if I miss anything. Wait, would a def love to see more build-up from Rajani? That's fair. Wait, he literally had to sleep his whole life. Who wouldn't be tired? It's his talent's purpose. Are you talking about Kofi? Sabito a TNT victim. Oh, that's funny. Just so you know, he transferred his talent before his body or his remains were blown up. You should be aware of that. Kofi a tree victim is so crazy. Alright, scroll. These are some good panels. Like, look at how bright my nigga is. The brightness that comes after an eclipse. And he aura farmed. Now how he had it so bright and his fit not even white yet. And he sat down. Clean as hell. Okay, this is clean. Lord Shayhart rank number classified. This wasn't necessary. Oh, what's up, Biscuit? Junie, I'm watching the stream. Why you try not to laugh? You're funny for that. W reference. Is Kofi even dead? We don't know. Popeye sounds good right now. Get you a chicken sandwich. Talent transfer doesn't take your chi. His rock armor technique is buns. What did you just say? Talent transfer doesn't take your chi. It literally puts the entirety of the talent into another person and kills you in the process. What are you talking about? Hey, yo, somebody rectify that. Somebody else rectify that. Okay, we got Yukiko crying. I like this scene. Alios Vessel, he doesn't even call him his name. Alios Vessel, you're late. You can't just waltz in here and claim your seat as though our time means nothing. Do you even understand where you sit? Since inception, this table has only had 4 seats. None of us have rested from our duties ever. Oh, this also was actually a low-key foreshadowing for Kimyo Stamina. I didn't peep this. This is actually a reference to Kimyo Stamina. This is why they're always active and why they're always able to be active, because they have some of the best stamina in the verse, especially like for their ranks too. Well, in terms of like fighting on and off, kind of like Shay, right? So these guys probably don't sleep. Like when he says none of them have rested, he probably means that to a very literal degree, and like they haven't slept in probably years, low key. But I could be overhyping that. Your attire is unacceptable. We wear white as the cells that protect the body. Yet you come here. Heat sensitive fabric. I want y'all to know, Shay does this and then never wears the white again. He never wears the white again. He never wears the white again. Even by the end of this episode, he literally turns this off. Like he don't put this back on. Like he don't even finish the meeting in the white fit. He just, yeah, all right, I'm done. Forgive me, there were obstructions to my timely arrival. It is a privilege to sit alongside the 4 pillars. Okay, he being respectful. And then they teleport in like nothing happened. Greetings to all. I do hope you will welcome the 5th pillar. His tardiness is a grace we will offer. This nigga know he can't do nothing to him, bro. Very well then, shall we begin? Commencing briefing number 11,342. Global threat Thanatos Adamos. Live broadcast on Secure Line 1. You know what? Another good point is we low-key should have saw more of the fact that this was a live broadcast. Like, who else was watching this? Like, other countries? I mean, we see Brent draw fake like world leaders, yet none of them are sort of present in the actual episode. It would have made a little bit more sense if we saw some of those same faces from, you know, when Kofi is protecting them in this episode. I'm not sure if I have a place for that, but I'll write it down. Shay's a Thanatos vessel. The talent may be gone, but he still has massive chi pool. Wait, he gotta get heated up to even do rebuke. Facts. Kofi in the crock pit right now. I want to see number 16 talent. He talked too crazy. I actually liked that episode. I'm pretty sure it was the S ranks that couldn't make the meeting. That doesn't make. I don't want to like disagree, but like that just feels dumb. Like, why force all the pack there if you're not gonna force every S rank there? Like, what a meeting should have held other, because I feel like with that sentiment, like it makes sense for the gods here to not be present, because of their quote unquote assignments, but like I think I said this in the review, like it makes sense for like the god tier to also be like watching actively, like along with their hands for what they do, but like them niggas had 3 days to get there. It makes sense for your top 120 to not be there, okay, but you're telling me everybody else couldn't have made it in 3 days on your order? Nigga, stop lying. Nigga, you're lying. You're the head of this establishment. And them niggas didn't show up on your order? What? First, it's for debauchery. I am on episode 2 of a 49 episode season. Lock the fuck in. Okay, I thank you all for your attendance. For those present in person, there are standby cameos holding your current positions. In your absence, we share our gratitude with them all. Wait. For those present in person, there are standby cameos holding your current positions in absence. This nigga basically just told us, thank you for being here. Because you're here, we have other people doing your jobs for you. You couldn't show you're so off that. All the other 150 couldn't make it. All of them couldn't make it. Bullshit. But actually, that's all I need to say. This nigga basically just said, thank you for showing up in person. The niggas who are here, don't worry, other people are doing your job. Man, you better put them KCG agents to use. You're not doing your job, Aldridge. I'm gonna let you know right now. I see why people hate on you. As you are aware, all heads of state and members of Code and KCG have come to the end of our deliberations. The Thanatos threat is worthy of a response that all nations must agree on. Nothing will be hidden from you. You will be made aware of our strike plan before the general public. This could also have been a sort of news outlet too. Before we begin, I will address 2 points of close relation. You may have heard of the genocide that occurred on the island of Trinidad. Additionally, several cameos were eliminated in the wake of Thanatos' return. We believe these events are related as Thanatos' method of chi absorption requires cameo and human sacrifice. Kind of like a false god, but I already made that comparison before. Former Minister Gary Choi is currently being held in custody. We believe the act to have been a peace offering in allegiance to Thanatos prior to his resurrection. It would take Thanatos years to gather his strength, but we believe him to have a head start now. There are bodies from which he can siphon chi, regardless of his proximity to the incident. This is crazy. This should almost mean he can siphon chi from like anywhere on the planet. Low key. Like low key, but I don't want to talk about that. That's already contentious. And secondly, newborn cameo Ian Anthony Hoff is at the center of great controversy. They should not have let this nigga out. During the assault to retain our greatest asset, Sir Hoff broke protocol to use a code secret reserve on himself. Even though his actions saved many lives, those who funded the protection of that asset believe the substance that flows through his veins belongs to them. They stake claim over his cameo autonomy. He is currently in Code's protective custody. Since he is a great ally to us, we will do all in our power to hasten his legal proceedings and ensure he is freed on his own cognizance. Again, it would have made more sense if this was a bigger point. I'm actually gonna make that a note. Ian being in legal trouble should have been a bigger plot with a free Gary coming to vouch for him. Yeah, such a missed opportunity. That's exactly where I'm going to put it too, in the missed opportunities section. Because Brent literally told us in that interview with the, what is his name? What is the name? With the Otaku Fix, those guys, he literally said that, or implies heavily that Ian is going to be in a lot of legal trouble, which he kind of is. Like, Code is like protecting him basically and warding off like the legal aspect of the conversation, but everything that like they would have wanted to do to him just gets circumvented by Junie, which is crazy. A literal get out of jail free card. Crazy. Now that I have addressed this, on to the reason we have all gathered. Our greatest threat has returned. Thanatos walks the earth again. The death talent feeds off souls to boost its chi, and he is currently vulnerable upon his return. The goal is to stop him before he absorbs enough energy, but though he is presently weakened, his location is undetermined. They have spent years preparing for his return. He will not be found easily. All teams are part of the effort to locate him, but it is not priority. It would be unwise to burn resources to... This is another subplot, actually. This is another subplot. 8th Lord of the God tier, Mikhail Ovieta, is head of the search exercise. It is a pleasure to have him here with us today. So let me go ahead and re-advise. What do I want to say here? I'm gonna say unused subplot. Never see Kimyo's searching for Thanatos. Alice Abadi, factuals. Could have been a perfect world building for what Kimyo citizens can or can't do, and also gives us how the law views them as well. Facts. Code needs to be exposed for their bad eventually. I think they will be. Yeah, anybody who is dead, he can get their chi. It's wild. Just insane. I think that's it. Yeah, I wrote that. Okay. Why they clean standing right here? Stop. Instead of chasing our tails, we will instead target what we can see. Codenamed Armageddon. Every enemy outpost, weapons cache, and troop reserve will be our target. Now, before we go any further, from what we saw in the season, we basically only saw this be targeted. We didn't see any. Well, okay, we could technically say these. We didn't see any real form of weapons cache. The enemy outpost we did see could be considered the rig near Venezuela, but we never saw a troop reserve. So I'm gonna put. I'm not just gonna put. Normal, keep my woman name out your mouth. Nigga said I don't want to get slapped. That's funny. I'm gonna put I already know that I'm gonna mention the Armageddon plot being unfinished. But what I'm gonna say instead is plot not expanded on, as we don't see weapons cache or troop reserve being targeted. Okay. Oh wait. Our first step is to destroy his assets until he surfaces, and this would have made so much more sense rather than having him show up and kill the pillars. Like, why didn't we continue this plot until he was almost forced to kill the pillars early or something like that? Here, let me actually tab. Would have caused him to kill. Oh, I should say could have caused him to feel forced to kill pillars early. I'm gonna put it in air quotes because it would happen later, but it would be a mental note of him being like, I need to do this sooner rather than later. Chris Rock can't even fight. That's funny. Destroy his support before the real battle starts, huh? What's the next step? What follows will be the final step of Armageddon. So, not only did we not get the first full step of Armageddon, we didn't even get the final step. We have all heard the prophecy that speaks of Thanatos' ruin at the hands of his brothers. We will ensure. You know what? Another thing about this picture I didn't actually look at is like, so we know Thanatos can be considered fallen, right? But, and we know they're angelic in nature, right? So Thanatos, his hand here is fallen, right? As a fallen angel, but the fact that his brother's hands are higher shows that shows their sort of loyalty or their still connection to the creator. I feel like that's unlooked or untalked about. W symbolism by Brent right there. We will ensure that battle comes to pass. Lords Kevin Morales, Vatic Altamore, and Shay Hart will make contact with Thanatos Adama. See, I told y'all he don't even keep the fit on. This nigga still got plenty words left that he don't keep the fit on. For what reason? This is a good scene though. I like this. This feels like a natural pose. Look at his fingers though. Let me chill. Your jobs are to make sure that happens. The top 150 are no longer on standby but active duty. This almost guarantees or gives a reason to introduce other 150 members outside of the main cast, the pillars. We destroy anything with allegiance to Thanatos. So when the final battle happens, there are no obstacles. As this began with the Great Four, it will end with them. So, just so everybody's concerned, I know some of y'all already there. This nigga Brent introduced the plot of the season in 114. He doesn't even just introduce, he introduces the initial plot and the final plot. So he basically introduces two halves. Right? He introduces the whole, but kind of subverts them in halves, right? We don't even see the full conclusion of the first half. Like this right here. All of this doesn't get shown. And wait, before I keep going, where is it here? Not there. This. We don't even see any of this. It would have made sense, like, Lewis's death is fine. Again, Tevin should have got a showcase, with those pirates, right? But, like, I understand the idea that Veal wants to target somebody close to Shay to break him. But it almost the way it works, it feels almost odd to have Azam and Yukiko not even be a part of the plan while Yukiko is present at the meeting. Like by technicality, their mission doesn't involve this meeting. Technically speaking, they're sort of just helpers of Trinidad itself. Like they're just aiding Trinidad. And that almost gives their cause a reason to introduce other missions, like worldwide missions. Right? And then we see again, he says we destroy anything with allegiance to Thanatos, so that when the final battle happens, there are no obstacles. So we don't even get a sort of bigger, grander look at who actually has allegiance to Thanatos and where they come from. There's no grander look at that. I'm gonna tab that. I'm gonna say no grander look at who is aligned with Thanatos, because it would have been very interesting if one of those government officials that Kofi was protecting was actually a very clear ally of Thanatos and Veal. Wait, but wouldn't any Trinidad I'm assuming that's supposed to make sense. It's about the Titan Generals be for the same goal. The thing is that, I mean, well, I probably won't get into this episode, but that episode, they're sent there to look at like a power outage, but it doesn't directly have anything to do with this. Like it almost has nothing to do with this, which feels like a missed opportunity. Like it, and then but whereas Lewis and Tevin are directly sent on a mission that involves this plan. Like Venezuela is requesting the Greyhound's aid, and the aid where they're going is occupied by basically subordinates or associates of Thanatos, right? Regardless of whatever was on the rig, it's stated in that episode that there are supplies there or things there related to Thanatos or related to Thanatos that Code wants to secure. So it's like we get a partial aspect of that first half of the initial plot, but even what we get in the season doesn't fully follow the what is set up. It makes sense to have Azam and Yukiko in Trinidad, especially with what you said about Aldrich's promise, but like you said that's due to her age and the promise Ross made to Sabito. That promise went out the window when Yukiko started training. So like that doesn't even apply anymore because that promise was initially to keep his kids away from even Shay away from Code or Kimio related conflict. But Yukiko almost died last season, and Shay fought the greatest evil, the second greatest evil in the season. And even Aldrich says in season 2 that he kept his promise for as long as he could. So that promise doesn't even apply anymore. I'm not sure what the plot would have been, but you can have Azam and the military soldiers. What's up, Duro? Go to one of those like Trinidadian outposts. Like go to one of those areas that feels very Thanatos centric, with it being a bait tactic. Like it's still a bait tactic in what we see, but it would have aligned better with the plot if it was a bait tactic to get specifically Azam and Yukiko there, because that's what Veal wants. And then when Veal fights him, or even though Ephialtes fails, Veal still has him set up to the point where you're weak now, so I can just kill you and your brother's gonna be pissed, and that's exactly what I want. Like it just follows the plot better. I think I'll note that. This may take longer than I thought. I thought was the plan with Veal. What? Veal's plan was to have Ephialtes weaken or kill Azam so that Shay would be mentally more broken, right? However, the actual mission that Yukiko and Azam go on is I'll probably have to reread the episode, and obviously I will. But from what I remember, it's less centered around the way this plot is outlined than you would think. Ordeal at in general, I disagree. Is less centered around the plot line than you would think, right? If it's ad, why are you here? Why are you here? Did you come just to say that? Traveling to the future to see any outcome and come back to the present to attack? That's not really how I would describe how his talent works. Or that's not really how he uses it, actually. I'm here to hate, can't lie. That's the type of that gonna get you muted, gang. I'm gonna be honest with you. What would I do if I was isekai'd into the world of Ordeal with a talent as the same level as the god tier? Okay, so there are caveats. Am I starting at basically ground zero? Like, I know what my talent is, but I have to train it? Because if that's the case, then I have to train it. I'm not gonna fight if I don't have an understanding of how to actually use my talent, regardless of what it is. If I'm already on their level, skill-wise too, that's different. I would probably, depending on what my talent does, I would like suggest. I would like suggest where I think I could best be used to code. But to tell, like, to admit that I'm from another world would feel wrong. I think I could only like try and find Shay and tell him that, and like have Mahalalel sort of like convince him that that could be possible, essentially. But if I don't have the skill, I need a training arc, and if I do have the skill, I'll probably join code. If I already have the skill, I'm joining code either way, but there's basically different starting points based off skill. So if I'm starting from ground zero, I'll have to essentially ask them to give me time to train, right? They would also have to potentially force a mentor on me, and I can't say who they would give me. So they could give me any Kimyo who they could see as a mentor, as a good mentor for my abilities, or not. But if I already have the skill, they could assign me. They could assign me somewhere based on like my nationality. They could honestly send me anywhere. If it's sort of to my discretion, it depends on what point I'm dropping in it as well. If I'm dropping in season 1, if I'm dropping in season 1 before they kill Rokash, I'm gonna tell them. I'm going to advise the Cubs to not kill him. If I'm dropping in season 2, I'm not going to Greenland. I'm not going to Greenland. I'm either in Trinidad or somewhere else. But the season is like it's too specific in those areas for me to like not be in either one, basically. So I'd either be in Greenland or in Trinidad. But I'm not from either of those places, so it doesn't make sense. It also doesn't make sense to like be there. Season 3, you could almost send me anywhere, and I would be useful. You could almost send me anywhere, and I'd be useful. I don't think I would be in Trinidad for those events. I don't think I'd be near the coast of Venezuela. I might actually be more useful. If I have a god tier level talent, that means I would probably be more useful trying to help Kofi and Sonya, especially with prior knowledge. I would likely be the most useful right there. Fuck Code and Thanatos, I'd be a vagabond. That's how you get killed. I guarantee it. Outside of that though, like I have no reason to be in Japan. I have no reason to be in Shahelian. They wouldn't even have a reason to send me there. I could be in Japan if they wanted me to stay at the meeting or like stay in Japan, but I don't think I'd be there. It would definitely make sense for me to be in America. It would also make sense for me to it just makes sense for me to be in for me to be in America and trying to help Kofi and Sonya. Especially with the prior knowledge I have. We're capturing the kid. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but the kid's getting captured. Since I know how Konos works, I could try. I could help Kofi with Konos, and we would already like. And since we know Vatic shows up, Kofi's more guaranteed to survive, especially like keep his arm in his hand, right? He might still sacrifice himself. I'm gonna let him sacrifice himself, and be honest with you, I'm not going down there. Yeah. He got that one. I'm gonna let him keep doing that too. But then Sonya saves him anyway, so it's fine. That's kind of it though. That's like the most useful I could be in the canon. Outside of that, I don't really know. Especially with the GT level talent. Like definitive GT level. Actually, if I have a GT level talent, no, never mind. Just because my talents like are like close to the GT and like potential doesn't mean I have the skill. So yeah, because that would be like Kisame and Yukiko. So yeah, yeah, that's like the most useful I could be. And he said, what do you say? Where was it at? Oh, was it your original talent a Black Panther high talent? Yeah, it's high control. Yeah. I would like to see how Kimyo's affected history. Imagine a Roman legion of Kimyos. Yeah, definitely like hide control, Black Panther related, with like shadow control abilities. What does my talent do? So like imagine Black Panther like as a base, right? Like with the suit, especially like in the movie, the Black Panther movie with the suit. But imagine Black Panther has an actual panther that he can share his senses with. He can generate a hide from. That would be the suit, and then he can use the panther to like regenerate the hide as well. What's the third ability? And then the panther can go into shadows, and its presence is erased. With that, there's like advanced abilities, but I'll just kind of skip forward. The panther will be able to become the hide itself, increasing like, so instead of being able to share senses, the new hide essentially will just give enhanced senses, like even higher than before. Better durability, and actual shadow control, but it's limited to just his shadow. Just the user shadow. What else? That's kind of it. That's it. That's like it for the most part. Everything else my character can do, it's very specific and like nuanced. I don't feel like doing all that. So you can manifest boss? Yeah, pretty much. Think of it like that. So basically Brent laid out the plot and just steered away from it. Yeah. Why not shift? Because I don't want to shift talent. I like hides more. You must have been watching back. But yeah, he laid out the plot and then like fully like capitalize on it. Like only really Shay and Tevin and Lewis's groups actually really follow the plot initially, in my opinion. But let me keep reading. All right, we're living in a generation with one war over and another on its way. Wow, Master Leo wouldn't be pleased seeing us involved. It is what it is. But he'd be proud we're making a difference, even in some small way. True, I sometimes wish things could go back the way they were, but maybe I don't deserve it. Whoa, why did he say that? I never appreciated the peace. Never mind, that's why he said that. And she looks, Shay Bear, we're over here. Look at this nigga aura farming. Look. This nigga only draw him aura farming. Look. Who is this right here? She look kind of good. Well, look who it is. The head of the table. Congrats, G. He never said this ever before, ever. Back from 8 months away, you've got an angry sister to answer to. When I don't know what I thought the scene was gonna be when I saw the teaser on Instagram. Look at how he writes it too. Get over here. And she hugs him. She don't even like do no like angry sister, little sister shit. Welcome back, brother. Thank you. 8 months of deliberation, and the plan is to have you face Thanatos, huh? You okay, man? That's a lot. Look at how heavy his eyes are. I'd face him 1,000 times if it meant keeping you all safe. This is kind of real. There's so much you missed. You have to explain why you didn't call me last week. This nigga was boxing for his life, probably. Code took me out of school and gave me private tutor. That's so fun. One thing I do like about 114, I'm gonna add this too. I like seeing the world from Yukiko's perspective. And I like that throughout the entire season. I think doing more of Yukiko like as sort of like the perspective focus helps sort of bring in those like lighthearted moments that we miss from season 1 and 2, right? Especially because she's so young. And I think her personality can kind of persist even if we get a time skip in the future. I get to do crazy intense training, and oh, Uncle Azam is like a personal ride-along to a god tier. He's been away for 2 months, but looks like he's back today. So with this, it should kind of be implied. Like, we can't fully imply and say how long Azam has been, you know, working with Abijah. It should be the entire 8 months. It could be just these 2 months. Like on and off is how I kind of picture it. Isn't that wild? His job is to assist a literal god tier god tier on missions. It's even wilder to see god tiers on a regular basis in person. Too cool. Too so cool. I'm tripping. I can't read. My mouth's tweaking. You good? There we go. Uncle Azam over here. Look. She called out to him. This nigga mean mugging her something crazy. He was not gonna walk over if Shay was not there. He hasn't been the same since the stadium incident back home. Turns out he had plans to propose to Auntie Joanna. Uncle Tevin tries to reach out to him every once in a while. This is also adds to that sort of on and off, like him not being present fully for the 8-month training. But it never seems to get anywhere. It feels like there's a gap between us that he won't close. Look, Shay's there. He reaches out, and Shay Azam walks over, shedding tears. Yeah, your fucking family's back, my nigga. Stop being a loner. Azam, if you peer into a lake, the reflection you see might as well be any one of us. We've all felt the same hurt. This is why every one of our master's cubs carries the same will. None will have to endure what we have faced. I promise this will all soon be over. This nigga was capping. This nigga was capping. It is not over anytime soon, my nigga. Let's hope we're all standing when the end comes. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this to you guys. It's pretty urgent. A letter from Code? Yeah, they sort of want me to be the new 7th head. And like, this should have just happened sooner. Like, it's a cool surprise when we read it the first time, but it would have been just as good if it was stated the last episode or earlier this episode. Like, imagine if Anton was the one doing what Aldrich was doing, or sort of like they had like a back and forth, right? Like imagine if Aldrich actually gave us the plan and the plot, but Anton was the one who actually addressed the situation regarding Gary and Ian, especially because he is from where they are from, right? As I'm the youngest, as I'm the loner, as I'm the crash out. Honestly, Yukiko's now the youngest. I would honestly give Anton the loner position, and Shay's low-key a bigger crash out. So, what is Azam really? All right, next episode, y'all. All right, we're at 115. This definitely still one of my favorite episodes. I'm gonna have to skip over it and make it out near the end though. What kind of strength training did Leo put this guy through? They buff as hell. That's really just how Brent draws them. Um, but I don't even. They were buff before, but we did see them do physical. Like we did see them doing workouts, like gym workouts in season 1. What am I drinking? Water. Stay hydrated. Thank you for your patience, Lord Hart. I must express my gratitude to you for accepting Code's request to sit at the head of the first table. Imagine he didn't. That might have been a little bit better. Having you as part of the discussions will greatly further our goals. And then like this just never. This doesn't need to be capitalized on, but it would have been like capitalized on during the plot anyway. So, however, I must confess I cannot tell what your motives are. Then. What matters to me means more than my very own life. I only care for the longevity of Code's rule as long as they stay true to their purpose. It would have been a little bit nicer if he's actually said their purpose. My motives do not concern Code itself, however, I will play along as it means their benefit. The passion of the Heartland, I see. Doing anything to ensure the safety of its members. This actually ties into what we saw in episode 113 with Masato. You found your own clan in your bond with your friends. That I respect. They will all be assigned to Trinidad and return tonight. Only you and Anton King will remain in Japan. I'm sure he has mentioned our request to you. If he accepts, he will begin training. The ordained judgment seal cannot be performed until we form a bond with the new 7th head. As for you, Lord Hart, you will retrieve one of our lost assets. Okay, before I get to this, we don't even see them bond. So like, I think, hold on, do I mention that? So like, he's been with them for technically 4 months now by the end of the season. I don't think that's enough time to really give that like ordained judgment bond like actual viability. Which is why damn near a year's worth of time, if he was actually a code head much sooner, would have made a lot more sense. How is she? She never answered my calls. Not good. She left code denouncing her rank. It was more than just a defeat for her. She believes she did. Wow. She believes she dishonored the family name. This is a good aspect of writing. Andrea Thomas, I may understand the weight of a name, but I did not foresee this. She hid how much the expectations of being Leo Thomas's last Kimyo blood have weighed her down. Officially, she's in a rehab center in Kyoto. Off the record, she checked herself out 2 weeks ago. She's staying with her mother here in Shinjuku. I thought Code HQ was in... Maybe they were just having the meeting in Shinjuku, but I think Code HQ is actually in Kyoto. Let me see if I can find that. Whoa, Duro with a donation of $4.99? Whoa. Whoa, you blessing me. You didn't even have to do that, game. All you had to do was just watch the stream and just chill and be cool and comment and chat with everybody else. But you decided to throw $5 my way? What am I gonna put that to? A pack of gum. I be chewing a lot of gum. When I'm at work. What else could I do with that? I could put that towards the other money I have. Buy myself some pizza. I could get some Whataburger. Maybe some Wendy's. Maybe a Baconator. I could get me, some ice cream or some frozen yogurt. I could also, I could put that towards some extra other funds I got. I could get me some birria fries from Dripped Birria. Those are some good eats. Okay, real quick, let me see if I can find this panel. Big thanks to you, Duro. Duro? I'm not butchering your name. I'm just gonna convince myself that I'm not. Does anybody know what episode that is? I know it's season 1, but maybe, is it near the end? Jay, have you been brushing your waves? Yeah, I actually need to cut my hair. Low-key tonight. He lucky I got bills to pay, otherwise I'd throw down. Frozen yogurt, like non-fat Greek yogurt? Nah, like froyo. Like basically ice cream, but not ice cream. Actually, since you said non-fat Greek yogurt, I could get some non-fat Greek yogurt, vanilla flavor, with some granola. And keep it in my mini fridge. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna look for this panel. But it's somewhere. I'm gathering 145 panels. You good? Thank you. I'll be going now. I do not expect her to return. That decision is hers alone to make. You must let her know she did not fail. He actually does this, by the way. Whether she chooses to fight alongside us in the war or not, Code will stand with her. I don't know how you can stand with her if she's not fighting in the first place, though. Let me chill on him. You saw him, Lord Oliviera. You felt his chi. He's greatly suppressing it. It's nothing like what I experienced 3 days ago. Now tell me, what has God shown you? Shown you about him? I cannot hide my concern. I will not have a world where I outlive my sister's son. Hold up, W foreshadowing, because this nigga's for sure dead. If he's not dead, he might be in a coma or something. And he just like, yo, Mikhail is so funny. This nigga, okay, if Shay, hold on, wait. Actually, let me scroll down. If Shay is always aura farming, this nigga Mikhail is always humble farming. Every panel he always humble. What brand do I normally eat? It's the one from HEB where I live at. Something like that towards the end of season 1. Yeah, I think that's where it is too. It's because it's literally like a city sort of panel, and then they're like actually discussing. Actually, I think it might have been. Let me actually try. Because they were discussing, and I think it was actually end of season 1, where we see Galliard actually talk. It could be 42 and it could be 44. Okay, not there. Not here. Here it is. It is here. Okay. Tokyo. So yes. So Code HQ is actually in Tokyo, but they had the meeting in Shinjuku. Got you. Is that Mount Fuji? Yo, I'm gonna let you know right now, if this is what I think it is, this mountain is getting blown the fuck up. In my story, this whole thing gone. I can't wait to write that part. I don't know how good I'm gonna do it. Yo, this hella does it look like this over there? This look more futuristic than normal. Look at the plane in the background. This whole mountain is gone though. That'd be panel guess. Okay, but anyway, Mikhail's always humble farming. The blind often see more than the sighted, Chairman Ross. This is such a blind nigga trope. I cannot tell you what I've seen, for it will overcome you with more fear. I don't want to speak on that one. But what I can share is a phrase I have heard repeated since the moment I stood before him. The rod of man. This was fire. This connection was fire. And my review of this part was also pretty good. Also pretty good. No self-glaze intended. Alright, 615 Shinjuku, Tokyo. I really like the way Brent drew this area. Like, I know one thing I will say is Brent's environmental drawing feels very 2D, but the way he uses color still makes it pop. I don't know how to describe it. I'm gonna need that panel for a wallpaper. What episode is that? 42. We might see a new Ross family member next season. Shit, potentially. The way it's looking, that nigga's dead. Oh, let me heart this. Art. Wait, Jay, you're writing your own story. Let us know when you finish and willing to publish it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put it on YouTube. It's gonna get done in like a what if style on YouTube. Everybody will see it. Everybody will be able to hear me voice it. What was I gonna say? Oh, let's say Brent's and why are so work can feel very 2D, but the way he uses color allows it to pop regardless. And then I'm gonna say use 115 shop as example. W note taking. Konnichiwa. Sumimasen. Haiten shitu imasu. Y'all like my Japanese? Look how she looks at him. Huh? This was also a good panel. I like seeing Baby Shay and May. This also means that she likely visited them in Trinidad, but it was clear that Demaya and May were friends from season 2. Look at this nigga, bro. Look, he just always looks so angry. Ohayo gozaimasu. I'm sorry, I failed to protect her. What is this generation? Already so battered at such a young age. My husband was right, you look so much like them, but clearly you take after your mother. W tears. I can see why all she does is talk about you. You're more than just handsome, you're a truly kind boy. Hold up. See, if this was me, I would have been like, wait, she talk about me? Let me stop. She's a warrior, son. Her wounds are a product of the profession she chose. You owe me no apology, but thank you. I might have to take this into account when I write. This is actually fire. Hold up. This is really fire. I gotta remember this. Kleps, remind me of this part in episode 115. I got a very specific character this would go crazy for. I gotta change the wording though. I don't want to get hit with no copyright. She is strong, stronger than I was, so I do not dishonor her. So I do not dishonor her with overbearing concern. Is she here, mother? Yes, she's in the dining area. I decided to keep my store closed until she's ready. She's not making no bread. Let me chill. I do not hope you. Let me chill. I do hope your presence will do her some good. She avoids any contact with others as much as she can, even me. She hasn't told me anything about the battle since she's been home. All I know is my child went out whole and returned to me in pieces. She's not talking about physically, she's talking about mentally too. She's talking about mentally because, you know, her mind is broken. Her will is shattered. Look, y'all gotta look at the deeper meanings in some of these words. Peep it. It was a pleasure meeting you. Please excuse me. Grab. Ooh, stop. I love this metaphor right here. Spring water is as new life to a wilting flower, but to leaves scorched by the sun, no amount of water can restore. Soft words may return her to her former glory and heal her wounds, but the scars will forever burn. This was fire. This was fire. Brent did his thing with this one. I might have to actually do a part where I Sorry, I'm jotting something down. How do you spell her name? Damaya? Tamia, I think. Damaya's flower metaphor as example. Alright, we're already at the 3-hour mark. Her hair design is fire, I agree. Off topic, but what is your top 10 anime? I won't even say, I don't even have a really top 10 right now. I will let you know that I'm reading Bungo Stray Dogs, and the way the story is written, I think it might be in my top 10. Or, yeah, the way the story is written, it might be in my top 10. I want to read some more, or I want to watch some more anime, so I do have some other stuff planned. Some plan to like watch and like actually make a good top 10. But I want to watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I know that's a really good one. I've seen some clips from it. I've seen a lot of clips from it, so I know some of the context too. Off of trying to watch it myself, so I think that might end up being in my top 10. I personally wouldn't put any of the big 3 in my top 10, but I do see why they would be there. Imagine an alternative universe where Andrea worked for Veal. Unreal. That would be like, that would almost mean it just wouldn't work. It wouldn't work with her character unless Leo worked for him as well, which could make more sense. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood in my top 5, my favorite power system. W Law of Equivalent Exchange. Yeah, it just doesn't work with her character. Especially with like the importance of this episode and like how losing to Goro broke her. It doesn't fit. Unless like Leo was also like, unless Leo became the new Veal, basically, and how the way Leo is like praised, it would be inversely, he would be feared, right? And so we could take that and say, okay, Leo still died, let's just say by like Kevin or Vatic or whoever you want to say. And then Andrea is now seen as the new Leo, right, of Veal's ranks. That would be an interesting concept. That's how you do it. If you're gonna make changes like that in stories, you have to do them properly. I watch way too many what ifs to know that. Well, actually, I don't watch them anymore, but you get the point. All right, my nigga Shay walking in. She slapped that. What y'all think? What y'all think she drinking here? Let me know some. Look at how he looks. He doesn't look judgmental. He looks concerned. Look at how concerned he looks. Look at her. She finished her food. She's still sipping on drink though. And look at how depressed she is. Oh my goodness, what did they do to you? Just wallowing in sadness and despair. He creaks. I mean, the floor creaks. She notices him. I think I reread this specific episode of Feud like a week or two ago, maybe. And the reason Andrea doesn't notice him is because he's suppressing his chi, right? You could even say he has it fully shrouded right now. Actually, both of these niggas said Henny. Y'all are crazy. You said how would it work though? I mean, I just described it. Like, so you would basically show, it would go all the way back to Leo being discovered in the army. That's kind of where it would, like, that's where the initial change happens, right? You could either have Leo be discovered and taken by Thanatos and his forces at some point. You could have Leo be beaten by Thanatos or by Cain and have him taken then, and then you could kind of have him sort of be brutalized or whatever. You could even have Leo you could even have Leo decide to convert, right? Crazy, but they all body swaps with Leo somehow? Nah. I don't see that one. I think body swapping is it's not a bad concept, I just don't like it. Like, I don't like it for this series. Like, it doesn't feel right. The only character I would accept that from is Vayal to the kid, and even then I still hate it. But yes, at some point earlier, Leo would become a part of Kane's army. Whether it be Vatic, whether it be Kevin, whether it be like any of the god tier at that point, Kane would die and Leo would die, right? And then, but then you could even say that Elsa still stays with Leo. I know it's weird. But you could almost still say it. But that's the initial point, and then blah blah blah. Everything happens. They still have Jamie. They still have Andrea. And then Andrea dies, or Leo dies, and then Andrea is given Thanatos, or is given Ilios, right, instead of Shay. Like with these changes, you also have to think about like other characters. Like Shay shouldn't get Ilios. He should get Vinter. He should get Hisame instead, right? Like that's how it should work. He should, but then there's also the fact that Kane's dying later, so Shay might not even be the next Thanatos vessel, but I still think he would fit. I still think he would be. But yeah, but then he would have Hisame instead of Ilios. Yeah, it's just like things like that. Like when you do a change like that, you have to look at all of what it affects. But Andrea joining or being a part of Thanatos' army at any point outside of it stemming from the fact that Leo was in the army first just doesn't work. It doesn't fit her character. It doesn't fit how she's like molded. You have to go further back for it to make sense. And that goes with like almost any change. Shay. Sorry, I like how they both apologize here. And they both look away because they're nervous. I should have knocked. It's good to see you. I called. Sorry. Must have missed him. 8 months is a long time. She wanted to say he looked good, but she said strong instead. It's been nice catching up. You can go now. Fuck out of here. And she's like, fuck ass nigga. Look how she swats him away, bro. And he don't really give a full care. Enough. You've seen what you've come to see. There's nothing good left here. This place is for wasted warriors to be left alone. You do not belong here. It's bad enough having you see me like this. Now go. I don't need your pity. Look at him, still just sad for her. Look at this. No, actually, you can't even see the eye. Alright, she stomped. Because my nigga stayed right where he was. He not going nowhere. He real. Why are you still here? I told you there's nothing to see here. The person you're looking for is dead. She died in that battle the moment she lost. I might have to use this too. It's kind of tough. When faith is put into a Thomas, that faith is supposed to be certain. It was... One thing I will say about Andrea's character with this whole sequence is like... It kind of shows you what just one ancestor or one relative can really do to like family legacy. Especially like in fiction like this. Like when we see Andrea yell in this episode, it feels real. Like it doesn't feel forced at all. It feels very authentic. And it's because of who Leo is in the verse. Like he's the pinnacle of like human decency and standards, right? Fighting for good as opposed to evil, right? And when you have a literal grandchild of his fighting to do the same, who's looked up to him her entire life, fail, it makes sense that it weighs so heavy on her. And that's why this is one of the best episodes this season. When faith is put into a Thomas, that faith is supposed to be certain. It was my task to secure that location, and I failed. The granddaughter of the great Leo Thomas expected to measure up to the mark he set. I should have known I would never make it, and all of you watched me gasping at the air like a fool. Now, this is more personal and feels a little off because Shay and the others are kind of doing the same thing. Especially like when we look at Tevin and how he views the world, similar to Leo in terms of how he views death and his ideals. Shay is literally Leo's successor, so this almost feels disingenuous to the others because she's doing this, but so are they. How can I go on like this? What security can I offer anyone? Granddad would have never failed a task like that. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, Granddad also did use Ilios State. You didn't use it. She only used 5%. Now, I understand why she didn't use Ilios State. Like, the flames didn't affect him, and she probably would have ran out stamina a little bit faster, but she was able to endure. I mean, we also actually see what flames, especially condensed fire and heat, can do to Goro. So, like, I don't know, man. Maybe the outcome would have been a little different if she actually used the state, but that's just me. Don't hate me. Granddad gave people hope and peace with his power. They wouldn't worry knowing he was around. What good am I to Code if I can no longer be trusted to defeat a single enemy? He was so strong, Shay. Whatever that monster was, I never stood a chance. I used everything I taught myself over the years. He just wouldn't go down. This kind of shows how, not this. This almost shows that it's more common for Kimios to train themselves than to be trained. This also kind of adds to why a god tier doesn't train, because like the likelihood of like what's the word I want to use? It's like the standard for Kimios strength goes up the more like the higher or the more likely wait, hold on. No, I think I had it right the first time. I guess the more Kimios are trained by stronger individuals, the higher the standard becomes for or like the more regular it becomes for Kimios to be strong and on that level, right? But yes, tell myself, you just want to go down. Why did you even come here? Nobody was supposed to see me like this. I thought my will's stronger, but look how fragile I am. Man. Rest in peace, Andrea, bro. She not dead, but she might as well be. I'm ashamed of myself. I can't live up to this name. It's far too heavy. I can't bear to stand before the pack anymore. What good is a broken sword? What good is a broken sword? This is great. This is a great like metaphor from her, right? Again, she's not just broken physically, she's broken mentally. Well, you said Iron Gaki versus Rokash, who are you betting on? Rokash due to corrosion? By technicality, Goro is supposed to not be able to die because he's immortal, blah, blah, blah. But in my ranking of him and the other characters, Rokash would technically kill Goro more or sooner than Goro would kill him. So I would give that win to Rokash as well. But technically Goro can die, so he would out stamina him, but if it is anywhere possible in the verse for characters like Goro who are immortal to sort of have their chi run down and like their immortality fade, I think Rokash could also do that as well, especially with his eyes. Especially if he like gets like a multi-angle on Goro to kind of eviscerate him from like different angles and destroy and ensure every part of him is actually destroyed. I think that could kind of add to what was supposed to happen to Goro or to Konos, in my opinion. That's me though. You took a god tier level opponent. Oh wait, I didn't read this part. Am I I'm the shame of the Thomas family, aren't I? You took on a god tier level opponent head on and lived. It took the remaining army to take him down, yet you survived alone. Now he's kind of capping here because these niggas got saved. Shay barely did anything. Tevin barely did anything. The remaining army was going to fight him, but then the Codehead showed up. So he kind of capped here. Except this part. She did survive alone. If that is not power, I do not know what it is. It is he who failed to his task to defeat you. This is kind of true. I will say that's kind of true, but his task definitely wasn't to kill her definitively. Goro was for sure supposed to fight Bjorn, for sure. I should never have let that happen. All who felt that day did as a result of me not expressing a power I ought to have. Their blood is on my hands, and your scar I take as my own. From this day forward, you will never face an opponent such as that. Oh, hold on. Had to burp. You will never face an opponent such as that again, for I will kill them all before they see light. And with this I vow it. From now on, I will guard your life with my very soul. Now, again, all of this gets like overthrown and usurped by later events in the season, right? I already talked about that in my 161 review, right? We don't got to discuss that. But for what this episode was when we read it, this shit was peak. This was peak. We got the blushing, look, her heart beating, we got the ring. This is a nice ring design too. Iron Gaki is beating Rokash. What are we doing? It's just the way I rank Iron Gaki over certain characters. Or I should say it's the way I rate immortal characters. I take their immortality into account, but Goro has, so by that standard, Goro has like really good what's the term I'm looking for? Stamina and longevity. But in an actual fight with characters like who compare to him, Goro isn't like that strong. So Rokash has like the fighting capacity and the AP to deal with him multiple times over, right? If he were a standard individual, right? So taking that into account, I would rate Rokash, or I would put Rokash over. I would rank Rokash over the Iron Gaki, because somebody like Andrea, if Goro wasn't immortal, could take care of him, right? So if that's the case, somebody like Rokash at his full power could do the same. The only reason I said Rokash can beat Goro is because while Goro can kill somebody like Quill before Quill could technically land a blow on Goro that would be considered a killing blow, whereas Rokash could land multiple killing blows on Goro before Goro could land before Goro could land killing blows on Rokash. That's how I see it. And I'm only seeing it like that because Goro is an immortal character who isn't like Konos, right? Goro's an immortal character who's a lot weaker, even in comparison to others amongst his rank, right? He's more comparable to Andrea than he is to other Gaki and God tier, right? As opposed to Konos, who is immortal but far more comparable to the Gaki and the God tier. Peak ring design. If you stand with me as my own, I promise to keep your blade sharp as you sharpen mine. And if the weight of the name you carry is too much for you to bear, allow me to remove that burden from you. Your hands, they are not for battle, so I will not place this there. Oh, ass nigga. Shay, you're not ashamed of me? Will I not slow you down? Your fight is now my fight. If we come to a wall, we will break it down together. Cap ass nigga. I do not want the best parts of you. I do not desire what they say you're capable of, or what others have claimed your virtue to be. Nor do I yearn for the inward power to overcome weakness you possess. I do not desire that at my side stands a woman who can cut down my foes. But what I desire, Andrea, I hope they don't break up as hell. His hilarious. Is all of you. My nigga said El Riz? Are you looking at this? This is El Riz? My nigga just got a kiss. He was finna smash. Sir, he's on the move. Damn it, can we even keep up with him? No, he's moving at the speed of light. We can barely see him. Sir, he's already... Look, he finna smash. He's finna smash right now. Sir, he's already successfully crossed India. Damn it, someone get me eyes on him now. Where is he heading? Tokyo. He's coming here, sir. Boom. Mama, look. She instantly locked in off the kiss. Mama, are you okay? Yes, baby. What is it? Look at his face. This nigga is never happy. And then that's how the episode ends. I don't think I need to say anything about this one. I don't think I need to say anything about this. Anything? I already have points made about Andrea's character, so I can keep going. She don't know what to do with that. It's crazy. Duro is a bot Kofi fan anyway. Is so crazy. Goro was just there to deal with Bjorn in his immortality. Just so happened he got Andrea. We even see Tevin heals from atomic slashes, so anyone with regen near Konos, not perfect regen, but close. I still got him above Rokash, and Shay not having Riz in this moment is crazy. He bought a crack and he temporarily broke through her depression with words. We even see Tevin heals from atomic slashes, so someone with a regen near Konos. I mean, that's not the point I'm making, though. Shay looks mad, irritated. I'm pretty sure the memes were where he was mad because he was about to smash. Look, that's straight tongue. I wouldn't put nigga. I barely put Goro just above Andrea, if I'm being real. Even Andrea can realistically deal with that nigga, bro. Goro is genuinely only a problem because he has regen. Fuck Goro. Fuck Goro. And fuck every other immortal character that Brent depicts like that too. Because once they're depicted like that, they're immediately a problem for debates because they're immortal. Fuck them all. Fuck Goro, fuck Konos. Chill heals Hoopin, just a terrible matchup. Fuck Goro. I don't give a fuck about him. Fuck him. And he's dead and sealed off. Kofi is a broccoli victim. What are we talking about? Impossible. How are you here? Uncle. This was a clean panel. What is nigga aura farming? Step. Oh, hold up. Look at my nigga Vatic. Look at my nigga Vatic. The Vatic pull up was clean. Had to hold my nigga back. Look. Had to hold my nigga back. Off the pull up. Look at the eel though. Small as hell right now. Is this standard? No, I wouldn't. It's not even standard eel size. Actually, I think there's a species of eel that grow to this size. Y'all let me know something. Stand down, Lord Morales. This was clean. Now, this part, I think I already added this to my notes. I don't want to check, but actually, I don't think I did add it to my notes, but the fact that they have a conversation right here makes me wonder why they didn't have a conversation in episode 128. This was clean though. It hath been many decades since we last stood before one another. Brothers. This also implies that even Kevin and Leo hadn't stood in front of each other in a minute too. This was aura. Look at these niggas. They're twins. These niggas both got their arms crossed. Look. This was so clean. Each of our new vessels. To think, after all these years, our children still fight our brother's evil. I have seen him, and he hath returned with great anger. He was not capping here. I followed your chi here. The power of the sun flows within you. Yet, you are not my brother, Leo Thomas. What is the meaning of this, Vatic? Nigga on hush mode. This nigga was talking cash shit in 128, but he on hush mode because he's sad. I'm not gonna say I hate him, but fuck, bro, he pissed me off. 7 months ago, Aquila, Democratic Republic of the Congo. My lord. Hey, yo, fuck Jabari too. Shout out Zuri though. It hath taken, wait. I want to look at his panel. This is clean. Wait, his eyes are closed. That means he's low-key absorbing this. He's not even looking at it. He might be actually absorbing it through electricity. I didn't think that. It still took him 8 months to do that though. Let me chill. Actually, how much? I'm not sure if it's stated, but he does absorb a lot of information. It has taken us 1 month to download all the files associated with Lord Morales' briefing from this internet thing. Look at how pissed off he is about the internet. Why, bro, this Jabari? I don't know, he just sucked. Thank you. I was so confused why they didn't have a conversation when the gods here were trying to take Shay. Yeah, I came to that that note like I think a month ago. I was like, why he? I was like, why didn't they talk? Like, they did this in one episode. Why didn't they talk later? Wait, they accepted the change in having the talent. Brent said they had the option to grow. Oh, they talking about the height. He said Vatic is handsome. I can't hate. He's the co. Wait. I never understood why the young prefer to peer into a glass that does nothing but tell lies. This is funny only because he's talking about young people, but he's like, this is a good critique. I won't hate him for that. But he's choosing to have this conversation right now when this nigga is definitively older than him? Crazy. Okay, 20 years. This is what it says. Or this is how long it's been. 20 years of data. How long do you suppose it will take the First Lord to review all these documents? That internet thing connects us to the outside world, broadening our understanding of all things. But on whether it has been a curse or a blessing to our people since its inception, I agree with you. See, that's how you like look at it, bro. Like, look at it like that. Just straight hate. It would take a human over 3 years to review all these files. However, I expect Lord Morales to do it in 10 months. In the 8th month, he will learn of the information we may have unwisely kept from him. My nigga was gone for 20 years? My nigga was on the moon for 20 years. That means he missed... Andrea's what, 20... She like 27, 28 by this time? He should have been at Andrea's birth. He should have been around Andrea's birth then. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Dang. Low key, some chapters on on before. I already have notes of this though. But some chapters on before Kofi went to the moon, or before Kevin went to the moon. Fire. That would have been a great concept, bro. My brother is dead? Please, Lord Morales, you must understand. We did this without malice. It was because I know why. W aura effect, you see? Come on. He angry and sad at the same time. I gotta reflect this with my own characters. My power, like a raging storm, cannot be tamed. In my greed to attain mastery, I have only urged its might to become that of a tempestuous storm. See, this wasn't even capitalized on. Like, we don't see this. Like, we only hear about it. But like, what does that actually look like? Was he eager because he looked up to Leo and wanted to be like him? That nigga said, not gonna lie, if I was Kevin, I'd hate my life. That's so funny. That's so funny. I'm not sympathy farming, but I am ugly and that's okay. Life is life. What are we talking about? Yeah, I think that's all I need to say about this one. What you see is not a man, but a testament to my failure. This is deep. And because of this, none, not even those I love, can even put their trust in me. Look to the side. Look, arm, gone. Andrea, your left arm. You appear to have been crying for some time. Who did this to you? Look at the step forward, like he want to reach out and hug her, but he can't. Please, stand back, First Lord. Get any closer, and your chi alone will kill that human. W spiritual pressure. Demaya. Did I spell her name right? Hold on, let me look. I missed an A. Did Kevin always have his talent? We don't know. Can't even talk to the Kim Yo Hus for 20 years? Yo, that's crazy. Oh, we don't know. I'm assuming he has had it. He just awakened it. Whoops. He just awakened it later. But we don't know. Back then, you took your stand protecting us to your own detriment. I always thought one day I would repay the debt. That one day I would risk my very life for yours. Look at little Kevin. This is so real. The fact that he remembers this is kind of nice too. Look, I like that Brent redrew this scene from season 1. Let's actually go peep that real quick. I think I mentioned this in the season review too. Let's go peep that real quick. That should be right. That should be like Loki right here. Okay, well, there's no equivalent. But, I mean, he was mobbing with these boys. Like, this nigga is 8. He just burned the nigga head off. This nigga's whole upper torso is on fire. Look, literally on fire. He's finna burn this nigga. I didn't even really notice this when I first read it. He kicked him away. I thought he was just like stepping back on some swag avoidance shit. No, he for sure kicked him, and his immediate retaliation is to burn his head. Look at the trajectory. Look, burnt corpses. Just charred these niggas. Look at what he did to these niggas, bro. Look. 8. Mobbing niggas, bro. Real. I do like that he redrew this though. We don't see this guy. We don't see this guy. But this is a cool visual. Like this when it really started. It's like, nah, don't touch my bitch. Let me chill, they're kids. But that was never meant to be. What have I become? My brother is dead and I could not even bury him. Leo, oh how my soul is broken, brother. You protected me back then and I could not save you. When I had no power of my own, you bled for me. This is so deep. All that is left for me is to mourn with my family, yet my apology alone endangers their lives. What have I done? Why have you cursed me with this strength, Father? He's actually yelling to God. This is also deep. This is actually, Pennywise, is that you? I'm gonna use this as a note for biblical references later. So Kevin became a sentinel by utilizing his talent incorrectly. He tried to use it like a state talent, but he's a power and speed talent. That's a take. That's like a fair assessment. We don't know what type the Katagita talent has. I personally agree that it's power and speed, or power and haste. I think it fits for how the depiction of Havoc is used and how it's mentioned in that episode. Is that one? That's not 132. That's 139. I think that's like a fair assessment. If he is a state talent, I'm not really sure what he would have did wrong to cause such an incorrectness. You said he should do a short series on how each god tier got their rank. He should, but you know, Mr. Lazy Bones. Let me chill on him. But if only. Why is bro sad he didn't even see them when he had the chance? He wasn't that busy. It's because he's ordered to stay on the moon. Right? The only reason he was even gonna leave his post was because he felt what he assumed to be Leo being in trouble, which just wasn't the case. It actually was Shay, right? But outside of that, he wouldn't have left. He wouldn't have left. But I mean, he grew up with Leo, his sister. He was at least present for Andrea's birth. That's why she knows about him. He knows about her. He knows Demaya's first name. So these are his family members, and he can't hug them without killing Demaya because his talent is unstable. Um, um, he wasn't around for Leo's death. He hasn't seen his niece in years. Like, he's aware of why he has to be on the moon and away from society, but that doesn't stop him from being like sad about it, like, or unhappy about it, right? Especially because he doesn't know what really led to this sort of outcome. Like, he does, but he doesn't at the same time, right? Like, he was like, this would be different if he had an entirely different talent, but he has one of the strongest talents in the verse, and instead of utilizing it as like max efficiency or max optimization, he basically broke it. Like, he broke it and broke himself in a way. So you gotta think of it like that. Is it for the sin of my greed to possess all its power for myself? I do think like this should have been like had a deeper look. I'm gonna melt this as well. Wait, deeper look at why Kevin mentioned. I do plan to talk about Kevin in my review, so this is definitely helpful. Looking at like another aspect of what we could talk about. Deeper look at why Kevin mentions greed in relation to his power. I feel Kevin's pain. I'd crash out too, but I think Kevin should put his sadness and anger into ending this war. I don't know, man. It seems like it doesn't seem like, I'm not gonna say it doesn't seem likely. It's just, I don't want to say, it doesn't feel in his character. Like, it's not like he's not Shay. Like, he's not Shay or he's not Leo. Like, actually, yeah, he's not Leo. Like, Leo lost his mentor actively and like was able to use that as a way to push forward and defeat Cain. But like, Kevin's slightly younger than Leo, and clearly, like, from how it's depicted, like, didn't even go through the same sort of like pacing as Leo. So it makes sense that he's not like Leo in that regard. Like, especially because he's been isolated for years too. Like, he knows why, but that doesn't mean like he's like happy about it. Right? Yeah. My lord, please, code stands because of you at our side. I now know that you understand our choices, and I have no right to request your aid, but there is a greater evil at hand who you must help us defeat. My aid? What help can I offer mankind? I think I mentioned this in the review that this is actually like Andrea's sort of mentality from the last episode, but like enhanced. I am a danger to you all. Look. I told you this nigga Brant only draws shade. Jeez. He only draws shade aura farming. He got the shield out with the blue flames to ensure nobody gets burned. Just aura farming. I'm sorry. I can't control any of this. I failed to achieve what Leo maintained for his entire life. I am no asset but a grand liability. Code has gone above and beyond to keep me at peace when I should be the one fighting for them. My existence hinders the vision. I should not be here, much less alive. And then he fucking dips. Uncle, no, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Look, pissed off. He pissed off because the plane just got fucked. Whole plane gone. Oh, I forgot there was more. Hold up. I low-key forgot this part. My subjects. I thought loyalty had died with my generation, with my brothers. But you have held faith in my plans, have almost blindly followed me. This deserves no small praise, so we celebrate. The unworthy proprietors of this world will soon give it back to us. However, I cannot repay your faith in my current state. I have been asleep for far too long, thus my strength has waned. The traitors this world praises as the first man will come for me. My brothers plan to silence me while I am weak, once and for all. They do not seek your prosperity, but I do. Yet I have succumbed to hiding from their blades. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. I cannot stop them without the chi needed to perfect my abilities. Oh, this also actually I don't think I mentioned this, but this could also mean that not only is the Thanatos talent stronger with more chi, it's easier or it's harder to like master his abilities with less chi. You could technically say that. Kind of like how earlier how I mentioned the reanimation jutsu in Naruto could in theory allow like something like Sage Mode to be a lot easier to use due to like mass amount of the mass amount of chakra the individual has, so they have less to worry about in regards to needing the not needing like needing, but I think it's KNEADING, the perfect amount, like with their own chakra pool. Food for thought. The only thing standing in the way of my new world is them. If they are not rooted out, all that you have done thus far will have been for naught. Without my powers, I cannot defeat them, especially as the boy of flame has grown stronger than I am. Clear sign that Thanatos is weaker than Shay. I don't think this wasn't bad off the rip, but it may have been a little bad to say it outright. Because like this remains true for basically the entire season. Like Shay only gets stronger as the season goes on. Yeah, like Shay only grows stronger as the season goes on. This is why we celebrate. Your sacrifice will propel me to this victory. The wine and meats you enjoyed before this meeting were all poisoned. You have all been handpicked, having greater chi deposits than many subjects. I would hate to be these niggas. He offed them all because they all had more chi. Not because they were weaker, they literally had more chi than everybody else. None of you possess a talent capable of detecting poison or reversing necrosis. This is certain death. The foundation of any world is built on the backs of soldiers. You lot are no different. This was a good dialogue too. And look, he tries to off him, and the little snake, boom, got that nigga gone. Please, you were supposed to set us free. It is I who must be set free from death, and I will use every morsel of your offering to achieve that goal. This actually feeds into the you see how I use the word offering? This also feeds into the false god idea that I've brought up a couple times. But instead of an offering being granted to him willingly, he basically killed and forced an offering. As your chi nourishes this body, your blood will not go to waste. I have prepared a feast for you, Veggies. Eat and be strengthened. You are no use to me as you are. I really thought we was gonna see him in this old-timey fit for longer with the swords on his back. This was a wasted fit. Why did he put Vale in that like nursing fit? Like that like, I don't even know the word I want to use. I think everything I mentioned is already been noted. Thanatos looked chopped. Bremby having Shay aura farming like Piccolo. Nah, Kevin Loki just wants a fade to run. Thanatos fake as hell. I have to see Kaguya face. I want to start beef with Gojo stands. Why do you have the glass? Did I miss something? That's funny. Oh, hello, decrepit Vale. What a way to say it. Alright, we what? 4 episodes in now? Almost 4 hours in. I might do 4 or 5. I might do like 2 more episodes. I'll do like 2 more episodes after this one. I'm gonna drink some water though. I like to start this episode too. Low key? Hold on, what time is it? It's 7? Fuck. I had to text my friend. She don't know I'll be streaming. I don't know why. I'm trying to let her know. Well, till me and Jay enter The story Nobody's Safe? What are you talking about? He said we running fades all day. I'm not saying I'm running fades all day, but based on Kenyo's stamina, we technically could. Hello. But like, bro, like in 144 and 145, the bad guys were right there. Why are we talking? Why is there conversation happening? Fight. Do your job. Like, if I was there, yeah, I'd be a little scared, but like, it's my job, bro. Like, I gotta fight. Especially if I have the experience, bro. Like, let me get in the mix. Let me get in the mix. Cause these niggas are talking for way too long. We let this nigga Thanatos talk and glorify his own name and yada yada yada. This nigga Berto just didn't. Oh my goodness, this nigga Berto yapped and then got shot like, and then transformed and then Gerd the whole time. See you, Ronan. Shout out to you for being here. Appreciate you. Jay, you don't got hands like that. I'll let you interpret how you think I am in a combat sense. I have nothing to prove. It's YouTube, nigga. This place again? Hello, Shay. There you are. This nigga, look, this nigga's so happy to see him. Sit down. Good to see you again. How are you? Tired. How could that be? You only just started. If I remember correctly, you're the one who prayed. Wait, you're the one who prayed that you'd be helpful. Why did he write it like that? Why did he write it like that? Look at how he's glowing. This for sure means he was dead. Seems you are correct. I suppose it's not tiredness, but more diminished faith. I can't see any of this happening. I can't see myself being good enough to finish this. Well, if that were the case, then the one who sees and knows all wouldn't have picked you. Do you think he would make a mistake? And Shay had no response but like some tears. One thing I think would have been, I'm not gonna say would have been a little bit better, but I definitely would have liked another interaction like this from Shay and his brother after 140, like kind of around 144, 145-ish. But like instead of Shay booming everybody, it's kind of like on like a forced dream almost. Or like instead of like literally everybody getting boomed, Shay's about to like try and off everybody, but his soul is basically snatched up. And God is like, hey bro, you need to chill. I know what you're about to do. You need to chill. With like him like standing there. It would have been kind of nice. This is the second time I'm seeing you, but you never introduced yourself, so I don't know who you are. Look at how like he stands up so swiftly and cleanly and smoothly. Must be a Heart Clan thing. Yes you do, big brother. Huh? There will come a time when you will be forced to face me head on. The body that will stand against you, it will only be an empty shell. You must put it to rest. It will hurt you it will hurt you to your heart greater than you've ever known, but know that I will feel no pain. For I am in this place and I am at rest. Soon the time will come for you to join us, but until that time, fight, Shayheart. I like this part. Look, this nigga, look. He's standing there, menacingly. Hold on, wait. You versus one of the GTs, nothing but hands. Who you beating? Who am I beating? Man, fuck Reed. Reed can catch these hands. Jay is a swordsman. I think I got a nice bag of like hands work and like swordplay. But I'm not as strong as I would want to be to like actually wield a sword. To the skill, I would also want to wield it. But I can wield one with like decent, like a good level. Jay gonna beat me up, man. He knows kickboxing? Nah, I don't know kickboxing. But I will actually kick you in the legs. It's just a good weak point. Jay got a switch in his back? No, I don't own a gun. If I did, I wouldn't use it. Definitely not a switch though. Definitely not a switch though. Oh, my dad owns a lot of guns. I think he promised me one in his will. I think I told him I wanted one. If I'm remembering right, I should get that one too. All right, we got one day later. Code mission Armageddon Phase 1. We never got out of this phase, by the way. Never got out of Phase 1. We only ever stayed in Phase 1. Well, does this imply that the Gaki's body has no soul, just an empty husk? Kind of came to a living talent? Potentially. When I first did the review of this part, I did say that it may be possible that his body is like actually a vessel for the Dothanil talent somehow. He said like, bro, be normal. Bro, he's not normal though. Like, he's just so unnormal. And not gonna lie, Brent Loki should have raised it a little bit right up here to match like how it should look. But that's an art critique, and I'm not an artist, so. Next stop, Shinjuku Shobosho? Shobosho? Brent was able to draw this so well because he went to Japan. It's definitely different when you're writing something and you've been in a place. You can like really see it and like draw it a lot better. This is Andrea's. Andrea has had a lot of fits this season for no reason. Welcome back, Madam Thomas. Thank you for letting me rejoin the ranks, Chairman. I don't deserve to be reinstated. I'm assuming she keeps her similar rank here. On the contrary, you've been through more than enough. Code is honored that your decision was to aid us. And my uncle... Now, I do have an opinion here, and I think I'm going to make it in my notes. Wait. Oh, you said, I see what you're saying. He pulled hella references. Yeah. Thomas Family Drip. Brent had to get his ore count in. That's funny. I think I already have this in my script notes, but I'm gonna make another one here. Just to say it on stream. The moment, or I should say it like this, instead of like this sequence, and of course I'll read it. This sequence should have led into a Kevin and Leo flashback. This sequence should have led into a Kevin and Leo flashback. I think 117 should have been that instead. Yeah, I'll just say it like that. I hate Kevin TBH. That's so crazy. I mean, you're not the only one who clowns on him, so. About what? What you mean? Or simply relating to his power, or simply... Huh? Yeah. 117 should have for sure been a flashback. About what? Oh, about the flashback? Like, as in, like, oh, what it should have been about? 1 second. So, last episode, we literally see Kevin yelling out about, crazy that that's how the episode starts. Yelling about, mourning, like, being sad about Leo. I think, here, I'll say it like this. There's a couple things it could have been about. I think the best direction you can take for it following episode 116 is having a younger Kevin. The age doesn't fully matter, um, but we should have had a younger Kevin who looked up to Leo, who saw the power he achieved with his own talent and tried to achieve the same thing, right? That should have been 117, right? That should have been 117. And then at like somewhere halfway or near the end of the episode, you can have Kevin, breaking his body and Leo trying to sort of keep him together by hugging him, right? Like, there's no reason to have Kevin be sad and mournful about missing Leo and then also showing the fact that he hates how he's ended up and then not show a flashback in relation to either of those events. We were already told that was it season 2, but when is it mentioned? I think it's episode, no, it's not 46. It's that meeting episode. I forgot the number. But we're already told of the condition that Kevin is in. We should have been shown that how that happened. And adding Leo in only makes sense because this entire like sequence of events is because of how Kevin was influenced by Leo, right? It only makes sense for Kevin to want to be like Leo, even if he's not that much younger than him. Kevin wants to be like Leo and then have him try and achieve a power like him just for him to do it incorrectly or not in the correct way because his talent doesn't function the same, however you want to look at it. Just for him to utterly destroy his own body, right? This would have... The grander outcome of this, like Andrea, it would have been like another outlook on what Leo's influence actually does to people on an individual level. It's specifically the people he's close with. We see how Leo affected the God tier with Minamoto. Minamoto basically reformed him, right? He beat his ass, sent him to jail, and then when he came out of jail, he was the only one there who thought, hey, you know what? Your power is great. Take this piece from me and use it for good instead. We know how he spiritually affected Bjorn, converting him to Christianity, right? Showing him the Gospels and Bjorn describing as it making sense, right? But outside of those are like sort of positive outcomes. But we should also see negative outcomes. We just saw Andrea confessing to Shay about how she felt, how she was the shame of the Thomas family, her name being too heavy. Why are we not seeing something similar with Kevin? Kevin is also admitting similar feelings, expressing similar things. Why are we not seeing him sort of looking up to Leo and then trying to emulate him power-wise and then failing? Why are we not seeing the sort of grandiose negative aspects of what looking up to Leo looks like in the verse? That is great writing. It actually takes an insight on your characters and shows that just because we all look up to Leo Thomas doesn't mean that all of our individuals' experiences looking up to him will end the same. Minamoto got his ass beat. Bjorn became a Christian, and Kevin is his actual relative, but he basically got the worst outcome from looking up to Leo. I would have loved, and it just only makes sense for us to explore that concept. Jay, what's your favorite wrestler in WWE? I'm gonna say Cold Stone Steve Austin. But I actually never watched WWE, so that's not really fair to say. I don't actually watch WWE, but if I had to pick, I'd pick him. Let's go back to where I was. And my uncle, he's currently unreachable, but we have eyes on him. W satellites. He's currently orbiting Mercury. He put a planet's distance between us and him. From now, he seems safe, but we have no hopes of getting in contact with him. I suppose he just needs some time, but even though we need him, we will not disturb him. Hey bro, I'm sending missiles to that nigga away. We need your help. Come back. We need you. Jay better writer than Brent? Question mark? Yo, relax. There are only certain aspects that I know just work better because of I don't know. I've written. I mean, I have written stuff, but I've read a lot of stuff. I watched a lot of stuff, and analyzing Ordeal the way I'm forced to with what I do now allows me to see things from a better perspective. I'm not gonna say I'm a better writer because there are certain things that I'm not the best at. Like, okay, anybody can foreshadow something, but I'm not the best at like big payoffs or things like that. I'm not a grandiose writer, blah blah blah. But having read the story multiple times, having analyzed multiple panels, having looked at interactions over and over again, I just know how it should be perceived by the audience. Like, I know what should work. We're also being told things, like we're already like things are already teased and shown in the story or told to us in the story. All Brent has to do is capitalize on them. That's just a natural progression of story writing as a whole. If I tell you something, let's just say I tell you, if I write a 3-book trilogy, if I tell you something in book 1, but we don't see it in book 1, you might expect it to be in book 2. But if it's not in book 2, you will expect it to be in the final book. And if it's not there, what was the point of introducing it? I think that's what they call Chekhov's gun. Kind of like if you introduce a concept, what was the point of it? That's just a natural progression of how things are supposed to go. If I tell you something, or if I show you something, there should be some form of payoff. Some form, whether it's grand, whether it's small, or I should say minimal, it should be present. And I'm not saying that everything Brent introduces should be paid off sooner, but I will say that it makes more sense for certain things to happen sooner than later. There's no reason for Leo and Kevin, like, backstory or interaction to be put off so late when we got Minamoto like introduced as a character in season 2, and then we actually see him interacting with people in season 2. And then we get backstory behind him and Leo. The same thing for Bjorn. Bjorn is introduced in season 2. We actually see him interact with characters in season 2, and then we get knowledge on his interaction behind, or his past interactions with Leo. We don't even need to see it for it to be right? There's like 2 different interactions that we know of, with him getting Vinter and him helping him and him becoming a Christian after, interacting with him, right? Explaining to him the Gospels, right? We don't even need to see a flashback for that to just make sense, right? But like the flashback between Veol and Sabito already teased in season 1 and season 2. Why haven't we seen it yet? The longer we wait to see certain things, the less relevant they become. Hold on. What? Oh, I just didn't read this. The RNG to have 2 G4 wielders in the same family, kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Yeah. I can imagine the horror on Leo's face, especially if has an inner reflection at that moment on what his own powers could have done if used improperly. That's also really good. It would also show just how great mindset influences a Kima's abilities. That's also good. Not gonna lie, I hate how Brent added Ronin Shay into season 2 and 3. It lacks surprise. No, I don't hate it. It fits. He was already shown in the first episode. I'm not gonna talk about Minamoto versus Bjorn. He was already shown in the first episode. Like, I like the gradual progression of our knowledge on what Shay will become, right? I feel like it fits how the story is written. Like, it feels right. What doesn't feel right is forcing it, right? It's like it's nice seeing that sort of like that like insight, like, oh, okay, like this is what Shay becomes. Like, okay, like we see it in season 2, we see the actual future mode, actual flash forward, and then we see it again with the little girl who can see people's paths, right? That's a really good way to do it. We see it again with we see it in season 1 with Kanahime. We see it again with that scene getting slightly more context, with him also wielding Zahara in that scene, and having the Eye of Time, of course. But it should kind of stay like that until we get there, right? There's a picture that I think it exists on Brent's Instagram still, where we see like Shay at different points in his life, and I feel like the version of Shay that we really are missing before we get to Ronin is that like hobo long-haired Shay. That's the real transitional version of Shay I think we need before Shay is and is more of a fully realized version of himself and his future, right? But I feel like we're getting like, as outside of like the actual visuals, we're getting sort of too many active hints as to what Shay will become, and that's what really takes away from the surprise. That's just me though. Did I read this? Yes I did. Okay, he notices the ring. And I see you have found something new to live for. Congrats. Yes, thank you, sir. A black obsidian ring. Oh, I can't use obsidian no more. I was gonna do obsidian for my own character. Can't do it anymore. Gotta use something else. Infused with chi for durability. I can sense his chi within it. That won't break anytime soon. Chi comes from the soul, so this promise was made with strands of his own soul, and I trust him to keep it. Man, you shouldn't have did that. Man, you shouldn't have did that. That nigga failed you, Aldridge. Hey, what drink y'all get in the back? Hey, yo, hold up. Is that? This has 3 marks. Yo, they finna get this nigga, bro. Monster is finna get this nigga. But, I think I like one of these 3 right here. This look like, what does this look like? This looks like 7-Up. It also looks like a Fanta. I might try one of these down here. Think they take Apple Pay? Might try this one up here. If I got a bag, I'm gonna get water. I'm gonna try one of these. I'm gonna try one of these. I'm gonna try this. I don't drink energy drinks like that, for real. Question mark? Oh. Maybe you can't see it. Like this right here, like that's a monster. That's for sure a monster. That's for sure a monster energy drink. What drink y'all getting though? Unless the question mark was about the ring. Then I feel like that's obvious for you specifically. Moving on. Good morning, everyone. I know you are all aware of your duties, but I chose to personally come wish you good luck as Japan has been my home for many years. We thank God that Commander Henley has recovered and returned to lead us once again. Hey, yo, this nigga and everybody here, gone. Yo, got Dasani right next to it? Wait, is that what that is? That is Dasani, huh? This nigga Brent slick as hell, bro. Like, I didn't peep none of this the first read through. But that's how you know, like, he's pulling from direct experience. You know, that means this machine damn near had exactly this. And he probably had a picture up for even better depiction. Look at the stairs in the back. This is a great scene, low-key. Like, look at how bright this is. These guys are very clearly in the front, in the foreground. Like, everything about this image is right. I like that. Anyway, these guys dead. Wait, he said commanding officer of this mission, still dead. Many of the locations we aim to hit in the first step of Armageddon have already been cleared of civilians. If we plan to attack with weapons free, we cannot risk casualties. This mission involves Titan activity identified within and about the Yamanote line of the subway. We believe they have been transporting persons of high interest as well as what appears to be highly radioactive material. I wonder what this is. Persons of high interest. This never gets like any sort of shine. Like this doesn't get any recognition. This part isn't important at all. This is the more important part. This is the more underlying consistency of the season as a whole. But like this, I don't know what this could have been. This could have been Kimyos. This could have been officials. This could have been like people that Thanatos wants to force to work with him and for him, like humans. I don't know what this could have been like. With the evacuation of Tokyo, the Titan forces cannot hide within crowds. Your task is to scour the Yamanote line for Titan activity, taking the war to them. See, this is what I mean by the plot. Like Shay and Tevin's like actions and missions are directly centered around the plot. You said, is that Johan? No, it's not Johan. No, that's not Johan. because this fits into the. Hold on, let me see if I can find the note. This fits into like the troop reserve, sort of. You know, it kind of fits into that. Shoot first, extract any civilians within harm's reach if possible. Intel indicates you should expect Titan contact. Joking because bro looks just like him. Oh. In this part, wait, that had to stop Tyson from leaking out the truck? That's funny. Shevin and Tate W duo. Shay murking everyone at the mansion was most OD thing so far. Shay could have condensed it more and shot it only at the mansion, kind of like a sniper bullet. That would have been kind of nice. Shay and Anton underrated duo. Them niggas have never worked together. Outside of like the Rokash fight, but I don't count that. Like the final Rokash fight. This was a clean panel too. POTUS provided. Oh wait, I take it back. They did work together. They did against Kaguya. But even still, that's not even them at their max potential. If we're being honest, that's not even max potential duo right there. That was baseline, like the most baseline duo. We didn't even really get Shay like. Shay really ain't like fight Kaguya for real. Like he was really there stopping and intercepting blows. He threw a combo and then into a basically a flamethrower punch move. With Anton kind of like trying to head up more offense, and same with Tevin. My nigga Anton ain't have no shift, no greater staff amp. And then when Tevin got knocked out, Anton took a step back. He didn't even like move more in. He had to check on bro, but like I don't know, he could have helped a little bit more right there too. He could have hit that same little staff spear move that he did later on. That would have been kind of fire a little bit. But it's not necessary. He said, "Yeah." That was hardly a showcase though. They were getting disrespected. Funny. Code has provided 2 S-rank Kimia to assist during this mission. Look, always ore farming. This nigga never not ore farming, but now he got his wife to ore farm too. He said, "Look, babe, this how you do it." Yeah, that's hilarious. Tevin got one shot. He sure did. Knocked the fuck out too. I don't think that would have happened in Rhino Hide. It's because he ain't had no good protection. He had straight face shot, just slept. I hate that for him. S-rank Andrea Thomas and Lord Shayhart have faced powerful followers of Thanatos prior to this mission. Trust their wisdom and we'll all make it home alive. Them niggas did not make it home, Aldridge. Stop. Andrea, the troops are certain to encounter enemies during today's mission. It seems we've already eliminated the foot soldiers and the Titans are getting stronger with every encounter. Consistent Titan upscale, by the way. You did not complete your rehabilitation course at our facility. Are you certain that you're ready? No, physically nor mentally. So, this confirms that Andrea is nerfed. Keep that in mind. However, the fight goes on. There is no time for me to return to an appropriate level when Armageddon is approaching. With this in mind, I have chosen to bear the weapon Ettore Jiro, the Ironclad. With a shield in hand, I can go easy on my new arm. Yo, fuck this weapon, bro. Hey, I'll say it again. This weapon was ass. This weapon was unnecessary. This shit was trash. Yo, the shield was unnecessary. I would have much rather Andrea. Bro, Andrea. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get pissed off. Andrea literally uses Noragiri and then forms a fucking blade on her metal arm. She talking about going easy. She actively using it for offense. What are we talking about? Where is my nigga ass gear at, bro? Where is my nigga ass gear, bro? Like, oh man. It would have been so much more swaggy if Andrea... Oh man. We missed out on such a good showcase because this nigga Brent wanted to give Andrea the fucking green giant ass axe that didn't do anything good. I would have much rather she just recycled ass gear and it ended up being ass because elemental abilities don't work on Lathe. She would have already like she wouldn't have even known that. But this weapon was still ass anyway, because it's going band for band with Lathe anyway. Like, what are we doing here, bro? And then the shield, oh my gosh. And then she throws it away. The only reason her throwing it away isn't that bad is because she had Noro in her shadow the whole time. But like, when did she even put it there? Because let me keep reading real quick. With this in mind, I have chosen to bear the weapon of Torajiro the Ironclad. With the shield in hand, I go to get my new arm, while still wielding the power I need with the divine halberd in the other. I hear your concerns and I thank you, but I am not one to baby myself, Chairman. Look, she reaches out. She reaches out with her metal arm, by the way, but that's not even important. If I'm going to fight, I will carry the best of my arsenal, regardless of my current physical state. And what do we see? The best weapon in her arsenal. She would have wrecked shit with Askir, not gonna lie. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I think Askir is the one weapon outside of Noragiri that gives her a physical amp. Like, it looks like she gets a speed, like a genuine power amp, a speed and strength amp at the same time. The way she was running through them Titans in Season 1, when she used Askir, Twin Axe, plus the lightning effect, as opposed to more of a skillful maneuvers with Muramasa and just outright speed. So if Elliot gives speed, Muramasa is more skill based, then Askir is straight power. But it also has lightning. It should have lightning and an actual speed amp. Mind you. Now, hold on. Okay, actually, let's keep going. Okay, we see Shay. We already know about this. We already know what he had planning. Blah 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 blah. Noragiri, the cursed blade. I see your plans. As long as you grip him with your metallic arm, he will not be able to attempt possession. It's interesting that Noragiri is still considered male up until this point, but Andrea refers to her as female later on. So I think Brent, you could almost imply that Brent wasn't fully sure if he was going to make Noragiri male or female later on, or at this point in the story. You could almost say that. Subsequently, you cannot harness his full power unless he comes into contact with your right arm. Correct. It can work, but the only flaw is that I'm right hand dominant, so I won't be at my best. Now, I don't know why. Wait, her katana must not like losing. I don't know why Brent didn't capitalize on this idea right here. He made it a baddie when he decided Shay gets it. Like, should have been a guy. I think that would have been sick. Ew. Fuck no. We already have Venter. Venter should just get a mental form, and he can aura farm on his North shit while we keep the Egyptian baddie. Like, then the gender ratio is better. We don't need a full sausage party. We already got Shay, Mahalalel, and Venter, which Shay does confirm is male, right? We don't need another nigga, bro. Bring a baddie to the table. I don't know why Brent didn't capitalize on the idea of Andrea using Noro with just her metallic arm, like not even attempting to touch it with her right. Like, big missed opportunity. Make Venter a bald hoarfrost giant. Yeah, give him a really good beard. Like a really good beard. Like on some like Kratos shit from the most recent games. I think I already had this in the missed opportunities area, but I'm gonna write it again. I gotta use the bathroom. 117. So 117. And then so like I said, my initial take on this was she was going to use both of them at the same time, right? But she didn't, and that's honestly fine. But it would have made a little bit more sense if she still tried to use Noro against Lathe, but it's not working because she's not really using it. Like she's using the weapon and she's using her skill, her talent with it, but she's not actually like able to harness it the way she would have, if she was using Muramasa or Askir. Man, fuck Tori Shiro, bro. I hate that weapon. And then it would have made sense for her to kind of have that conversation with Lathe, and then we get into her actually wielding Noro. But again, she puts the weapon behind her back, and we see it like this. I don't know how she managed to slot it in right there, but okay. And then when she walks with Shay, hold on, let me real quick. When she walks with Shay, it's on her back. But when we see like them later on, it's still like it's like not there. Like it's already behind her, or it's already in her shadow. But let me keep reading. Let me not skip too far ahead. But I don't need to be at my best, do I? Wait, hold on. But I'm right down, so I won't be at my best. But I don't need to be at my best, do I? I need only to win. Aura. 20 minutes later, all right, boys, we're approaching our first stop. I want this train line squeaky clean. Just a reminder, once we start, they'll know we're coming. Clearing the first stop must be the quickest. Our cameos will tackle this one by themselves. The rest of us will go on to stop 2, then regroup with the cameos at stop 3. Repeat until we've cleared the whole line. Lord Bjorn Grimson ensured this war started in our favor, and he left behind his disciple for us. We have confidence in you both, but I must say, Lord Hart has been mumbling to himself since we started. He's like, yo, this nigga is loopy. What is up with him? And she's like, relax, my man is praying. Look, he's not mumbling. He's praying. Look, she said, this is his religion. He got it in the bag. I have hid the power you gave me until this point. But if it is your will that it is exposed today, let that statement be loud. I'm gonna make that a note right here. Because the way Brent weaves like things like this in the story, so natural. When Shay's up here praying, palms up, eyes closed, head bowed, speaking directly upward. Like his words are going upward, looking for an answer. And we get that answer later, but let's keep going. Oh, I ain't even peeped this in the background. Hold up, this is some good scenery. This is some W scenery. Where he steal this from? Where did he steal this from? That statement has 808s. That's funny. All right, they're walking. I think I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I didn't have one scheduled, but I do have to do something tomorrow. But I think I'm gonna stream tomorrow too. I must admit, Shay, you do seem like a different man. But I get it. 8 months of solo training must have taken its toll on you. How was it? It was hard, but what I learned about myself, not just my power, was worth it. This should have been capitalized on too. And I'll explain why in a second. Okay, I'll say it like this. I think if we saw more of Shay in that in-between area, like from season 2 to sort of like this moment, like even if we saw just a little bit of how he actually learned about himself and what he really means by that statement, it would make the later changes we see Shay make in his demeanor and his actions and his like priorities hit a lot harder. Not gonna lie, this is one of my favorite fights in the season. Fair. I'm gonna need that screenshot, King, and I'll wait. Come cook some up. Wait, what screenshot? Which one? Which part? This one? This one? You need this one right here. I got you. I got you. I got you with a screenshot later. Kid needs some shoes. I know his feet hurts. Nah, he good. He got rough toes. I don't think so. Azam is from Trinidad, but has an Asian-based talent. Same with Anton. What are we talking about? Oh, do you think talents can be location-based? Like if you live in a certain area, your talent will manifest around that? Yes and no. I think the idea is that talents aren't supposed to be location-based. Like you can have a talent from sort of anywhere. But Bjorn is a very clear example of that being the case. He's a very clear example of it. And I don't think there's a more clear example like him. Bjorn is a Viking with a Norse-related talent. There's no other character like that in the series so far. And a lot of the characters I make are like Bjorn in that way. They sort of come from a place, and their talent, for the most part, it more so relates to aspects of their culture in some way, right? What's a good example? Not all of them are like that, but they are in like little ways. I have a Chinese character with a dragon-based talent, right? I have a I have an Indian character with a Garuda-based talent. But then there's other characters where their location and where they're from doesn't matter. Like my main character, he has a Black Panther talent. His future wife, she has a flower-based talent. Oh, actually, one of the most important characters in the entire series, or in my entire series, their mentor, he's a Heart Clan member, but he has a sort of forge-related talent, right? Like a weapon creation-based talent, right? And that could technically relate to like Japanese culture in a way. But he doesn't just make swords; he can make any weapon, right? He can make theoretically he can make smoke grenades and nukes. Like technically, he could do that. Yeah. Yeah. Are you gonna hire an artist for like your novel covers? They're not gonna be novels. I'm going to think of what I'm gonna do as like what if videos on YouTube. Think of like the structure like that. Think of it like that. Like if you look at like a Dragon Ball or Naruto or My Hero What If, think of like that structure, but with more clear art depictions as the video is rolling. I won't have a whole bunch of distinct art, but there will be a few panels that are show based on what's actually happening. It's not going to be written out and published. I'm not doing all that. Fuck that. I don't have the money for it. But I have a very clear platform that I can put all of my writing and all of what I want described and written and showcased on there. My urge to pee diminished. TMI. I also use some of the self-teaching techniques you taught me, so I'm grateful that to you as well. How has your training been? Truthfully, I never completed my assigned rehabilitation program. I'll look at more of the chat in just a second. I could tolerate phantom pains. This low-key wasn't explored enough. Kinda cool. But I just couldn't win the battle in my mind. I don't think you get it, love. I never failed the mission until that day. I don't know how ready I am for this. On the contrary, it is they who are not ready for you. I don't like the way he drew Shay in this panel. I never liked how he drew Shay in this panel, but I'm gonna keep that to myself. However, he makes up for it, but like this right here. Like this looks good. And this nigga is massive, bro. They were like the same height last season. This nigga hit a growth spurt. How you this grown and hit another growth spurt, bro? Sheesh. He was like, you know what? Let me look more intimidating. Ilios, change my physique, please. You took the place of our master and trained the remnants of his pack. That makes you stronger than all the cubs. He loved trying to like low key glaze characters and then not giving them the good payoff. If Andrea didn't use Noragiri this season, man, her stocks would be even worse. Oh my gosh. And then he gave her a Torijero instead of giving her ass gear. L decision, bro. I wanted to see ass gear. Fuck this stupid ass green axe that does chains and blades. It doesn't do anything good. That nigga Leif would have been put through walls off the axe aura alone. You know what? I don't even want to talk about it. You held your own against an immortal abomination before the world could determine its strength, Andrea Thomas. Oh, Andrea Thomas, you are a force to be reckoned with. I will stand beside no other. Glaze. And I might just be the world's greatest fool. I'm engaged to the one woman on earth who can kill me. Why does he say that? Probably because she's like one of the only people who can endure his heat. This is also a kind of commentary on Noragiri before we do it, like low-key. This is like a foreshadowing to Cursed Chi before we actually knew what Cursed Chi was. You idiot, 8 months has made you smooth, huh? Look at the corny. It's not corny, but I mean, it's a little corny. Sniff, sniff. Look to the side. Come on now, load them up quickly. It's broad daylight, and I don't like too much sun on my feathers. Hey, fuck Jose. But I don't hate Jose more than I hate Goro or Konos. Jose just needed a little bit more swag when he used his talent. That's all. And a talent description. Everything else, me and Jose, we chill, bro. Look. My nigga minding his business, ordering his subordinates. He looked behind him, pull his glasses down. Am I seeing that right? He said, hey, I thought civilians had left. Like, who are these niggas? Immediately lock in. Titans, the commander was right. Oh, the lady gripped a weapon. Old soldiers. And look at Late bitch ass. Oh, he pissed me off this episode. Oh, he made me look so stupid on YouTube. Do not be so blind, Martinez. Those two aren't just soldiers. Look at the aura. You are looking at the new Ilios vessel and the granddaughter of the former. Now, we know why Shay is making this face, of course, because he knew of Jose. Like, he knew Jose was here. Like, he knew of Jose, but Leif, he ain't know nothing about him. And this obviously gets explained later. I don't think I have anything else to say about this episode, though. Okay, real quick, let me look at chat. Sounds hard as fuck. How does your character looks? Do you make him have dreads? Give him that curly hair. He'll look like me for the most part. He does have dreads for a certain amount of time, twice, and then he cuts them off. I have characters with curly hair, straight hair, wavy hair. I think I need more characters with dreads. I will say that. I think I need a character with a good fro too, low-key. W art stuff, I believe in you. Creating my own characters based around the 4 horsemen. That's cool. Wait, so Momo from MHA with actual feats in a character arc? Momo? The girl who can create anything? Oh, right. But it's specific weapons. Like it's just weapons. Like she can technically make anything, but he can only make things that can be considered weapons. Like I looked up the definition of weapons, and it's actually kind of crazy. Like you could really like toss almost anything in that category. He said, not gonna lie, this is cute. I agree. Goro agenda goes crazy. Andrea should have gotten Cursed Chi. Nah. I mean, technically she did, but nah. She slowly goes mad over the season. Nah. Ew. Yeah, I don't know about that one. When is it coming out again? I can't wait. Not until the series is over. Not until Ordeal. Not until this shit is finished. You're never gonna hear about it until, well, you're gonna hear about it, but you're not gonna get that officialness until then. I don't think Andrea going mad over the season, it doesn't fit her character. It doesn't build her back up. It only worsens her even more. And I think Cursed Chi has more immediate effects than it does like over time. So that doesn't also feel like a good interpretation. Yeah. All right, let me Let me put us on a quick intermission. I gotta use the restroom. Let me put us on a quick little intermission. Let me use the restroom real quick. I think I'm gonna do. Hold on, I did what? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I'll do up to. I'll read 19. I'll do 18 and 19, and then I'm gonna call the stream. It has the ugliest hairstyle I've ever seen in my life. Hey yo, Nara. Hey yo, Nara. He talking shit. He talking shit. All right, boys and girls, I have returned. There's no girls in chat. I don't know why I said that. Okay, wait. Oh, night, y'all. Gotta go. Stay safe and God bless you all in this life. Appreciate you, Nocturnal, for being here. God bless you too, man. All right, let's get back to it. Episode 118. I'm gonna look back on my opinions of this episode, specifically in relation to Tevin. Tevin should have got a showcase. Oh, peep his little daggers that he had last season. Peep them. They expect us to get this done, gentlemen, and so we will. This is Aura. This is Aura. I don't like that his beard is orange. I'm not gonna lie to you. You fellas ready? Lead the way, Wolfpack. Look, just farming. Just farming. Anyway. As you all know, Project Armageddon is in effect. All governments have agreed to assist code, including ours. I actually reread this episode a couple days ago. Per Chairman Aldrich Ross, the Greyhounds have been assigned Outpost 065. It's an abandoned oil rig off the coast of Venezuela, closer to their border than ours. Still, authorities have requested the Greyhounds' aid. That's because they know what's up. They know what's up. They know how the Greyhounds get down. The rig is now a point of trade between different groups associated with Thanatos. Thus, items aboard that vessel are now classified property of codes. They must not be damaged. Is Tevin still with the girl he's been with since season 1? Yes, we see her this season. In F-35, in F-35 would easily eliminate the target, but we must be stealthier. We'll move in by boat. All occupants are hostiles and are to be executed on sight. Remember, everyone who isn't on our side is a servant of Thanatos, whose ultimate goal is the eradication of humankind. Look at the projection. And I'll be damned if I allow it. Move out. Just ore farming. My bad, been getting panels. You good? Venezuelan territory, north coast. Look, we see her right now. Look. Oh, I just realized these are his initials. I didn't peep that when I first read this. The nigga got a baddie. She only got more bad. Like Brent's art style improved how bad she is. This nigga said, yeah, Tevin's still with Thickums. Yo, that's so funny. We literally see how thick she is. She got wait a minute. She got over what? Like 6. How many total months? Damn, I think over the course of like damn near a year and a half, maybe a little more. Actually, I won't even say that. Over the course of like damn near 4 years. She done got longer hair and got more thick. What more can you want? What more can you want? That nigga miss his girl, bro. He on a boat with the homies ready to fight, and he missed his girl at 6:03 a.m. I miss my girl too if she was light skinned, long hair, got my names, my initials tatted on her shoulder, thick as hell. She probably cooked good too. Come on, man. Niggas finna make me miss my ex. Let me stop. And just like that, it begins. And guess who gets loaded with impossible responsibilities? Thanks again for lending a hand, guys. I can always use your support. This inspector role isn't as glamorous on me as it was on Inspector Ian. Low key, if Lewis didn't die, I would kind of expect him and his family, at least the more like capable members, to actually be more of more aid to the Greyhounds. Since we already know Tevin's gonna like trains by himself and he's gonna end up in that god tier role. I definitely think it fits very well for Lewis and his people to be of more aid to the Greyhounds. I definitely think a like elite guard or like elites, a part of the family would have been a very cool outlook. I actually want to I actually have a reason to mention Lewis in this episode too because of what he's about to say in a little bit. But let's get back to reading. You sell yourself short, brother. You're doing great. To think I grew up reading about the Great War and how many of my family members died on the battlefield only to be plunged into it myself. Yet it doesn't bother me. As leader of my family, I've always been prepared for war, but I can't say the same for others. They're not ready for this. Tell me, Inspector, are Yukiko and Azam safe? I've never been separated from both of them at the same time. Okay, now, Kleps, you see the reactions main? I'm too far gone. That's so crazy. I think hold on, I'm gonna say a look into Hemlock history would have been nice. I'm gonna say could have been. I think I don't know who mentioned this, but we could have saw it more catered towards Vayal's fight with one of them. Could have been more catered toward Vayal's past interaction with the previous. Actually, wait. With a previous plan head. clan head. I'm just mad that Lewis was just shooting out blanks. I don't know why everybody assumes Lewis was the reason they couldn't get pregnant. Did we like? Is there's like I don't know why like we just blaming Lewis. Like I'm not on that blame women train, but like she could have been infertile. Like was that not like a possibility? Did Brent directly confirm that Lewis was the reason they couldn't have kids? We just knew that they couldn't conceive. But that only means one of them couldn't have kids, not both of them. And it could mean both of them. It could mean they both mutually couldn't have kids. He's shooting blanks and she can't conceive, or it's highly unlikely. Who do you know as an artist? I've written my own story where they use key, but I need an artist. Look up shadow_Ronin on Instagram. Darkland Productions. Let me go to your channel. Okay, you got Aura Gang. You should definitely you probably do it on Instagram, but you should for sure post some like cool stuff on YouTube. Shadow Ronin is working on his own stuff though, so I'm not sure if he has his commissions open right now. I don't actually know. Actually, I do know another artist, Faceless. He might still be in chat. He also does digital art. And then Faceless also knows other people who do art. Faceless has an art page on Instagram too. I just don't know it. But I don't know any like. I know another artist. I just don't know like their contact info because I don't have them on Instagram. Maybe he had a strong pullout game. That's such a weird way to put it. Thanks, bro. I don't know have anything posted yet. I'm working on it. Hey, bro. It's not a race, it's a marathon, bro. I know you'll get there. Look at me. Who thought I would be streaming on a Tuesday night with people watching me commenting in chat? You can see the chat on the screen. Video uploaded when the stream is over. I would have never guessed that back in 2020, bro, when I didn't know what I was doing, when I didn't have no job because I quit because my mom was bitching and crying about driving me to work because I had no car yet. I would have never guessed this would be my position, but I'm here, so it's a race, it's a marathon, not a race, bro. We'll get where we're going eventually. Praise be to the Most High. You said, what's up? That boy Darkland Productions 649 is looking for an artist. Maybe you could hook him up with yourself or people you know. I'm just trying to help people connect. Back to the reading, though. Wait, did I at that point? A look into Hemlock history would have been nice. Could have been more catered towards Vale's past interaction with a previous clan head. Yeah, that fits. I read this part. I read this part too. I understand your concern. Apparently, so does Chairman Ross. They were given a far simpler task than us. There was a power outage in Central Trinidad, potentially Titan caused. They don't know. They don't know if it's Titan caused, but they are investigating it. It's kind of Titan caused. I mean, we do see it, but like it's Titan caused, but they're not sure though. You know what I'm saying? But like it's not. It don't feel like an active like, yo, go deal with these Titan niggas right now, or it doesn't. Their mission don't feel as like directly related to Titans in the sort of grander sense of like, okay, we know for a fact these niggas have a weapon cache here. We know for a fact these niggas got troops around here, right? It's more like, hey, bro, the Titans might be bullshitting over there. We need you to look. That's kind of how it's implied, or how it's like set up. They will be part of the investigation team. I believe the only reason Azam agreed to a mission far below his level. See, look, my nigga is not an investigation team guy. He know the deal. He been in the field. He's actually been in the field. It's because he wouldn't say no to being tasked with the responsibility of looking after the newest addition to the wolf pack. They may be far beyond your sight, Mr. Hemlock, but they are just as far away from the danger itself. You should take solace in that. This nigga Brandon was capping. He didn't even know it. See, this is why you can't say things like that when you're not sure of. Like, you didn't even know. And look, we're literally finna watch it right now unfold, right before our very eyes. Witness it. Location, Central Trinidad. Investigation Team Alpha. They not on the B team, they on the A team. Crazy life you have there. Glad you made it through. I mean, it's not that crazy. Everybody has, I'm not gonna say hating, but everybody has nagging parents. That's what parents do. They nag until you make them proud. Or don't, and they keep nagging. Luckily, mine has changed her ways. If I am not mistaken, this will be your very first mission, Madam Yukiko. Plus, my dad helped me get a car, so shout out to mom, shout out to pops. I'll never diss my parents. I appreciate their efforts, but at times I definitely wish they would have did better. But don't we all? Are we honored to be alongside such a mighty warrior on her debut mission? Yo, there go my nigga, bro. There go my nigga, bro. Hiding his eyeballs, shaved his head. Look, my nigga, look at this fade. Look, bald ass hair right here because he want to hide his identity. He might even dyed his shit. All right, let me chill on him. Yo, hey, Brent love orange eyes. What's up with Brent and orange eyeballs? Let me chill. Yes, sir. It is your privilege to be protected by the likes of me, the Snow Rabbit. Siri, chill out. Wait, or was it Snow Leopard? She don't know what's going on. Look, nervous. Not gonna lie, I still was not expecting the 3-sword style from I mean technically it's 2-sword style because she doesn't use this one. I still was not expecting the multiple sword use from Yukiko off the teaser we got. I was only expecting the 1, but she had the 2. And she hit him with the natural combo like she been doing this. Still wish her fight was better though, but that's just me. With my whopping 2 hours of field experience so far, I'll be mighty helpful, right, Uncle? One thing I do like about this this scene, or like this interaction, is how Azam never discourages her. He never discourages her. He always makes her feel like welcome, sort of in this like active field space. Still looks like The Witcher. It's funny. We're more than lucky to have you, Kiko. Don't underestimate yourself. See, look, encouragement. It's truly our honor to watch you grow. More encouragement. Remember, it's a simple mission, but keep your guard up. Not discouraging her. Sort of reinforcing like what they're actually doing. The confidence a soldier gains is determined by how many flawless missions they execute. You see? I might add a certain part and call it character interactions, and I'm gonna say because I do want to like make sure that I'm not just hitting all the like negative points of the season, because there are positive points here too, like this. Like this is a really good interaction between the characters, right? He had sort of a sort of empty look to him, but he had nothing but love and positivity for her. W Uncle. Oh wait, why is everyone ore farming in this series, even the soldiers? It's funny. Investigation Team Beta just reported they located the source of the power outage. They'll be working to have everything back up and running quickly. Now, I'm not saying it's necessary, but I definitely would have liked, or it would have been a little interesting if we knew what exactly they did to cause a power outage. I low-key thought we were going to get like a sort of like Team Alpha, Team Beta situation where we were going to have to, where something was going to happen to Team Beta, but I'm pretty sure they're fine. Like I don't think they report any problems over there. Whereas Team Alpha, these guys are cooked the entire time. Wait, that just leaves us, Team Alpha. We've got some civilians to locate. After the outage, we received several distress calls. I presume some patrons were unable to evacuate, trapped by an electronic exit or something. There are a few businesses around the corner. We should start the search with them. What about everybody else? True Val Supermarket. 30% off selected items. I'm not seeing any of these on sale. Maybe this one, but What looks like it's on sale to y'all? I'm not seeing nothing. None of this shit look on sale to me. And look, shelf not even restocked. Water on the ground. Bro, why is the water not cold? Look, 50% off, and then it just says beer. Like, 50% off what? This whole shelf? What even is this? This look kind of good though. What is that? This looks like a book. Let me chill on Brent. On your right, there they are. This is Lieutenant Anderson, Team... Oh, wait. This is Lieutenant L. Anderson, Team Alpha. We have located the source of the distress signals securing civilians. Police Department, we're coming in. Please ensure everyone is within eyesight of me or my partners. Yukiko, keep watch outside here with me. Another thing I do want to emulate in my story is sort of like this, like, older, more experienced dynamic. And like the younger and less experienced dynamic. I do want to emulate that because I think, at least sort of in this initial part, it's done well. Before like Azam sort of starts to panic later on, and then he locks in. I do want to. I need a good like initial episode to kind of start that process for myself, in my own writing. But I definitely need to emulate this because there's multiple points where I have more experienced characters working alongside like their younger contemporaries, but they're just less experienced because they're younger, right? Especially with how I write it and how like the characters kind of almost come up together in a little way, but not fully. At least not for those specific characters. That statement is more reserved for like earlier characters, but I definitely want to emulate like this dynamic. That door was locked from the inside. How did niggas open it? What we spoke on? Kind of. Not specifically them, but yeah. I just don't have that like initial episode or like initial thing planned out fully. Because I have a concept, but I don't have the actual outline for it yet. I have the outline, or I have the concept, but I don't have the outline. And then I have a time skip where it shows their like sort of confident progression. Like I actually show especially the initial character I use, she's a girl. Like she's more determined than the other one who's a boy, but it really shows how being able to go on missions with the main character has like allowed her to express herself in that sort of regard because of what she desires to do, right? But the same thing applies to like the younger character who's only 2 years younger than her. He was initially nervous, but after watching Shay fight Vayal on live television, he's more confident and wants to actually aspire to aid, right? But I just need that initial like setup that actually showcases, you know, the lack of experience and the lack of like field work actually affects what can happen to people in like their missions and stuff. And she's the character I want to use for that, but I'll get to that later. Greetings, I'm Lieutenant Anderson. We got here as quick as we could. Hello, my name is William. Would you be able to give me a head count and say if any are injured? Sure, 8 adults and 3 children. No one is injured, sir. Perfect, you guys have been stranded here for far too long. Let's get you home. My team and I will escort you out. Please only take... I wonder what her talent is. Now that I'm thinking about it, I never peeped it. Hold on, I'm gonna come back to her real quick. My team and I will escort you out. Please only take what you must. We can always recover the rest later. Hey, no need to cry, little lady. I know the store's a little dark, but we're heading home now. There's nothing to fear. And she points up. Officers, we aren't trapped because we cannot leave. All 3 of the children say they see something watching us from outside. Us adults can only feel it. I can't confirm seeing it myself, but it's like something horrifying is stalking us. W foreshadowing. Does he mention the kids are Kimyo's here? At first I thought it was targeting the kids, but I understand now that they are the only Kimyo's here, which means they're probably sensing chi, right? They're probably sensing chi. I don't think I fully mentioned that, but probably sensing chi, even if only a little. And then she said there's a Kimyo here. Look, turn around. Above. As I'm in this panel, I don't know. I like the way this look. You look clean right here. Yo, Ephialtes was mad aura farming right here, bro. Wait. I never realized how long this episode actually was. This nigga was mad aura farming. Okay. Before I keep going. So he mentions that the kids are Kimyo's, right? Do we see all the kids in the panel when we actually see them? Okay, there's the girl, and there's the girl. Okay. He said 3, but I thought we saw like a boy later on too. I think I miscounted. He looked like a teenager. But this makes me wonder what her talent is. Like a hemlock. I'm not gonna lie, Brent better make her relevant later somehow. If he don't, it's gonna piss me off. It's gonna piss me off. I need to see Elon Jr. swag out. Oh, I need to see that nigga dripped out, clean, saucy, kitted, fitted, and just know what he doing battle-wise. I need it. It's necessary. And then I would love to see this girl again. Even if we don't really know what she does fully, I would like to see some sort of talent training from her. I think it could help explore and expand on what the Hemlock family can do, and it does show that not every girl is sort of sidelined in the family, because in the initial picture that we get in season 1, there is a woman in the background, and it would be cool if she kind of takes that one solo sort of female member of the clan who actually fights, right? I would love to see her sort of dynamic with Elon Jr., right? That'd be fire. But again, I'm not writing the story. Ray, just tap in. I got you. Okay, wait. I felt hostile chi, but not this close. Were you always here, or did you just arrive? My nigga was stalking them. Private Khalifa, Private Johan, Lieutenant Anderson, secure the door and protect the civilians. Elon Jr. close range instead of how Lewis was long ranged. Maybe? Absolutely. If Tevin is training him, which it's like, it's right there. It's right there, Brent. All you have to do is do what you did for Yukiko with Elon Jr. And then we have an Elon Jr. who's better at close range combat and knows how to use his talent instinctually because it just makes sense. Referencing how his dad was a swordsman. Oh my gosh. Look, this is what I'm talking about. It's right there. Come on. An ash sword? An ash katana at that? Aura. Oh my. And then it makes sense because Lewis used the lance, and then he also had his own sword in death stance. But either he'll make a sword out of he'll make an ash sword, an ash katana, or instead of like the sort of regular sort of broadsword that Lewis had in death stance, his will be a katana instead. Come on, Brent. It's right there. It's right there. Just lock in with me, please. I wouldn't fail you, my nigga. Please. I just want Ordeal to be great. Gosh. It's right there. Like, it's so obvious. All you gotta do. Oh, you know what? I'm not even gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna piss myself off. It's been waiting on us. How are there enemy Kimyo units here now? We did a scan. Damn it. Focus, Lieutenant. You've got civilians to get home. Get the mission done. This is Private Khalifa with our current sit rep. Our Kimyo support have eyes on target. Hostile Kimyo. Wait. Our Kimyo support have eyes on target. Sure. Hostile Kimyo spotted. Uncle. This is funny. Uncle, are we doing this? Are we about to fight? Yes, I feel hostile chi. However, it's not emanating from him, so be on your guard. Again, encouragement. Not diminishing what the situation, keeping her calm and cool and collected. Look, my nigga, jump down, break the freaking whatchamacallits. The chi I do feel has been steadily rising since we first laid eyes on him, and what concerns me is that chi is greater than mine. Now, with this being said, Ephialtes, I'm not gonna lie, he really only Titan general level. I'm not gonna lie, I don't care how you feel about it. He's not that strong, he's not that great, I don't care. However, them Veil blood amps be allowing niggas to have more chi than they really should. And this shows, at least the outcome of this fight definitely shows that even if a character has more chi than another, what matters is actual combat, how the fight actually plays out. Because greater chi for Ephialtes only means more chi to make more creations, right? I'm pretty sure if we actually like counted what Azam counted when the fight goes on, I think he makes note of 20% chi loss and then 50% chi loss, which means this nigga Ephialtes should have 30% chi left. I think. I could be wrong. I could be missing one number. I can't even act like this not clean. Like this nigga face was actually mad ugly, but like if we just removed his face and then kept all of this shit was tough. This shit was mad tough. Hella tough even. But yes, again, even if you have greater chi, you do have potential for stronger attacks, but and obviously more stamina to pull from. But that doesn't guarantee you a outright fight win, an outright win con. Like it doesn't guarantee that we will win just because you have greater chi. And I think this fight kind of goes unnoticed in that regard, which I think is really good. I might even make a note of that. This could actually be a really good point for later on in the series where it's stated that or implied that the Gaki have more chi than the God tier, right? But again, what matters really is what actually occurs in the fight. Just because you have a greater potential output for your abilities doesn't guarantee you the win. I'm actually gonna put this in my expansion of power system point, I think. I'm not gonna lie, this is doing numbers for me. I'm noticing things and pointing out things that I wouldn't have noticed if I didn't reread. And get the reread. And doing it live, all the more cooler. We're 5 hours in. What time is it? 8:42. Yeah, I think I'm gonna finish this episode up and finish the next one up. Then I'm hop off. I was starting to think no one would show up and I'd end up eating those people inside without a fight. I'm not gonna lie, I think he was capping right here. He might have been capping right here. I think he just said that for a fear factor. Look. And then his voice, it's absolutely horrifying. What do y'all think he sounds like for Yukiko to say that? Give me a good comparison. This nigga face is so ugly. Oh my gosh. Like, the faces he makes later on, like, only make it look worse too. Like, I see why Nara called him Perkatubby. This nigga looks crazy. This nigga actually looks crazy. And she's like genuinely scared. But look, more encouragement. Don't be afraid, Kiko. We'll be on our way shortly. Now he was capping here unintentionally, but again, more encouragement. Appreciate the likes, y'all. Oh, Kiko, is that your full name, sweetheart, or is it short for something? It's no, it's the hand wave. Literal diaper on his head. One thing Brent does a lot, my nigga he'll reuse like poses, and this makes sense for what he's doing. I'm not gonna lie. Like certain instances. The one from Soul's Inner Voice, that's a good reference. Like this right here, my nigga took this exact layout, everything, copied it, pasted it right back here. right back here. And it kind of fits. It kind of fits, but it doesn't at the same time because he was just like this. But it's okay. I'm going to let it slide because it's not that deep. Directly address her in front of me again and I'll decapitate you. This was Aura. This was Aura. Azam's fight this season, it's not the best in my opinion, but it definitely has Aura moments. Oh, come on, big guy. There's nothing wrong with sharing names. Mine is Ephialtes. What's yours? Says nothing. He know not to speak no more. He about action. Look, he pissed off about it. Yo, this part was so unhinged because why did you get so mad that he didn't tell you his name? Look, tell me your goddamn names, you useless sacks of flesh. Bro, why are you so angry? Kidding. W activation, look. He's on go, but she's also on go. Come on. I wish her fight was a little bit better, in my opinion. Like, the outcome was a little bit better. Especially with the black eyes. I would have loved that. Yukiko was on go, though. She was ready. Look. He just spazzed, and then he has the nerve to sigh when they don't answer him. What a waste of time. It always goes so much easier when they comply. A name is the freest thing a mortal can give, yet they hold on to it often. It costs you nothing to give, and he take off the seal, but it costs me everything to take. Azam Aziz, age 22, talent Kitty. Yukiko Hart, age 14, talent Hisame. Humans should value their names more. After all, it's the only thing to stand watch. Ooh, this is such a fire line. After all, it's the only thing to stand watch over a buried corpse. This was so tough. Oh my gosh, this was so tough. I can't even cap. This was Aura. And then he got the nerve to put the picture right here. So back to what I was saying earlier, I would miss my girl too at 6:03 a.m. in the morning when I'm on the boat finna go fight for my life potentially, and my girl is thick AF, got my initials tatted on her right shoulder, busty, with the red locks like she a part of the Hemlock family, but she not. And again, she can probably cook too. Shit make a nigga miss his ex. Like, hello? Me and Tevin really the same for real. Like, we really on the same wavelength with it. Like, but let me chill out though. Next episode. I'm just saying. All right, what did I write from this one? It's Hemlock history. That was last episode. Okay. All right, we had 19. That nigga said feeling froggy. Insane. Tevin got everything a man could want for real. I'm saying, I guarantee you she know how to cook a little something, bro. That's a Caribbean woman, bro. She know how to whip up something. Look at the evil aura emanating off of him. Just straight evil and menacing. And then like last episode, wait, let me scroll up a bit. This nigga Brand had the nerve to write or to draw like a face on his chi aura. This what them kids was seeing. Shit would have scared me too. Fucking probably like 8, 9, 10, 11. I see this nigga, and this is basically what they're sensing right here. Boy, I piss myself. Don't put me in this situation as a kid, boy. I'm scared. Truly wonderful names. Azam meaning greatness, and Yukiko meaning child of snow. One is soft while the other is powerful. A great team. Learning those names was worth every bit of chi. Yukiko, I want you to listen closely. This battle may be challenging even for me. I can sense his chi, but I can't pinpoint where it's coming from. He's standing in front of us, but it's not centered around him. Notice how Azam, this goes back into what I was saying about like olders teaching the younger. I definitely like the fact that Azam is consistently like teaching her while in the field, right? I'm gonna make note of that too. slowly preparing her for exactly what they do and what they'll have to do in the future. Centered around him. He's technically everywhere. I don't know what that will mean for a fight. Secondly, the moment he unsealed his eye, a large portion of his chi was instantly vaporized. I estimate about 50%. So it could be 50, it could be like 45, or say 55, 45, yeah, of his chi is now gone. That could only mean he has engaged us with the core of his technique. We will strike here. He will strike hard. Taking charge of the situation like the man of greatness you are, Azam. This nigga laughing too much. It will be exhilarating to drop you to your knees. Sheesh. This evil nigga had so much evil nigga aura, I can't even lie. And I will begin this is crazy. And I will begin your torture by killing her first. Tell me, Miss Hart, do you recall how you died in your last nightmare? Oh look, he tried to off him. This is how you I can only glaze Azam right now for this. This is how you pull up on your ops. This nigga just threatened his niece, basically his little sister, and asked her how she died in her last nightmare. Azam is not about words, he is about action. This is how the gods here need to be. He let him speak, right? He let him speak, but he threatened his niece. And off immediate action, what is his first instinct? What did he say last episode? He said address her again directly in front of him and he will decapitate him. A man of his word. Look at what he tries to do. Look, tries to take off bro's head. This is how you move as a combatant. This is what you're supposed to do. There's no time for words. There's no time for that chit chat. Be a man or woman of what you're saying and get straight to it. I need to see more. This is exactly how it's supposed to go. He wastes damn near no time after his sentence finishes. Actually, he doesn't even let him finish his sentence. He goes straight for the kill, and that's what you're supposed to do. Respect to Azam. But before he make that good contact, ooh, man, I wish he would have nicked him a little bit here, but W speed feed. Fast. Yukiko, change your stance now. He's fast. If I can't pinpoint his location, I can't track his movements. And look where he's at. Wow. The red eyes of the Hart clan up close. This is crazy. This also means he low-key just went in a straight line, by the way. Because of the what we know later to be his like blinking speed ability. He on straight King Von timing. He low-key could have offed her right here, but he didn't. And this is what sets Azam off. Yukiko also isn't ready for this either. Like, she's not ready for this moment. But we'll get to that a little bit later in the episode. Let my nigga zoom back with that lightning. I wish we got more, like, active notices or active mentions of how fast the character actually is. Because Azam, by this point, should be light speed. He should be. You could say season 1 he's like lightning speed. You could honestly say he's low-key slower, but I don't really care. I don't want to do those calcs. I don't think it's that deep. But Brent in the stream does note that Azam is faster than Rokash, and Rokash was stated or implied to be light speed through a different sort of discussion. He's at least around that light speed sort of talking about Azam, but okay. I know who you're talking about. He's on that light speed sort of tier because he should be able to dodge the lasers that were fired at him after they were fired, I should say, instead of aim dodging them. But I do wish we do need more like speed implications. I should say more speed statements and implications. I'm gonna say comma, especially haste users. I definitely think if more haste talent users were the ones noting speed, since they are the talents that are more speed oriented to begin with, it would have more validity to how actually fast characters can move in the verse. Yukiko, are you okay? Did he touch you? I mean, nigga, damn near. You ain't see it? Look, you not paying attention? Let me chill. Love the slash here. It's a good arc. Love the way certain moves flow in the series. Always good. What Naoni said? What did he say? Yukiko, are you okay? Did he touch you? Did he touch you? No, he didn't. I'm fine, uncle. We have to stay together. Don't you leave my side even for a moment. Do you understand? I don't know how he expected her to do that when she's slower than him. And then this is where he like spirals, like spazzes out. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He could have killed Yukiko just now. Does he possess a haste talent? I need to get everyone home, but the only way out of here is by getting rid of him. This isn't good. He's toying with us. How do I engage him yet protect Yukiko at the same time? If this was one-on-one, I could figure him out given enough time. Enough, Azam. Find another way. Figure out what he's doing here and what his goal is. How long? Look, my nigga. I'm just saying, bro. He definitely let him write for too long. Like, if this was me, I would have got like off this point right here. He should have speed blitzed back in and took his head off. Noni said it's sad that bums like Naoya have a better speed showcase than Azam. Oh, yeah. Cause how fast is he? I mean, I'm not. How do you convert 24 frames per second into like speed? Wait, I have made a custom made haste talent that's more on the scientific side. Oh wait, like how Thanatos commented on Jin. No, I'm talking about like actual like numbers or like at least tiers. Like, obviously we have implications of like Tevin and Lewis in the next few episodes being able to react to gunfire, which means they're on that sonic to hypersonic tier kind of. Oh, I think my music is not playing. Oh, oh, you know what? Let me actually change it. I got some different oh yeah. Let me know how y'all feel about this lo-fi background one. This is different from the other one I usually use. I feel like it's supposed to have winter vibes, but I don't really know. I don't really know. Let me know how I feel about that one. But I'm talking more like tiers, um like how with Kevin we got an actual uh light speed statement. It would be nice if, you know, Azam could at least tell that Ephialtes is moving, or it feels like he's moving as fast as lightning, right? Or something like that, or he's moving close to light speed. So like that way we know he's not light speed yet, but he is there. I saw a conversion of Noya speed to be at least Mach 3. Is that for a live Noya too though? Because I know for a fact that that's when he's spoilers for the manga. I know that's for a fact when he's the curse, but I don't know if that actually works for while he's alive as well. Especially since Maki also isn't fully realized, so she wouldn't she shouldn't have that level of speed feat in during the massacre, right? But I do know, but yes, they are about Mach. They should be like around Mach 3, at least by that point in the story. But like, my nigga, but like that adds like my point. Like, I'm pretty sure it's actually a definitive statement too, in the series. Um, Dang. So as a curse, he doesn't get any faster. There's no way. That's so sad. Um, I don't know how I feel about that. But like, that's a definitive statement that is at the very least brought up in the manga. But also like the 24 frames per second thing, um, being a sort of something that you could actually convert, something like that, right? But we don't, outside of Kevin's stated light speed this season, as well as His obviously implication of multiple times faster than light, going from the edge, potentially the edge of the solar system, to push the stars apart, to back in just a month's time. Like, that's kind of more what we need. Like, we know when characters are faster or moving faster or are able to react to less, react less than other characters, but we don't have definitive like metrics, and it's really hard to scale speed in Ordeal because there's no metric, there's no full metric for us to use. Like, there's nothing like of course I can use the gunfire as a potential way to say that Lewis is, on that sort of hypersonic, faster than sound tier, right? Especially with his Ash specifically. And if that's the case, then so is the version of Veil he fights, only being semi, faster and stronger than him, right? But Lewis can also react to them, so they're still relative to a certain degree. But that just diminishes how fast the characters actually are when Shay should be far faster. Obviously, Kevin's faster, Vadic's faster. The Gothers should be all on that like light speed tier. But like Shay and Tevin with their speed, like when they go from being around the Greyhounds to being where Lewis is with Veil, like we don't actually know how long that took, nor the sort of distance they traveled. Like if we had sort of things like that to more so guess, I feel like it'd be better. But that also diminishes their speed anyway, because even what I was able to calc using Sonya's arrow doesn't even put them at lightning, I think. If I look at let me look at the number real quick. Yes, wait, third, the speed of lightning, or light, I know that. Oh, actually, let me actually look at the script, hold on. What episode is that? That's 161. Let me look at the script, because that's where the numbers actually are. Okay, yeah. They're like lightning speed. Yeah, they're like, or Sonya's air is like lightning speed, but like that's like the highest you could get, just her projectile, not even her herself. But then if that's how fast her projectile's going, if she could be faster, or she could only be relative to her projectile for one. But actually, I don't want to get into that discussion. But that definitively makes like Kevin, Vadic, and like Shay, or who should be on the same tier, that much faster than everybody else, right? And then haste users should be able to move at those higher speeds faster than that. I guess depending on the individual and the talent, continuously. Like there should be no drop off, basically. And that's sort of the difference between haste users and like other just kind of nat raw, physically fast individuals. Hold on, because I know it's 1 speed. Let me just like. Actually, wait. That's 11. And they're going. Yeah, they're not even. Hold on. Let me look at this. 11. They're not even touching the speed of. They're not even touching lightning time. At least Sonya's arrow, if my numbers is right. Even with like the half interpretation I gave, she's still not touching lightning time off the calc. So it's like If you want your character to be perceived as fast, you have to give those implications on and show how fast they actually are, because the only actual implication we have of speed is reaction time from gunfire and Sonya's arrow, and how fast and how long it could travel. This, which is the same formula I use for calculating a Kid Vayal going from where he was in the village to where he was, or where he was in the water with what's his name, with Dean, to back to the village. And then there's obviously the factual statements of Kevin being light speed and already having multiple times faster than light implications. So we just need more of those statements and implications to really solidify how fast the characters are, because there's no way in the story to really tell consistently. Let me make sure I specify that. And I guess I'll put that in the scaling aspect of the script. He said, yeah, I don't know how the War/Haste talent that went against the Thanatos talent, how scales to the Kitty talent. Hard to tell. Yeah. It's not worth though. Alright, where are we? Okay, like how long is he going to keep writing? Is it part of his talent? He's written so much in so little time. Yeah, like this could be an implication, but like you would have to figure out how fast the average person writes, and like how like you could use like Zom's like word speed. Like it's just like this would be super tedious to try and calc, right? To try and guess like how fast. I don't even want to talk about that. He sacrificed most of his chi to get our names. He went, or wait, we can only risk that much of it if it increases the probability of a victory. Oh, we can only risk that much if it increases the probability of a victory. Okay, I have to watch over the civilians, the troops, and Yukiko. Maybe if I, and then what's also really good about this, and I think I brought this up in my review, is the counter reassurance that Yukiko actually provides. Uncle, calm your mind. I wasn't ready then, but I'm ready now. Don't worry about us, focus on the fight. You cannot lose in single combat. Play to your strength. You're the brightest and quickest of the cubs. You can't move freely if we're in the way. Trust me to cover everyone behind you. I'll be their bodyguard. Now go. It's done. You two might want to listen closely. This information will determine if and how long you survive. I'm the greatest cameo writer that has ever lived. Crazy Self-Glaze specifically. However, my stories tend to gravitate toward horror. The terror of a nightmare can only be escaped by lucidity. Being awake is your only hide. Sheesh, I'm losing my freaking voice. Being awake is your only hiding place from your deepest fears. I destroy that confidence. I write fears into existence. You see the monsters I create come to life, but soulless beings are aimless, uncontrollable. Should be an and there. The success of my talent hinges on the revelation of your names. I wonder how Brent gets these fonts though. Definitely a what does he use to draw? I forgot what it's called. Every monster that has ever chased you in your dreams had a goal, you. By giving them your names, I grant them purpose, a purpose that cannot be defeated. As darkness rises, our terrors we realize. Place them all in a slumber, nightmaric skies. My nigga really hit us with the JJK domain expansion chant with the hand symbols too. We got the floating cores. This was a great visual. I love this visual. And then poof. Immediately, look at, come on, bro. That's why Yukiko, one of my favorite cubs, immediately ready. She got the Hisame on the sword off the explosion. Photoshop, that's what it's called. It must be a Photoshop font thing. He got hella fonts to pull from, like the basic classic, and then he got the freaking red outline, and then he got whatever the fuck you want to call this. I'm not sure what this is. That's another cool thing about Ordeal is like the uniqueness of fonts. I'm gonna actually make that a point as well. What's up, Craig? I was gonna make a Friday joke, but I actually didn't have one, so I'm gonna just shut up. I'm pretty sure y'all can hear me typing in the background. It sounds like I'm typing fast, but I'm not typing accurately. All right, scream, scream. I'm not saying that. Get down. Look, like this is what I mean. Like he get mad ugly right here. Like he was clean before. He was clean before, but now he ugly as shit. And so it begins. Welcome to the awakened dream. This was tough. Yeah, Photoshop has some cool shit. I tap back in every now and again. I hope you two did not die already, but in my experience, chemios usually survive the initial explosion. It would have been better for you to have blown to pieces, but instead you chose to suffer. Look at the ice. It kind of got that Minecraft effect right here. And then she hit the thank you Hisame like her dad. I noted that in the review as well. Very nice. Hisame, the pride of the hearts. I mean, that means the Heart Clan love Hisame. She encased us all in ice at the last second. Her reaction time is incredible. So like, we know she has good reaction speed. But like, we would have to calc how fast. Like, we would have to calc how fast and how much damage can be done. I don't think it was able to. I don't think it shows. Hold on. Does it show? I don't think it shows this at this part. There's a better visual. I don't even think I calculated in this one. Excuse you? We're missing a panel. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think it shows. I don't think it shows. Man, okay, I'm almost at 6 hours. Where did I stop? Right here. So I tried to estimate this as like multiple city block levels, but I think I used the other. I think I used the. There's like another. I feel like there's another area or another image I used to help give me to that conclusion. But I know I used this one, but I definitely think there was more images I used. I think I tried to use the surrounding images in the panels. He destroyed everything with those. Uncle Azam. What are they? Like this all the way back here. Oh yeah, it was definitely this. This definitely added to it. Cause this gives like a more hype perspective. I mean, he just fucked everything up, bro. Like everything was fine before this, and he just destroyed it all. And this also just shows Hisame's durability, which I did note in the review as well. Damn, bro, got me turning my neck to read. We're about to find out, Kiko. I don't like these head turning panels, but they are necessary, I'll say that. Pinch yourselves if you wish. There is no escaping this dream. You cannot run, you cannot hide. Your names are imprinted on my creatures. I love when Azam kills him. Actually, I love when Azam kills all three of them. It was nice. This nigga, though, he should have got hit with a freaking black ice twice. I hate that she only used it once. What happens when the terror in your nightmares catch you? There's a reason you always awake at that point. Your brain cannot comprehend fear when the limit is removed. Wait, yeah. Let that paint a picture for how your story ends. And then we actually smooth transition. We smooth transition right back to Shay and them. Okay, right here. I can feel highly radioactive material in the back of the truck. In the back of that truck. Nuclear weapons. They're peddling war instruments in several cities. But who to? If it's at this stage, it's like I think this definitely would have added a good subplot of an actual government figure helping them. That's not just what's his name? That's not just Tanjiro. I guess you could say it's also implied by the actual moon base's destruction, like on the dark side, that since it was funded by certain individuals or organizations or governments or whatever, that those same governments and people were also are also kind of aiding in this aspect as well. I feel like that's fair to say, but definitely could have been highlighted more. But who too? If it's at this stage, they already started creating. I'm assuming she's gonna say nukes, but you know, she had the aura farm and cut off her sentence. Gentleman in the cloak, and he's so respectful for no reason. Gentleman in the cloak. Oh, he's speaking to you, Leif. My senses detect everything except for you. I could not detect your presence until you appeared. I had to scratch my eye for a second. Furthermore, I pick up no scent from you, nor can I hear your heartbeat or breath. How are you doing it? Oh, he's good. Heartbeats? That's crazy. Ilios vessel, you said. Yes, shall I reveal it, sir? Go on, he asked nicely. The Elder's Mantle. And this is Leif's entire reason for being here. This very object. If he didn't have this, his point in the story is just another nigga to get punched on. And that's okay. I mean, that's fine. But like, we add this and his whole reason is for Shay to get this. I would definitely would have liked a bit more like reasoning, or I guess like depth at Shay having the Elder's Mantle. Like, I was really expecting like a little bit more in this regard, but I was let down. I got led astray by the Vinter, by the greatness that was Vinter's passing on. He literally passed on a talent object. I think that was the first time we've seen that. A talent fabric. Its power is simple but of great value. It is a talent weapon, one of the newest at just 27 years old. Oh, I definitely got to add this. He said, "I hate that even from the start of Shay and Andrea's engagement, that I could shake a feeling that Shay had a lack of emotion and is trying to use Andrea for her box." That's so crazy. Latha loot drop. The way you worded that is actually insane. For her box is outrageous. I'm gonna mention the expanse of this, because it shows that like even like talent objects are still being made or produced. And this is considered new, so I guess it's kind of rare. I guess it's kind of rare because object possession was already a rare phenomenon, so it definitely adds to it though. Like yeah, that's all I need to say. It's around Shay's age. Yeah, actually, I think it's what, like, it should be like maybe I think Shay should be like 20. No, his birthday was near the end of the season, so if he's not 26 already, it should be like a year or two older than him for sure. But Andrea is what? Andrea is definitively 2 years older than him. Even if their both birthdays are kind of close. Actually, no. Yeah, no, she's definitively 2 years older than him, regardless of birthday. Yeah. So this should be Andrea's age definitively. Because Andrea's, when we see them in season 2, they're actually was, I think Lewis was 28 and Andrea was 27, and then Shay and Tevin were 25. Anton was 24, and then Azan was 20. Pandora's box, I mean, or the weapon inside it. Oh, why didn't you just put Noro? Wait, why didn't you extra specify it? He said for her box. He didn't want all the loot. Oh, wait. The other mantle hides the wearer from all senses. You cannot hear my footsteps nor sense my chi. This is one of the most broken stealth objects to ever exist. As long as you know how to like disappear in a crowd, niggas will never know you're there. Oh, actually, I forgot. I used this. I used this object for one of my characters before discarding it. You know, it's a good character plot, or good, yeah, like a good character plot, like plot point progression, mentality thing. She's older because she was said to be acting up by Jamie. Yeah, yeah, I remembered. I remembered. The other thing the mantle refuses to hide is my person from sight and my voice when I speak. Hence the reason you can see and hear me. Imagine like it didn't. Bro got an invisibility cloak. Oh, actually, it's still here. Wait, hold on. Okay, it's still, so when does it go in her shadow, bro? Because the next time we see them engage in the next episode, it's not on her back. Let me actually look at it when we see it. He's like, I need this. Look, he's like, I need this. Andrea, are we clear to engage? Yes, there's no talking this one out. Our objective will be retrieving the stolen nuclear material. I'm not gonna lie, people people talking about Andrea in this panel, and this hilarious. Cause I get where they're coming from. It's just funny, bro. Stupid fucking weapon, bro. I hate this shit, man. Lay eyes on it, but stay clear. They will be just as careful so as not to destroy it. We recover it and move on to the next rendezvous. We don't have time for this. Weapons free. You're clear to fully engage, Lord Hart. No restraints. I bet if he was interested in any other weapons, he would have found a way to use it. I mean, we know he knows how to use Muramasa, so if he wanted any of the weapons, he would just ask her and she would give it to him. Like, it's not like she's gonna be like, oh no, I need it so much. Like, if he wanted ass gear, that nigga would have it. But he only wanted Noro, which obviously makes sense as to why. I mean, he would just use it like Vinter. Or he would just use any weapon like Vinter, basically. He said, Shay, I need, desire, require that mantle. This was clean, though. The grab from the back, Vinter, did he alter its handle? I mean, my nigga had to. He broke that shit. And he got the look, click. The little click. This was clean. This was a good use of, like, current technology. Leave the gentleman in the cloak to me. Look, told you, always got this nigga aura farming. This nigga never stopped aura farming, bro. Every moment is aura farm. How he aura farming in a panel, he only like one third of the way in. Come on, bro. Like, leave some aura farm for the rest of us. Fuck. Look, like, and then he get like a double clip, like where it's zoomed in, and we see in the IG and in the Twitter. Crazy. All right, we at 5 hours. We're at 5 hours. Ephialtes Can't Lie was one of my favorite talents shown this season. He had a good introduction. There was a reason I wanted to see this. All right here. This is what I mean. Okay, in the previous episode, like, no time passes. So how did Noragiri get in her shadow? Like, it was just like, oh, she's not gonna use me, so let me dip. Andrea got a leg in that panel. Talking about the last one? Oh, this one? You got both legs. It's crazy. That makes sense, though. Nigga literally blocked her entirely with the cloak, like, and you know he did this on purpose so he didn't have to draw her. That's so funny. This nigga Brent, bro, he funny in like little ways, man. Alright, so wait, that's 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, alright, I think I'm gonna stop right here. I'm gonna go ahead and stop right here. Alright, so today we read episodes 113 through 119. I will come back tomorrow, probably around the same time, and do the same thing, and do 120, maybe to like 127. Just depends on how fast I actually read the episodes, because I got halted by that damn freaking Naruto debate at the start. Like, come on, bro. Why are we debating Sabito and Minato while I'm rereading Ordeal. Like, we don't even got all the showcases for them niggas, specifically Sabito. Like, come on, man. I can't have no peaceful reread, bro. Niggas want to debate early on in the stream. Like, we couldn't hold a debate for this time. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 points, not including sub points. Amazing, amazing, amazing. This was a good stream. I really enjoy streaming, man. It's so fun. Power scalers are like that. What you mean? What do you mean by that? Oh, you're talking about the debate. My fault. I'm tripping. I mean, I'm like that too, but like not really at the same time. Like, but then like Naruto scalers filling any space they can. Hey, you funny, Clefs. You funny. You funny for that one. What did I say? I had what? 19? 17 to 19 points, not including sub points. Yeah, this was very necessary. It allows me to better sort of structure what I already have and help me kind of add like onto like actual positive points. I can add this into art paneling. I definitely need to add a sort of character interaction point. I do character jeez, I can't type interactions. Tab that. Go ahead and bold that. Yeah, this is gonna be a really long review, man. But I'm here for it. I gotta do it. It's what needs to be done, bro. The streets dry for them. All they got are what ifs. You funny, man. Some of them not reading Boruto, so you know, it is what it is. I don't even want to tell y'all. Okay. On average, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that'd be inaccurate. Reading again just show how much Brent put in his story. Yeah, at the start until it like fell off. He just need like assistance. Like he just needs like a little bit of assistance. Like I feel like it would really benefit him to at least like hear somebody out who at least knows the story. Like someone like me, someone like Nara. I'm not gonna say everybody in the Discord would definitely like help, but like some of the more grander things, yeah. But when it comes to like minute and specific things like interactions or like plot points or scaling, like bro, come on, like you need a little bit of help, bro. Like you need some help, bro. Cause like, come on. There's some good parts. Like rereading just those episodes, like yeah, I definitely enjoyed some of it. You know, rereading it again almost made me feel like shit, I was reading it from the start. You know, like I had never touched it. At least certain parts, certain aspects. But like, come on, my nigga, you need some help. I believe all authors need some help. Making everything is not easy. Hell yeah. Brent has the art down. If Brent was able to slightly shorten just a little bit of the episode paneling and kind of give us that like season 2, like a mix of that season 2, season 3 length in terms of episode length with that season 2 writing, just even just a smidge of aid, bro. We would have peak cinema. Consistently. He has the art. His schedule was rough, but that's because he was trying to draw a lot more than he was last season, right? But if he shortens just a little bit, I think he could really edge it out. If he takes his time to plan, definitely. And then just a little bit of aid in like the writing and character interaction department. I think he got it. I think he got it. I think he got it. But you know, he probably not even gonna watch this stream to hear me say that. So sad. You really hate to see it, but it is what it is, man. I'm gonna be here throughout the entire series tenure. And when it's gone, I'm gonna still be here. But I'm gonna also be elsewhere, you know? Shout out Kagurabachi. Hopefully they don't copyright my videos, bro. I might cry if they do. Any long story requires either insane levels of planning or assistance. Factuals. All the mangakas got editors, man. All of them. At least that I know of. I'm pretty sure. I know the big ones do. Dragon Ball, Bleach, Naruto. What's the other one? One Piece. And One Piece has been planned for years, basically. Shit, even I think even Jujutsu Kaisen got an editor or editor. What's the other term? Editor is not the term I'm looking for. What's the term I'm looking for? Maybe editor is the term I'm looking for. Anyway, and even with editors, mistakes happen. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure Brent has a. I'm not sure what Sonya's job is when it comes to Ordeal. I really don't know, but like, I guess outside of like potentially being a spell editor, like a spell checker, like to make sure Brent's on schedule, I'm not sure what she actually does for him. Like, because when Brent said he needed an assistant, I'm like, okay, cool. But then it's like, if you had this person Webtoon is like giving you, it's like, what does she do? Like, does she just connect you to Webtoon to ensure that like you show up at certain places they want you at? Because if that's the case, then it's like, why? Like, no disrespect. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but why put her name on the whatchamacallit, right? Like, why put her name there? Like, what does she actually do for the story as a grand whole? He needs someone. He needs someone full on proof reading his stuff. Some of them panels spelling be fucking me up. Yo, that's funny. Like I looked earlier when Yukiko was spelled with 2 K's at the wrong area. I know Zuri is called Yuri early on, or like in either this season or last season. I don't remember. You know. But W stream, appreciate y'all for being here. Appreciate everybody that was here earlier that has now left. I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna eat. I don't think I'm gonna cut my hair. I might have to cut my hair like early in a wake up or something. I don't know. Am I streaming tomorrow? Yeah, I think I like kind of have to because I didn't read as much as I wanted to this stream. I lucky should have streamed yesterday, but I didn't want to. I was basically a rest day. I'm gonna definitely be back tomorrow around the same time. We left off at a pretty good point. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's like a really good stopping point. Feels like like it's an actual in-story cliffhanger, but then also like a damn. Hold up, we gotta wait for Jay to stream again to reread that ordeal. You know, it's like an IRL cliffhanger too. Hopefully this lo-fi music isn't trash. I can't hear it, so this was gonna be playing tomorrow. Take a shower before bed, man. Bro basically said I'm nasty, insinuating that he didn't think I was gonna do that to begin with, so he felt the need to type it in chat and let me know. I feel disrespected. It's never that deep, bro. I'm kidding. Again, yeah, I really hope this lo-fi music doesn't sound trash. It's gonna be playing all tomorrow. I don't think I can stream, tomorrow's Wednesday. I don't think I can stream Thursday. I'm pretty sure I have work, but I should be able to stream Friday, so be on the lookout for that as well. And then I will also be streaming Saturday, because I plan to edit more Wukong. Y'all have a good night. Y'all stay blessed. Y'all eat something. Y'all drink something. Appreciate y'all for being here. As always, the stream will be up when the when I click the stop button. If y'all want to go ahead and rewatch it anytime, I'm actually gonna make a folder for it too, for all the streams. So these ones will be specific, so that anybody can rewatch at any time they want to with my insights, thoughts, and you know, just simply me rereading, just chilling, having a good time with the lo-fi in the background, with the people in the community. Yeah, appreciate y'all for being here again, and I'll see you on the next one, man.